Good morning, everybody, or good evening, good middle of the night, wherever it is in your part of the world. We're happy to have you here. We are at the Scrabble Holiday Party, sponsored by NASPA Games from Belleville, Ontario. My name is Charles Ranke. You've probably seen me before. I am not very festively dressed right now. This is my typical outfit. I am joined by Jason Keller. You've seen him before, another top Collins expert, looking a little bit more festively dressed. Jason, how are you this
Yep,
morning?
yep. It is a beautiful day for a Scrabble holiday party. I've got my festive sweater. I've also got some hot cocoa in a J mug. So I am ready to go.
Yeah, this is looking to be a great tournament. A lot of good players involved here. We are doing 4 games of Collins action here for you in the morning, switching to NWL in the afternoon. A little bit of a spoiler here. We do have current world champion Adam Logan in attendance here. We'll probably see him sometime this morning. But our first matchup is actually between Kaya and Chris Tenden, two players who are, rising up the ranks slowly but steadily. Two very experienced tournament players. We're looking at their head-to-head here. Jason, they've never played.
Yep. I'm actually a little surprised because I think that perhaps maybe at a Niagara Falls or something that they would have met. And Kaya especially has traveled around a lot to play Scrabble. So this should be very interesting. But yeah, I'm a little surprised. But yeah, like Kaya has come out to my neck of the woods in New Jersey, and the other players all just withdrew. So we just played 7 games.
That's not a bad way to spend an afternoon. Just you know what your pairings are. You just play 7 games. Looks
Yeah.
like we do have players ready to go, so we can switch over. We'll see if either of them are festively dressed, if they're more in the Jason camp or if they're more in the Charles camp. I was just
Yeah.
thinking before the stream started that since I only wear band T-shirts, I think bands would start having to release ugly band sweaters before I started wearing anything Christmas themed. So
I'm
if you're out there, just release some for me and I'll put them on.
I'm sure that there might be some crafters or something who you can probably get not like official band merch, but like, okay, yeah, you've got this sort of band ugly sweater, yeah.
Well, I'll keep an eye out for it. But we do have players ready. We can switch over to the game, get this tournament underway. We do have 14 games in this tournament, but all of today, all of tomorrow. So plenty of Scrabble here to come. And we're just getting started on game one. Kaya to go first, giving the bag a good hearty shake. And it looks like she is festively
Yes.
dressed. Chris is in my camp. I guess
Hmm.
that's how we can divide the who we're rooting for. Jason is I'll root for the plainly dressed guy, and you root for the
You know what?
festive.
To quote Marge Simpson, I just want everyone, can I just bet on everybody having a good time?
That's probably a better way to do it. We do
Yeah.
see Kaya with his her first seven
Hmm.
letters. Jason, this
Yeah,
doesn't look very good.
yeah, not great. I would that, which it'll be interesting to see where she plays that. Kaya is a very quick player, and sometimes I think she can afford to slow down a little bit, but it looks like she's going to play it there. I was looking at something like maybe Odia. I know that D's can potentially, be a little bit of a problem, but I might opt to leave one consonant on my rack here. What do you think,
Yeah, I think
Charles?
yeah, leaving one
We're going
consonant does
quickly.
feel good there.
Chris very quickly coming back with Alien, right? I think that should be his max. Oh, you
Oh,
know what? Yeah, I was gonna say he should play that, right? It underlaps actually putting the A in the second column, I think, for a couple more points. But right,
yeah,
yes, yeah,
yeah, nicely spotted by Chris. He did actually have a 90-point double double there, so maybe should have spent a little bit more time on that turn. He had deadline through the first D of Dado. I think a word he could spot, but he was just so excited to see the 7 on his rack that it
yeah,
fit with all those nice overlaps. He just went for it. So still a nice play, but a little bit of room for improvement there.
yeah. And we see Kaya. with kind of drew nicely in a sense into that AC or AEO in that she picked up a bunch of consonants. Yeah, I think I see uh, wacko here. I'd be looking here to see if I can play something either from uh, making a two-letter word with the D going to the triple, and and again just playing ow, right, for right 28 points, right.
Yeah,
So
that
woke.
looks yeah pretty good, but I think again a little bit of improvement there because you don't really need to keep all those high scoring consonants together. You can afford to get rid of more of them. So something like woke or awoke making AD would be 50 points or
Yeah,
51 points. It looks like, um, and yeah, no reason to keep that many high scoring letters together. So a good play by Kaya, but again, maybe taking a little bit more time to find a word that she knows like awoke for more points.
and Chris now has picked up the Z, and actually looks
Ooh,
like
he
he
has
spots.
yeah,
Go
he's
ahead.
got easing for 75 spots. It that should be the spot that he's looking at on this board. That is, I would consider it the most active hotspot currently available to him. He should be definitely trying to see if he can hit the Z on that double letter, and we see him start to put it down. So nicely done by Chris. This is
Yes.
going to score more than his bingo did.
Yes. By the way, Charles, since this tournament is in Canada, it's Z.
Oh, yeah. I don't think I'm ever going to get that right, but I'll try my best. Luckily, it's been played for this game, so we don't have to talk about it
Yes.
too much going forward.
Well, unless there's a play that goes into it, but probably
Ooh,
not so
yeah.
likely.
Yeah, I'm now I'm hoping that somebody blocks that spot so there's no chance of me screwing it
Now,
up in the future. But
Kaya has heck lined up. At least one thing that would pop out to me here, and I see that that does play pretty nicely. I might look before I play this to see if there was a place to play Acek, Hacek, right? Might be that heck is the best play, but but
yeah,
he goes
yeah,
with it.
the downside of this play is it does keep two A's. It also keeps the F, which is maybe the the least friendly scoring tile that she currently has on her rack. But you can't really argue with the amount of points she's scoring here. She is scoring 38,
Yeah,
and setting up a little bit of a nice spot for her A underneath the K of heck if that stays open. So there's a little bit of upside here.
yep,
So I think a nice play by Kaya. And
yep.
we see Chris I think his first rack was all one pointers other than the D, and he was able to bingo with it. This is a different kind of one pointer rack where you've got
Well,
duplicate and triplicates of various things. Not great, not a great pull for Chris after his play of Ezine.
and I mean, if there was one drawback to Ezine, it's just that he kept two L's, and I know many of you all probably have had this. Sometimes when you keep two of one letter, it attracts a third, and even though there were only actually that was the only remaining L in the pool, so a little unlucky there. But it looks like he's got ill lined up to just play making KI. Um, that will be interesting to see what happens from Kaya's side if that is the play that he opts for.
Yeah, ill does feel like a pretty standard play here because it gets Chris out of his issue where he's got three L's. It just immediately plays two of them off. Keeps decently with A-L-E-E. You would like to play off one more vowel here, but to
Yep.
do that, you might have to do something like Ilya, which then keeps two L's. So you're sort of choosing between two less than ideal options. And we see Chris just going the unduplication route, which I think is a perfectly good idea here.
Yeah. Yeah. And back to Kaya. And Kaya has that Y to go on the end of ill, but she has any fan in a blank. Any fans out there of Kaya? Shout it out in the chat.
Yeah, I'm sure she has some fans. I'm sure she has any fan.
Hmm.
Yeah,
Hmm.
you mentioned she does have that Y for illy. Unfortunately, no four-letter words for her on this turn. She's going for fan, which is actually a good idea. That gives her some upside for next turn to hopefully hit a 4-letter word in that spot. That's going to be a pretty high score if she manages to draw something.
Okay, right. And back to Chris. We've gone through a lot of tiles and not a lot of time here.
Yeah,
Uh,
right. We don't get as much time to analyze when players make their plays so quickly, but
yes,
keeps the viewers on their toes anyway.
yes, right. So things are coming quickly, and Chris playing Impales very quickly.
Not,
Nicely spotted.
yeah, nice spot by Chris quickly. Um, with the benefit of computer analysis, maybe I'll pose this as a quiz to the chat. There was a 92-point bingo available as a 9-letter word on that turn. If anybody wants to try to find that, knock yourselves out. I'm sure this is a word that very few people would be confident enough to play. So impales, definitely the best human play available on that turn.
Yeah, yeah. So now Kaya has drawn 3 A's.
She still has the blank, so she's still in good shape to get a bingo down eventually. But we haven't talked much about the scoreboard yet.
Yes.
But with Chris hitting Impales, Alien, and Ezine, he's up by 140 points early in this game. So Kaya's going to need to bingo soon, and probably one or two more times after that. So not looking great for Kaya here, but if she is going to make a comeback, it all involves scoring well with Hyena here, and then hopefully getting a bingo down next turn.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's right. That's getting her 36. One thing that would just be a slight improvement here would be just tacking the A on before the E.
Yep. Yeah,
You know,
that would.
A blank rather than AA blank.
Yep. Score 3 more points. Get rid of 1 extra A. It's a little bit tougher word to see. It's kind of sort of a British-looking spelling of hyena.
Yep.
But I think we see Chris has got cruftier set up on his rack, which is not a word. So Kaya might have actually done him a favor here by blocking that E of impaled, or of impales, sorry.
Yeah.
Chris is going to have to figure out something else, and it's going to be something, hopefully that's a valid word.
Well, one thing that I see is that he could play Fritz to the Z.
Yep, and I think he sees it at the same time you do. Somehow you, I don't know if there's some cheating scandal that's currently exploding right now, but
Well, I mean, Chris Tendanen Iyer simpatico, but not that simpatico. But that looks like a pretty good play.
Yep, yeah. So
Points.
this position is actually a little bit interesting as we go back over to Kaya. Chris does hold the C to turn heck into check, and he did have plays there that turn. We'll see if this ever comes up, but he's maybe not next turn.
Yeah, maybe not this turn. So now Kaya, this is definitely a rack that you want to take some time on, right, Charles?
Yeah. The previous few racks where she had the blank, she didn't really have good tiles to go with it. It wasn't really worth looking for a bingo for very long because you could just intuitively know that those letters would not ever make a bingo, or at least they wouldn't make a bingo that you could find. Whereas these letters, even though she drew VG, which is not a great combination, does feel like there would be something here. So if both these players have been speeding through this game, this is the turn where I would expect things to slow down a little bit.
Yeah. And let's see. Okay, shuffling a little bit. Right, she does have a couple of bingos here.
Yep, she does have 2 available bingos, and I think she almost had one of them set up as she was looking for aviate words. Aviating does play through the eye of Fritz, and she actually does have a 94-point double-double of avigator, a little bit of a weird word. I actually am not sure what that one means. Somebody who navigates, I suppose. Kind of a tough find. Yep. So she just goes for via here, which does some good things for her letters. It keeps a good leave, but Jason, I don't really like this idea of blocking that the B column for 7 letter words. I
And
think she needs as many spots as possible.
yeah, and okay, we have a quick exchange from Chris. Yeah, I think if I were going to play Via here, um, it would probably go with the I and the A next to the F and the R of Fritz. Um, yeah, so Chris exchanged, and it was interesting because we did just mention that he had the C to make check out of heck, and he passed that back. Well, it looks like that's gonna work out fairly well for him.
Yeah, he might have been thinking with 2 blanks unseen,
Yeah.
exchange as many as possible and go for the blank. And if you don't notice that the C has sort of an exceptional amount of utility on this
Mhm.
board, you would not have any inclination to keep
Yeah.
it. So we can kind of safely assume that he just didn't notice check and was trying to go for some of the good stuff in the bag, try to run up the score a little bit more, and we see it's worked out for him as he did draw the blank. Kaya does not have a bingo on this turn,
Mm.
so it, kind of unfortunate where the draw that the leave that she kept GAT blank was sort of disrupted by another A and duplicate R's. She's going for Gur here, which is I think a decent play, but she really should be again looking to get rid of duplicate
Yeah.
A's on this turn.
Yeah. And Chris is going right quickly with Portent with a blank E. At least we think it's going to be a blank E. Yep, there it is.
And that is his only bingo. So sort
Mhm.
of in line with what he's been doing the rest of the game, he spots something good, plays it very quickly with a lot of confidence. This one comes down, I think, within a few seconds, and Chris goes back up by 180. Meanwhile, this is kind of a rough series of draws for
Yeah.
Kaya. I mean, keeping AA together is less than ideal, but it shouldn't doom you to a fate where you draw 2 U's to go with your
Well,
2 A's. That
one
feels
thing,
excessive.
actually, just to note, you know what? Chris did just exchange those U's. So one thing, maybe Kaya just kind of drew into the bag without really shuffling. I
Oh,
didn't really
that's a
see
good
that.
point.
So he might have just drawn the U's that he had just thrown back. So yes, always, always when I oh, and we have a German word coming down on the board.
Yeah, I think I don't know tons of German. This sounds like it'd be German for brewing or
Ew.
beer.
Yes. But and okay, this is not on hold. Ooh, and cut. Did that Q was a nice draw. The G after it, and okay, Chris is insta playing XU, which looks pretty solid. 51 points up now, 398 to 194.
Yep, he's just piling on the points here. XU clearly the best play, not only for points but also blocks the U of Brow in case Kaya can get something like an unword. I guess there's not too many uns left or ends left for plays like that, but it's just the perfect play for Chris in this scenario. And we see clocks are stopped. It looks like they're checking in on the score.
Mhm.
I think no matter what amount of math they're trying to do here, it's Kaya's going to still be down by 200 points. There's no amount of trickery that
Yeah.
will make up this deficit.
When
But
Kaya did actually have a bingo through the U, it was not an unword with her rack, but so throw
ooh,
that into chat. Do we see what her bingo is through what her bingo would have been through the U? And that is the sort of thing that I would have just been like, okay, that's cool that I see it. I'd have to ask myself, wait a second, is this a word? And then I'd say,
yeah,
yeah, it's a word. And then I'd watch that XU come down and my heart sink.
yeah. In those situations, honestly, it's like better if you don't see the bingo because then you don't feel the disappointment.
Yeah.
Um, because especially something so there's a very as Jason mentions there's a very cool bingo through the U of Brow, which is phony, with Kaya's letters, something that you would be very proud of yourself to find, and I think any player would be very excited to find a play like that, and then to have it blocked is just a punch in the gut. So maybe better that she didn't really have a chance to spot it. She does have bingos, or
Oh,
I
she
shouldn't
does.
say bingos. She has one bingo here available through the Eye of Fritz that would be equating. Um, she also actually does have a 74-point play using the blank in the queue, not bingoing. So one more point than the bingo. She could play Swag making news and US.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Yeah.
And so, Jason, what do you think here? Do you think you would take the bingo here, or would you not maybe forego the bingo, keep AT, and hope to like hit a double double to the R of Fritz?
Yeah, I think if you see squig, I mean the thing is I think that in my own thought process I would probably see equating and just be like that's the play. Um, so I think obviously squig is not if you see it you might think yes this is pretty obvious, but um, I was also going to say taking a look how many S's do we have left, right? We have three S's left. So um, maybe, right, yeah, maybe if I see squag and I count it, yeah, squag is the play. Um, quit here is the play. So that's a little unfortunate that she's looking at that spot and not seeing the ing.
Yeah, yeah. I think it's very natural when you have the Q U together to just look for those triple letter scores, and if you can hit the Q on one of those spots, you kind of just go for it. It seems, especially when you're keeping the blank, it feels a little bit like a no brainer to make a play like that. It's just unfortunate, yeah, as you mentioned, Jason. It's unfortunate that she had other better plays available, and this spot was a little bit of a smoke screen that was distracting her from the better spots on the board.
Yeah. And Chris, okay, has booty lined up on his rack, but that doesn't really play anywhere.
He might be looking to turn quit into quite. That spot just
Yeah.
recently became available.
Okay.
Something like booty starting at the top of the board.
Yeah.
It like sort of your intuition as a Scrabble player is I'm up by 170. I don't want to open a triple triple, but really putting a B in that spot almost doesn't count as opening a triple triple because there's so few words that would, fit in that spot, especially with what's unseen. So something like booty actually would be a pretty good play here. Keeps the V, but with such a large lead, you can afford to keep sort of less than ideal letters just because there's
Mhm.
very few things that can go so wrong that you would end up losing the game.
Yeah. Yeah. I'd say like if he wants to keep it a Watt making quite Boite
Oh, yep. Yeah, that
option.
feels
Um,
a little safer, keeps one of the O's, as you said, but still a good idea. He does not really have a good way to get rid of the
or
V here, but
oh, he does have one way. I mean, it's not going to reach the double, but he could just play vibe there as he seems to have set up. And that also has the added benefit of not opening up the O column for overlaps. Although at this point you're up 170, uh, might just be get to the end of the game, and
yeah,
he does.
I think that this is actually a good idea for that reason, Jason. Is just it limits access to that triple. There's no easy way for Kaya to maybe over a 2 turn sequence she could try to hit something there,
Yeah,
but Vi pretty conclusively closes that spot. So nice play by Chris to
yeah,
maybe show a little bit less mercy than we were thinking he might show. Like, ooh, and we do see Kaya bingoing here, which is nice. We also see Chris has overdrawn. I don't know if we're allowed
yeah.
to say anything.
Well, wait. And so also, can we get what the?
You know,
I
this
believe Kaya played Overgoat. I want to definitely just see what the blank is here, but also yes, we have an overdraw. I was gonna
oh
say overdraws on. Oh, and we have a challenge, so I guess we will see very quickly what that blank was.
Yeah, I guess this is the second best thing to the blank cam is the challenge cam. We'll see if they type in over goad or over glad or hopefully not anything else, Jason. Hopefully it's one of the valid
Yeah.
blanks.
Over Gnad or
Over
something.
grad or something. Yep, this one is going to be valid. So nicely spotted by Kaya, and really the only spot she had left to bingo on this board.
Yeah.
Like due to what Chris had been doing, space on this board had been uh, dwindling over time, and the V was actually really the last spot to hit a bingo here, unless you can end with an F. So
Yeah.
perfect placement here by Kaya, and nicely spotted.
Yeah.
And now we'll see. There's a lot of stuff going on at once on that turn.
Yeah.
Makes our jobs a little bit difficult to figure out what's going on.
There's
We'll
been a
see,
lot of stuff going on this whole game.
and we'll see if there's any kind of overdraw situation
Yes.
here.
I Well, Chris has only put 7 tiles back on his rack, so I'm assuming that Kaya saw the R with some vowels and put it back,
Yep.
which,
And we are getting confirmation from our producer that they did resolve the overdraw, and this is the result. Is Chris with three O's, uh, not a whole lot of scoring punch is going to be available to him on this turn. He's
mm,
still up by 130, so he's still feeling pretty good.
yeah.
Maybe I don't know, Jason. Do you play off OO somewhere to set up another bingo spot and try to run it up a little bit, or you just sort of stay the course and keep playing defense?
I actually, if there's a place to maybe get rid of the OO that stays inside the position and doesn't really open anything up, or OU even, just because I don't think the U has much value here. U's are bad usually. I would say that right that probably not going for a bingo here. Probably just trying to, as I kind of said earlier, end the game. Like even just like I'm looking at OO in the O column, making IO and BO, which there we go again.
Um, this is getting suspicious.
Well, not to say this, but if you all watched the Lake George stream where Matt Canick called out several plays that I found within the span of 2 seconds and then played, yeah, what's going on here? Kaya has found U's, so this is going to get interesting, at least a little interesting.
Yeah, we assume that she is spotting U's making illy, which she did have the first Y earlier and it ended up playing hyena, but now she's got the second Y. That spot has been sitting there kind of as a hidden scoring spot. Whoever can get the Y in that spot's going to get 40 to 50 points out of it. We'll see if she goes for it, if she's thinking about something else. Use, she would. I don't know if there's something that could happen where Chris would make a board opening play and she would bingo with the J. That might get her pretty close. So
Yeah,
we shouldn't rule her out yet.
yeah, and this is Kaya took a little bit more time on this play, but to me this one seems pretty automatic. Um, yeah,
Yeah, with the duplicate S's, you don't need to necessarily keep one. And
mhm,
she didn't really have a good way to get rid of the J that turn. So in situations like that, you just kind of hope that a J spot materializes from your opponent's next play. You just kind of have to hope that something good happens.
yeah,
I don't think it, especially with that draw with the two I's and no other vowels, that sort of closes the door on Kaya's winning chances. But we do see she did get within 100 here.
yeah,
So she made a little bit of a comeback with her bingo and then that 50-point play.
yeah. I mean, although it, there's still like I don't know, maybe here if Chris makes an opening and Kaya, there are enough tiles in the bag and Kaya plays jig. Yeah. Um, so he doesn't make the opening though. Lou for right 16 points. Yes, nothing crazy can happen here. But if the tile count is correct, Kaya can play jig, leaving one in the bag.
Yeah, and she's looks like she's got that set up, or at least something similar set up.
Yeah.
And yeah, that would be.
Hmm.
Um, I mean, it is a little bit hard to see what would happen after that, where she could actually get a
Yeah.
bingo down. Because
Well,
actually, with if Chris can only make a small, I guess he could play something to the D of Overglad.
it
If
was
he,
Yeah, I was going to say, or one thing there is, it's a very improbable line, but there is through the E in Overglad, there is something that could end in an S or EST maybe. Um, right? From
yeah,
Kaya's perspective, like maybe I'm looking, maybe if she plays JI and she uh, oh, you know what? If she plays Jig, and granted, I'm going for a very specific thing here, she plays Jig and she draws AT, right? She would have Carniest through that E,
oh yeah,
which at least that would make it very interesting. I don't know if we can tell. Has she checked the bag? That would be one thing when you're in the situation. Um, I am always going to the bag to count the tiles way more than I need to. There are three
yeah.
tiles in the bag. Oh yeah, there are three tiles in the bag. There are three tiles in the bag. Oh yeah, there are three tiles in the bag.
Yeah, I'm the same way. I like it. I think it's sort of like a comfort thing, or maybe a little bit of a tick. Like I just, if I'm deep in thought, I just
Mhm.
automatically reach over for the bag to have something to do with my hands. And it's like, oh, yep, it's still three. It's been
Oh
three the last three times I counted, and it's three this time.
yeah. Well, so
Um,
Kaya has gone for cyst. I think that's a little bit of a concession sort of play.
yeah, I think she did, as you mentioned, Jason. She did have a little bit of hope that turn if she played off the J.
Mm.
She's just, I
Oh,
think,
that she has Narchi.
ooh, wow.
Wow. I mean, it's not going to play sad, but
Well, I guess if Chris strings out the S in space,
yes,
we could still see it.
I
I
would
don't think
very much approve of this.
actually the highest equity play by far on this turn is just to play Stymed, Stimed,
And
to the D of Overglad. That just puts
I don't think
the
that's
S
gonna,
in the
yeah, I didn't think that was gonna happen, but yeah, there's uh Chris plays gums, and yeah, of course, just making sure you're not opening anything and making sure that nothing catastrophic happens. That's perfectly plausible there.
yeah, yeah, and he's guaranteeing it out in two. EST is going to go out many spots on this board,
Yeah.
and yeah, he's a human. He's not a computer. He's not going to put an S in a triple lane in the end of the game just to score 36 points. That's not a human thing to do, and we see him do the very human thing.
Yes. Hmm. So now, hmm. So now, looking, does Kaya have like something big to hit one of the triples here?
Yeah, it's interesting. She actually does not have anything that hits the D of Overglad, which you would be hoping for. You with the E and the J in hand, you'd want to get something down in that spot. Um, so it looks like her best play would just be something like Tajin to the E of Overglad or something similar. She's not scoring more than
Hmm.
26 points or 27 points with this J, unfortunately.
She's almost assembling Narchi.
Just yeah, mourning it a little bit. I think that's certainly called for if you've got a cool bingo that doesn't go anywhere on the board, especially if you're being streamed. I
Yeah.
think the classic thing to do is set it up, kind of get a little bit of a sad look on your face,
Yeah.
and sort of let the whole world know that you're aware of it and you're sad about it. And then you mourn it for a little bit, and then move on.
Yeah. Hmm.
Looks like she might be setting up Jan T, which is sort of a similar idea. Achieves
Yeah.
basically the same thing. That would be her best play. Ooh, she's actually going for
Ooh,
Janted.
tilted. As in,
And unlike her previous pony, I don't think she's getting
yeah,
away with
yeah,
this one.
yeah, yeah.
Can't fault her for trying, because she's not going to win that game anyway. Might as well try to make up a little bit of spread. But yeah, she's a little bit disappointed. She might have thought that one was good, or at least had a chance. And so she's going to get stuck with the J here, which is going to ding her a little bit on spread. This game was never really going to be close. I shouldn't say that. There is a
right,
very faint chance.
There was a chance. It was a little improbable, but required a little bit of creativity here. So where's Chris going to play Sight here? Or I see Steyer. Wait, is he playing TIES?
Ooh, he actually has. So this is his second best outplay. He actually has a 29-point outplay here. Maybe that's another quiz for chat as this game comes to an end. We've got Chris Tenden, the winner, 525 to 367 after getting all the stuff off of Kaya's rack. And I think we're going to do an overhead cam here and see what they have to say about this game.
6
to 370.
Yep.
You made it a decent score for yourself at the end.
Oh, I don't know. I had Norcha.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Jantier.
Jantier, yeah.
Nowhere to put it, obviously. I blocked it.
Can Norcha be spelled with one, just an E?
Well, it can be spelled two. Narch, Narchejee.
Yeah, but it can be spelled with just one, too.
I don't know what just one. I think it needs
No.
And it can be spelled IE,
Maybe
right?
Definitely like that, yeah, for sure.
Narchi,
Yeah,
like that.
Jantier. Oh. This one I wasn't 100% on, but.
What, Impales?
Impales, yeah.
Oh,
I think I've seen it, but I don't.
I think it's good. I never even
See.
thought about it.
Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah. Okay, I guess you get to enter it.
Yeah, well, good game.
Thank you, Chris.
I guess you'll enter, or.
If you can enter it, that's great. And then squared tiles would be awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right.
Assist.
So I think there's some spellings in Narchi being discussed there. I'm not sure if all of them were correct, but we'll let people look that one up on their own. Again, nicely done by Chris to get a really big win here early in this 14-game tournament, getting off to a good start. Always feels really good. Maybe he may even be at the top of the standings after round one, which would feel really nice.
That's always nice. You just say stop the count then, but always nice to get a good start momentum. But in Kaya's case, I know that she's just gonna plug right along to the next game.
And so I think those players played quick, as we noted throughout the game. Kind of hard to keep up with the commentary when they're just blasting plays back and forth at each other. If they're done early, we're going to need to take a little bit of a break here while the rest of the games finish up. I think we agreed that for round two, we would be looking at Jason Ubika versus Shafiq Tobani. We'll talk more about Shafiq when we come back from a break. A very interesting player just coming back to the Scrabble scene after an absence. But this has been the first round of the Scrabble Holiday Party, sponsored by NASPA Games. We'll take a quick break, but don't go anywhere because we've got a lot more Scrabble to come.
Yeah, looking forward to it.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the live stream of the Scrabble Holiday Party, sponsored by NASPA Games. If you were watching the players milling around the playing room, you noticed a very festive atmosphere. It is, of course, a holiday party. There's hot chocolate. There's ugly sweaters. There might even be some singing at some point. I would probably decline the singing. You don't want to hear me do that. But the sweaters all look great. And while I'm not personally adorned with my own sweater, we do have Jason Keller here with me, who I think needs to show off a sweater
Yep.
of his own.
Because chat was just wondering, like, is this just spreading? No, we are spreading some holiday schmear.
Ooh, I get the pun. Very nice. It's got
Yes,
a
yes.
very
Hanukkah, right? Hanukkah starting tomorrow night.
yeah. I see the menorahs. I saw the bagels. I see the
Yep,
dreidels. So
yep.
you've got everything covered there for your Hanukkah spirit, your holiday spirit. I
Yep.
think, Jason, if you showed up to the tournament with that thing on, you probably win the ugly sweater contest.
Well, it's interesting. There have actually the California Open, which is going on right now, although it's 7:30 in the morning in California. California Open has had an ugly sweater contest in the past, and so there have been some very outrageous holiday sweaters that have been sported. I don't know if I would have won. But anyway, yeah, you know what? A couple of things. As I said, I'm still here with my J mug, although the hot cocoa is gone at this point. But yeah, you know what, chat? If you are wearing something festive, drop that in the chat. And if you have any favorite Scrabble themed swag, drop that in the chat.
And if you're not wearing anything festive like me, well, first of all, you're in good company. Second of all, go dig through your closet, find something appropriate. I think that would heighten the viewing experience.
Hmm.
Just to get something ugly, something Christmassy on you, maybe drink some hot chocolate. That actually
You know,
sounds
we
like a
know that a
really good
lot of you
idea.
in chat have Santa caps just hidden, and it is unfortunately SantaCon in New York City today, and perhaps elsewhere. So pull out those Santa caps. We know you got them.
So we just saw round one of the Scrabble Holiday Party tournament. That was Chris Tenten winning over Kaya.
Mhm.
Still 13 games to go, and we're showing three more games of Collins this morning. Our next matchup is going to be Shafiq Tobani versus Jason Ubika. I think regular viewers of Let's Play Scrabble streams have probably seen Jason Ubika many times in the past, but probably have not seen Shafiq. And I think there's a good
So, as I understand, Shafiq, he actually played in the first World Championship and the third World Championship. And in the third World Championship, he finished in seventh place ahead of Adam Logan. And I checked out, he actually beat Adam in the next to last round to secure that ranking. So he took a step away from Scrabble for about 20 years, right? And he has just returned, as I understand. He plays in the Ottawa Scrabble Club.
Yep, and we do have some inside information that he is better than his rating. He's just
Mhm.
coming back, started with no rating. He was rated 0 when he started playing again, and has to claw his way back up to what he deserves to be. So we're interested to watch Shafiq. Look at that career record, lots of games, way more games in his tournament history.
Mhm. Yeah. Jason also, though, speaking of World Championships, was just at the World's the Westpac, and he finished 19 and 13, um, and was just off by spread. 16th place was 19 and 13. Jason was just a little bit behind that on spread, so he's coming in playing well. So it's going to be, and look at that. So Shafiq won his first game. Jason lost his first game. Uh, but we're going to see. It's very early.
And as we expected, there just as we saw in the previous game, these players have not played each other again. Shafiq and Jason have not played just because Shafiq has so few tournaments under his belt since his return.
Yeah.
We see Shafiq to go first, and we do have players drawing tiles, so I think, are officially underway.
Yes. And we see Shafiq is, again, not festively dressed. But Jason, that's like a reasonable, just like regular wear to a holiday party. I approve of that.
Yeah, I actually do have a work holiday party of my own coming up, and I'm probably going to look a lot like Jason when I show up. I'll look somewhat Christmassy. I might wear something red. Certainly not going to be very decorative.
And well, Shafiq has drawn legume blank, and so he's going to play legumes. Very quick, very nicely spotted. Apparently, we're not going to get at least a reprieve yet for some slow plays because Jason has drawn Taihoas, Taihoas, which does play here. Um, so, well, although one thing, Jason is fairly meticulous, so he might take a little while to just kind of think about this.
Yeah, even if he does see the 7 right away with Taihoas, that is his only bingo, but in the commentary booth, we can say that certainly, that he's got one bingo, he needs to find it. Jason doesn't know that. He's got some floaters to work with now, especially the M and the L look like they could go nicely with these letters.
Yeah.
So it's worth taking a little bit of time to make sure you don't have something better than Taihoas. But we would expect eventually Taihoas to come down.
And yeah, I could also see, even although I think it would be easy to dismiss, trying to get the double through the U as well.
Yeah, I mean, this is Collins after all, so there's a lot of weird stuff. You can't discount the possibility. You should
Taihoas
look.
itself is pretty weird. And well, Jason's okay. Yeah, there it goes.
Yeah, nice spot by Jason. A little bit of a weird word here, especially if you're not a Collins player. This one's going to look a little bit crazy, but studying those high probability 7s always pays off, and we see it paying off here.
And speaking of high probability 7s, look at what Shafiq has drawn.
Yep, he's just got Gentiles set up on his rack. Doesn't look like that plays as a 7, but he at least has something like Gentiles to the S of legumes. Yes. And he's got a bunch of floaters now to think about.
Yeah.
Maybe give us a little bit of space to breathe as he sort of iterates over his options.
Yeah, maybe, although granted, maybe with the winter theme, play sleeting from the S. Wow.
Oh, man. Fireworks to start here.
Yes, so we're going to probably start this game with four bingos in a row, which is pretty cool.
It's very neat. It leaves maybe a little bit less room for strategic discussion because you just have to play your bingo. But it's certainly entertaining for the fans. It does mean that they're playing a lot of the good tiles early, and the later game might become a little bit more of a strategic slog. We'll see how it shakes out.
Or it could just be that one of them ends up drawing like 5 or 6 bingos. We'll see.
It definitely, at this point, both of them seem like they could be the one that draws 5 or 6 bingos.
Yeah.
So maybe both of them. That would be.
Yeah, that would be really awesome.
So Shafiq still is looking at his various options here. If he doesn't want to play Sleeting or Gentiles, he could do something like Legatine through the A of Taihoas. That's actually maybe where I would be looking to play, just because that's kind of a Z hot spot on top of Taihoas. 95 point Z play would be pretty devastating there. I'd be trying to take care of that before anything else.
Yeah, even just to cover it, even if you don't get a Z there,
sorry, my apologies once again.
Yeah, something else could go there for high 30 to 50 points, a K and H. So yeah, I think I would be looking at that spot as well. It looks like he's got gate line set up. I hope he shuffles out of that.
Yeah, the words, if you add an A to this rack, it does make a couple words, but they're a little bit hard to spot. So going for the safe option here, which I think is good if you're not sure of the 8s through the A. You definitely do not want a phony here.
Right, and so he's going to take that. That's going to be 70 points. So he's on 144. and
Yeah, Jason now has that G out in space, so he should be looking for ing words. There actually is not one on this position, but that's probably where his. This is a turn where you don't want to miss something. If something plays up there, you would definitely be wanting to play there. His best bingo is actually just playing the 7 on this rack, surprisingly, making a lot of overlaps under Ihoas. If he wants to put the A out in space, kind of a stylistic decision there if he wants to risk that, but that would be 78 points.
yeah, right. Well, one thing, Charles, would you say that because the G is out there, it might, or it makes pretty good sense to just open up a lot of times when you're in the situation. If there's one triple open and you can't really deal with it, sometimes it makes sense to open another one.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Like if you expect your opponent to use one of them, then you get the other one. So you're always going to have a triple available to you on your next turn. And yeah, that's a very good point.
And one thing is this Jason, I think, has this on hold. And I think I can kind of understand, maybe because of the expurgation, thinking that maybe this is a slur. So I think that might be why he's holding this, but this is acceptable.
Yeah, you could also think that it's maybe only an adjective describing a person rather than the noun of the person. So yeah, I think some good reasons to hold, and he's probably trying to figure out, does this play do anything for him where it would be helpful to leave it? Or
I think, okay, he's accepted. Okay. I think it looks like he's accepted, yeah. Okay. Well, yeah. Mm-hmm.
So probably a lot of Jason's thought process, because he was actually holding for a long time, maybe about 2.5 minutes. He was also thinking about, what his own play would be given that Gentiles was on the board. And we see him going for Aneroid, I think exactly for the reason you said, Jason. If you're not using the triple, better to have 2 open than 1.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it does maybe, it does increase maybe the likelihood that one of them gets hit big. But also, both of these players are drawing 7 random tiles. We see, unfortunately, Shafiq is not going to get another bingo on this turn.
Yeah, these are not bingo letters. There's some good stuff here, but certainly not bingo letters. He does have, I think what is clearly the best play here is just playing Figo through the G of Gentiles. It looks like he does have that set up. Scores 33 points, keeps ACEI, which is about the best you can do on a turn like this. If he sees it, this feels a little bit like a no-brainer.
Yeah. I mean, I could see, well, especially one thing with the board being so open right now, it does make sense to at least take a look at everything and see, but Figo does seem fairly straightforward here.
Yeah, and the ACEI leave clearly a little bit vowel heavy, but there are some nice consonants on the board to work with on future turns. The board is a bit open, especially the N and the T and the L of Gentiles and the M of legumes could give you some 8-letter words on your next turn if you draw well, or not even especially well. A lot of draws will give you 8s on this board. So it does feel like a strong play.
Shafiq is right now setting up Chow, which I'm assuming he's going to play on the left at 8A to the triple. That's a nice score as well. I would prefer, okay, he's doing a bit of shuffling here. I mean, that is another option to take out one of the triples. But yeah, I would be looking to get rid of the F, and that A, E, I, C is pretty bingo grown. It's good, but yeah, he's gone back to Chow.
Yeah, so Chow is 5 fewer points. That is 28. It's a nice score, and Shafiq might be thinking that A is just making him anxious. That A in the triple line, a little bit more volatile than the G of Gentiles.
This is pretty reasonable. Yeah.
And we mentioned that the bingoing had come to a stop for Shafiq. We see the same fate has grabbed Jason.
Yeah.
He's not going to bingo with UW on his rack, but still does have some decent options here. My first thought on this rack would be, where can I play Dwam? DWAUM.
Right.
Like if you have those letters, it's almost always the right play just because it's getting rid of the things that you don't want.
Mm-hmm.
Jason can play Dwam on this turn, making ODD odd under Aneroid. Would you be looking to do something like that? Maybe take a little bit more time and come up with something else?
Yeah, you know what? I mean, I might lock in on that triple a little bit first, but I don't think there's really anything there that right that really takes off. Or one thing in this case, if I can't get rid of everything, try to get rid of most of it. So like if I have to keep a U, I know that that's not like the best thing, but like something like yeah, like something like yeah, I see like mod, which plays parallel to Gentile, where that gets rid of a lot of it, and right, it's going to leave LUT, which isn't great, but it's something. It's definitely something to consider, because I think how much is mod?
Looks like 32 for Maud.
Yeah.
So that's his best score here.
Oh, well. Okay, Jason goes the cat route and plays mule. Also, kind of a similar idea that it does leave at least 2 vowels and 2 consonants. Right? We always like cat words here on the stream, so that's also an advantage. But
yeah, he's definitely scoring points with me. My cat has not meowed yet. I think he's taking a nap. Both of them are taking naps, but we'll see if we get any of them reenacting that word at any point during this stream.
Yes. Okay.
So Shafiq was drawing into IFE, so not a great leave, but we see the bag didn't do him any favors. He drew the Y and the V together to go with that F. That's just an uninspiring collection of high-scoring consonants. But that L of mule does give him a little bit of a lifeline if he can spot Bailey. That does feel strong here, but then there's also, you've still got that G of Gentiles sitting there open. How long do you want to leave that open, or are you maybe focused on killing it now with Vigs, possibly?
I mean, he can't know this, but Jason does have Juga right up there if Shafiq does not take the spot. But I think it's kind of hard, and especially here, again, it's just like, I don't think, I mean, I see, he does have the F and the I separate. He could just play if here, but, maybe slow play this a little bit and then just hopefully, deal with the V or the Y the next turn. I see he's making a lot of words ending in S. Which I think he'd be playing off of mule.
Yeah, he might be going for something like Yves and Mules, which is 32 points, but he can score 33 with something like Vigs through the G of Gentiles, which I think achieves more of what he wants to do on this board.
Yeah. Although there is something to it being an even game, and already we have one S out, we have one blank out, Vigs leading EFY. I mean, I see the merit of it, but it's also a question of, well, am I willing to part with the S at this point? And
that's actually a very good point, because the S sort of was a little bit useless before Mule, and now after Mule, there's that big S hook. It's a little bit obstructed by Aneroid. It's not a perfect S hook, but it is something where the S maybe is a little bit more useful. We see Shafiq going for 5s. I think it's perfectly reasonable and to try to get rid of the F and the V all at once. Those
Yeah.
tiles do not like each other. So this is a good idea. Actually, just the G of Gentiles is going to sit there until somebody plays there, and it might be this turn.
Yeah, I would think it would be this turn. I was going to say also, not that it's like, not that it's super promising, but also just that he does have the Y to go under the F if he does play. Yeah, Jason's going to play Juga very quickly for 60 points. But yeah, if somehow Shafiq draws a 7-letter word ending in Y, this turn will look pretty good.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Or even a 6 ending in a Y could be a very nice play underneath 5. So we'll see what Shafiq's letters are. We see he's drawn the X.
X. Ooh. And Jason would really like, well, if I were Jason, I would really like Shafiq to play his E right now in space.
Oh yes, yeah, that would be nice.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think we're going to see it. It's kind of hard for Shafiq to do
Yeah.
a play like that.
Yes.
He does have boxing set up. Pretty.
Okay. Right. That seems pretty. Well, he has eye boxing set up, but but yeah, boxing seems reasonable. I was also looking. What do you think about box? Well, let's see. Boxing is going to score 34. Is that right?
It's like 32.
One other thing that I see and I know is just as I mentioned with the FY Boxy, which plays for also
The same amount. Yep.
Yeah, yeah. What do you think about which? I see that they're kind of married to both. Now he's gone away from the X.
Yeah, I guess there's maybe not a ton of rush to play the X this turn. You could hope for something a little bit better than 32. He's going for Joey, which uses up the J. The GBIX combination
Yeah.
is never going to bingo next turn, whereas something like boxing has a little bit more upside.
I
There
would
was
say-
also a 42-point box D through the T of Gentile that, other than opening up a sort of a outrageous double-double line, had some upside as well.
Yeah. I mean, one thing, yeah, Shafiq drew reasonably well into it. Yeah. I mean, personally, yeah, I would be looking at that E and being like, why can't you be one column over?
Yeah, Jason almost has pipetted.
Yes. Does he have? So 2 P's, 2 T's. Does he have something going down from the A, maybe? Trying to think. I mean, one thing about Joey is that at least here, I mean, yes, I guess you can overlap Joey. There aren't a lot of just obvious spots to score right now.
Yeah, that it's an even game. Shafiq's up by 3, and as you mentioned, the hot spots that we had a couple turns ago have all been used, and now it's a little bit more touch and go in terms of whether you'll have any good plays. And Jason with 2 P's and 2 T's has a little bit less flexibility than normal. Since he doesn't have anything that goes to the left of Joey, he can't use that as a scoring spot. He also doesn't have anything down from the A of Aneroid. So it's a little bit more of a strategic turn where he has to, since he's not going to be scoring a lot of points, he has to decide what he wants to do with the board. And we see here just going for a bingo, opening up new space. His plan is clearly to get bingo letters this next draw.
Yeah, I might have. Would you have gone for? Because I saw tipped. Would you have gone for tipped, which played under 5s? Just to maybe.
Yeah, I guess with blank and 2 S's out.
Yeah.
I mean, there's some value to just kind of digging into the bag a little bit, but it does mostly blocks the last bingo spot. So I think Jason was sort of definitely seems to have the bingo mindset here rather than the natural outscoring mindset.
Yeah. And And as we see, Shafiq has bollocks.
Ooh, and he actually, I would never have seen this without the computer's help. He actually has a pretty crazy 8-letter word through the C and the A on the left of the board. He can score 66 there, and
Yeah,
it's not an ing word.
yeah. Oh, I see it. Give Chad a little bit of a chance to.
This one is
Yes,
low probability. You'd have to be pretty deep in your study to see that, or be studying extensions.
yes, yes. I mean, actually, Charles, bollocks or box? Oh wait, you can't play box. OT is not a word.
I actually saw box first and I almost said it. And then I'm like, oh yeah, OT. They still haven't added that, have they?
What's he? He's, he's playing albino.
I think there's a little bit of merit to this because it does retain the X for the spot on top of Tippy and is actually kind of setting up a new X spot to the right of albino. But GX by itself,
Yeah.
again, not a great leave. It's certainly not going to bingo next turn.
Also, just one thing, even though that XI spot is there, I feel like there's a very easy way for that XI spot to disappear if you just play something that has a consonant in front of the T. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, I think it's maybe a little bit optimistic to assume that that spot will stay open, especially with the lack of other playable spots on this board. That does feel like the spot that your opponent would be most likely to play on. But we see Jason drew pretty well to his leave of TED. He did draw the S. He just had too many consonants. And we see him. Jason, I think this is
Not a
phony.
word. This is not a word. And in fact, Shafiq is challenging this word. I think we need
That's
critical. Yeah, it's a little bit surprising. But yeah,
there's a lot of 4-letter words with a K, and I struggle with them to this day, obviously. But Kurt, unfortunately, not one of them. This is going to set Jason back quite a ways because he's going to need to do something similar next turn. This is basically delaying his bingo by at least one turn, and he's just going to be further behind after Shafiq's next turn. So kind of a crucial misstep there for Jason.
So yeah, by the way, I know we've kind of gone past it, but yes, right, it was Clangbox, right?
Yes, Klangbox was Shafiq's star play on the last turn. Very tough find. I'd be honestly surprised if anybody in this division other than Logan spotted that one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. Well, now, okay. Okay. Shafiq has Goto set up. That's a little mashup of Gato and Koto. Gateaux, and okay, he's moved it, and Coteaux. That would have been interesting if that came right back. I think, right?
He could be thinking that since Jason just gave up a turn, he has a free turn to do whatever he wants. And he can play. That would be like 100-point phony bingo.
Yeah. Well.
117, as a matter of fact.
Well, of course, though, I mean, in that case, if it's 117 and you're not sure, why not make it 122 or 0? So, yeah.
It's always going to get challenged.
Out of that. He's cycled out of that. Oxgate, I think, is just, like, I know it's not the greatest leave, but I'm looking at Tux here. Just over the TI and Tippy. Just get a little bit of breathing room here.
Yeah, so definitely putting the X in that spot feels like the play here. Can't do Gox because of OT. He could do just XU. He's going for Tux. I think I would go for XU here just to avoid opening that spot on top.
Yeah, that is, and also just the just keeping the T with this rack, I think also will help it out a little bit. But Tux is okay.
He does go up by 60 with this play. So, and he knows that Jason is not bingoing. He knows that Jason's going to have to do something like Cure or Dirk. I actually would maybe, it's hard to say. Dirk scores a lot less than Cure here, but getting rid of the D feels like there's some like this could go wrong with a 2-consonant draw. You have a little bit more breathing room with just ERS.
This could go a couple of different ways. We'll see. That's gonna go pretty well.
Yep.
That's gonna go pretty well.
And we see Shafiq has drawn. This is oh, sorry, I've got actually the game wrong here. I gave Shafiq the play of XU, and I should have given him Tux. So give me a little bit of
Yeah.
time to fix this. But he's drawn too many vowels.
Too many vowels.
Keeping the T would have
been
helped him here.
Although, nice little clear that I just see. He can just play bougie from the B for, just 18 points. It does kind of mess with the hooking for Kier.
Yeah, that's a good point, because Kier is clearly a fishing play.
Yeah.
And there's a kind of S hook on Kier that is hard to deal with if you don't have a hook on Kier, which I believe is.
Or I guess you know what? Actually, he had it. I just noticed that rather than a bougie playing Baguio, Baguio, in that spot from the B, also is a nice dump, and it keeps the E. We'll see if he spots that. He has Agio at the beginning of his rack. Not sure if I see where that goes here. Now he has Uvoy.
Yeah, something like Bougie or Baguia does feel like the star play here for multiple reasons. Blocking the hooks on Kier, which does take an N as well, and clears up the rack. Scores about as many points as he can hope to score on this turn. He doesn't have, at least according to Quackle, does not have a 20-point play available. Or if he does, the leave is so bad that Quackle doesn't generate it as an option. Yeah. So it does feel like something from that B of Albino would be by far the standout play on this turn.
Yeah. And very nice.
That's not an easy one to spell correctly. It feels like the vowels are pretty much random in that word.
Yeah. So yes, as the chat was saying, kind of reflecting that, reflecting the underratedness. That's very nice. Did that actually? No, he's still gonna have destroy.
Yep, and he does have
everything. It didn't.
And he does have roisted as well for 90, hitting the Y on the double letter if he's confident on that word. And honestly, after losing a challenge, I'm just trying to get a bingo down.
Right, and he's in a position. Well, that may be something that looms later, but just to get this down, and just also to take the lead back, at least for the moment. Yeah,
we see Jason now with a 20-point lead. Kind of really got the draw he needed after that phony. Things could have gone very south for him after that, but we see he's gone his way back into this game.
And Shafiq, that Q is that's kind of blocking everything. This would be a very nice rack, but for the Q.
Yeah, the Q feels a little bit like an albatross here. There are no U's unseen, so no U's coming to save you. There are 2 spots to dump it for 11, so it's not a complete disaster. It's not like you're going to be stuck with it for 5 turns, unable to play it. But I don't see a lot of upside for the Q on this board. Luckily, Shafiq does have the Z. Notice that I said it correctly. So that offsets the fact that the Q is going to be a problem for him for the next turn or 2.
Yeah, and there is also, if he wants to play Qua instead, although maybe not with very few A's left. Right, he could play Qua. I don't know if I would play Qua at this point unless I had another A.
Yeah, definitely. It would feel like a nice play to set up your Z with something like Aqua. But absent that.
Although I guess one thing, he does have DZO for 39 on the next turn, regardless, just down from the D. So this could be, maybe play Qua, play Zo, hopefully draw a nice bingo after that. Ah, so is he gonna play ads? He's gonna play ads. That's
Yeah, I'm trying to. So this is his highest scoring play. So it's always worth considering your highest scoring play. It's 45. I'm trying to decide if I like keeping the A here. Does the A really help the Q? Like, can you draw a cat somewhere? Like maybe on top of Tux. If
yeah.
you, the last T, you could hit something there. Maybe I'd be looking to
Ooh,
play.
well, mhm.
So
Well, that blank is probably going to be helpful. And Jason very quickly playing Vaulted.
this is his highest scoring play and gets rid of the V and the duplicate Ds. So this kind of does everything he wants.
Yeah, it also it just changes the whole just everything at the top of the board just in terms of now there aren't any easy like 7 letter bingos ending in S or anything like that. So that's really quickly spotted, and
Yeah, I think that's a good point. Since Jason did not have the S on that turn, and the bag is dwindling, he might
yep,
be thinking Shafiq could be close to something. Let's try to make it harder for him and just try to win
mhm,
this end game straight up.
yep,
So nice idea by Jason there. It also blocks the QAT spot if that
yeah,
had come into play for 36
yeah,
or whatever.
yeah. Now, what is non-quar? Is there something that I'm just looking at the way that Shafiq has his tiles?
Yeah, he
Oh,
might
right.
be trying to throw us off because I
Yeah.
can't imagine a non-word with these letters. His best play is going to probably be playing Chin through the Eye of
Okay.
Gentiles. Yeah,
Yep. And he's doing that. Yep.
and he is down to 5.5 minutes. That's
Yep.
not super dangerous, but if it does get
Yeah.
complicated here, he's going to want
Oh.
that time.
Oh. Yeah. I think. Yeah. I think he might be able to find something with that rack.
Yeah, the leave of ANOR blank with the two E's
Yeah.
open for eights, the E of vaulted and especially the E of ads, made it feel like he couldn't miss. At least he
Yeah.
would almost always draw something through the bottom E. It's like very, very
Yeah.
difficult to miss.
Yeah.
So um,
Although, and Jason's going for brew. I think. Right. He's of the. He's. I think he's thinking here with these tiles, just try to score and outrun and hopefully avoid the whammy. But um, yeah,
yeah,
that.
and
Mhm.
I would say like a play like Chin from Shafiq doesn't really indicate much to Jason other than Shafiq just wants to get rid of the Q. Like
Right.
it's not he's not saying, hey, I have the blank in the S. He's saying I have the Q and it sucks and I want to play it. It just
Yeah.
so happened that Shafiq was keeping very well with that leave and then drew the S. I think if Jason had managed to draw either the S or the blank, it would be a lot different calculus here in terms of
Yeah.
bingo chances. Instead, it's going to be pretty easily Shafiq's game here. Although he doesn't have a ton of bingos on this turn.
But he
Um,
he has spotted one, and that's all you need to do sometimes. I think, especially there is one in the bag. So I think the only thing maybe to worry about here would be the C, because I mean that would I think a bingo here is going to win unless the C is in the bag. I'm not
yeah,
seeing. Is there, Charles? Is there a C spot on the board?
I have not spotted one, and that's actually a good point because if Jason has enough scoring power and Shafiq's
Yeah,
only going up by 40, he can.
yeah,
You could foresee a situation where he dings him in enough high scoring
yeah,
spots to actually take this one
yeah.
back.
So maybe something like. Although I guess then we also have to then the other thing would be with those remaining tiles. Does Jason possibly have a bingo that he that he that if Shafiq plays one tile, Jason will bingo out. So interestingly, is this I don't know if I saw this, I might panic and pass here.
Yeah. So Jason does have two available bingos from Shafiq's point of view through the E of ads. He's got infected and
Uh,
hind feet.
hind feet. Yes, I saw hind feet, but
So actually, if he
hind
has,
feet would be nice. You know, reindeer and their hind feet. Like that would be nice if.
yeah, that's a very topical word, I would say. It's also noted in chat that if Shafiq does draw the C and it maybe is unplayable,
Yeah,
Jason just has hind feet. Then
yeah,
again, hind feet is a very difficult
yeah,
word to see. I would
mhm,
say, is infected a word? No, infected is not a word. Then I
yeah.
would give up.
Uh, I would have said isn't hefted a word. No, it's hind feet. But
Ooh,
yes, gonna go
you would
with
beat me then.
what?
You would beat me then.
Yes. Yes, so he does go with Reasoner, and this is going to win. I think the only way that this wouldn't have won is is if that C were in the bag and Jason spotted hind feet. Um, but we know the C's not in the bag.
Yep, I can confirm that there is nowhere to like. If I give Jason just a bare C on this turn, it does not play anywhere. He'd have to pass. So a little bit of a bullet dodge there for Shafiq. This
But
endgame would have gone kind of complicated.
but 7 and 8 and yeah, and but 7. I think I'd imagine that anything else won. So 7 and 8, and I'm not sure if there was a way to guarantee 8 and 8 other than maybe a pass. Ooh, and I hear a meow.
Yep. Yeah, we got the mule. I think we got more than one, so we did actually have mules.
Oh yes, yes. So, and now if you're Jason, you just kind of look for, I think, playing off as many of your heavy tiles here as you can.
Yeah, it looks like playing CHEZ gets rid of the C and the H for 28. Keeps badly, but since Shafiq's going on
Yeah,
next turn, you don't worry about that. You just try to do as best as you can with these letters, and it looks like it's going to be Shafiq's win here, maybe demonstrating that he is in fact slightly underrated. Definitely played like
yeah,
the expert player that he was back in 1993 at the Worlds.
and especially especially that find of Baggio in the middle of the game was very very solid and led to this.
Yeah, definitely some good plays from Shafiq, and we
Especially
don't want
down
to.
the stretch there, because that could be something where it could have been very easy, I think, for someone to maybe just get a little bit nervy that, oh my god, like my opponent played a phony and now he just got a bingo and now he's ahead. So good composure as well.
Yeah,
Um, yes, uh, Jason was what's he doing? He's playing fence. Okay, yeah,
yeah, not quite the best end game, but still
yeah.
pretty good to get rid of the F and the C.
Mhm.
We see Shafiq again, not perfect end game. He actually can play the I under the F of fives, but that's just a 1 point difference, and this game
That's
ends.
yeah, yeah, yeah. So right,
Let's see
so
if we can get overhead cam or overhead mic. That
like,
is.
yeah,
Okay. 440. Do you have 372? No, 366. Ah, I see the mistake.
Okay.
I missed 4 points here. No, 3636. So this is 378.
Are we doing your score?
Yes.
Yeah, 378.
378 and then 68 and 86. 446.
Oh, actually, wait. I don't think that's 68. Wait, two. It's just 58.
Ah, 58.
Yeah, 58. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't even count it. I was so
Yeah,
demoralized.
just as well. So
Yeah.
58, 16,
So
8,
444.
13, 436.
Yeah,
Yes.
436 and 8, 444,
And
and then
then
458.
plus 14 is 458.
Yeah.
A 10 point less, yeah. And
Oh,
415?
sorry, I'm showing 416 for me now.
Okay, let's take a look.
Yeah, wait a minute. Have you got 341 for me?
Yes.
371,
Yes.
396.
That's where the problem is. So 416, right?
Yeah.
And 45.
Yeah, well
Good
done.
game. Got lucky in the end, but I messed up a bit, I think.
I blew it with that phony. I just
Yeah,
thought,
this
I
is
thought
the
Kurt
one.
was good.
This is the
had
one.
no idea. Yeah. Oh,
I think
yeah. I
that
mean,
is
if I play that, then I have
may
a
have
good
cost you
shot.
the game.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, definitely. Most likely because I lost all the momentum there.
I had terrible at this stage here.
Yeah.
And this one here, I had to dump it quickly. I was running out of time. That
Yeah.
was the other problem.
Yeah.
Why did you put me on hold here?
I was just uncertain for some reason. Like I
Okay,
doubted
verify
myself. Yeah. That's fair as well. Yeah. For some reason, I just didn't see that as like sleeving stealing. I forgot about
It's a
Gentiles.
non-Jewish person.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I know what it is. I thought it was maybe. Wait.
Are you
Was it
Jewish?
expurgated? No.
So then you are.
Yeah. I'm Gentile. But for some reason, I thought, wait a minute. It's a word, obviously, but is it good or not? And then I was looking for triples and figured, okay, well, we have volatility here, both places.
Yeah, I was
Yeah.
scared of this area.
Yeah.
So I had more on this side here, but on the G.
Yeah.
But I had to close the 9 timer.
Mhm.
And I was coming here again, but I decided to not play here. Otherwise, Jay would have lost that spot. I had figs and wigs, and I wasn't sure.
Are you going to do the results, or do you,
You
want
can
me to
do
do
it. It doesn't
Okay,
matter.
well,
Anybody, yeah. 4, 5, 8, and 4. I didn't think I had a chance against you. I just got lucky.
I've lost. I lost the first game as well to Charmaine. So yeah, my tournament's over for sure. Game over for me.
No,
Jason!
Can you come back?
No. It's over.
No.
I always declare tournament over, then I usually do better. But I declared tournament over after the first game, but it didn't work. Let's see. Sorry. Two.
I think I had something better than this. I don't know if there's anything better. Can I take a picture of this?
Sure.
Because it's my first, shall I say,
Yeah.
game that I've been on screen. Okay, yeah, I was saying, I'm thinking there was a better move than what I played here.
Mhm.
I had narrows. I was trying to
Oh
see with
yeah.
the
I
E,
don't know.
with the E something here.
Well, maybe. Oh, like ES, something
Yeah.
ES. Yeah, maybe.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, but you found the word that was key.
Of course.
No need to
When
get
all the
overly
aces
fancy
got
there.
one
Yeah. Lock it down
blank,
for sure.
and then an E. So there's nothing with the E here.
Yeah.
The only way is ant roars, starting with an
Oh,
A.
okay. Yeah.
It's the only one on that side.
Yeah, it seems like there should be a lot.
Serranos.
Serranos. Yeah.
Yeah, instead of what I played.
Almost endosarc down to the C. That would be classy.
I'm not that clever to figure that out.
I mean, normally you wouldn't even look here, but yeah. Reasoner did the trick.
I had Bolix here, but I was scared of the Z.
Oh, okay.
And also opening this line here. So I figured if I played Bolix here, there's a good chance you'll have a comeback move here because of the O. So I said, might as well this one I'm not opening too much and wait out on the X.
Yeah.
This was good, right? Straight.
Yeah, like
Almost,
before
yeah.
bingos to start.
Before bingos to
make
start,
it an
yeah.
exciting game for the
that's a good
for
guess.
the audience to watch.
Yeah, for sure.
Going, what's going to happen next? It
This one
slowed
is
down a lot after that
destroy
point,
and
but
destroyed, right?
yeah, Steroid I don't think fit. Not that I saw, but yeah, I was just praying that it was going to stay open.
Well, anyway, thanks for
Yeah,
the game.
yeah,
Roy.
thanks for the
Good
game.
luck.
Yeah, you
We'll
too.
put this back together.
Yeah.
All right, good game from Shafiq and Jason. Hopefully, we see a lot more of Shafiq in the future. He definitely impressed us with his play there. And as we said earlier, he was a competitor at the 1993 Worlds, beating none other than who? Adam Logan. And that's, I think, a good segue. As we're going to take a quick break here, but I think that's a good segue, maybe a little bit of a teaser. Who are we going to see next round, Jason?
We're going to see Adam Logan.
So if you watched the Worlds, which was streamed right here on Let's Play Scrabble YouTube channel, you saw Adam defeat the Titan of Scrabble, Nigel Richards. Maybe you could call it convincingly. He won 4 games to 2 and is going to be the world champion for the next 2 years. And he's here, ready to play, ready to entertain all of you.
Yes. And maybe he'll even be wearing sparkly antlers.
Yeah, we'll see if anybody can convince him to look festive for the occasion. Of course, it is the Scrabble Holiday Party, sponsored by NASA Games.
Yeah, something tells me he might politely decline, but keep it right here.
I think, could Adam do anything other than politely decline? He certainly couldn't angrily decline. I don't know if it's in his nature.
Oh, I mean, I have a story about that. I have a little bit of a story about that.
Do we get how invasive is it?
Well, no, it's just that Adam has in the past. Adam was actually doing a project in the Princeton area, and so he was coming to the Princeton Scrabble Club, and I was actually driving him back to his hotel after games, and so it was funny because I was just talking because he has a math background and so do I. And so I was talking, and I said a little bit about what, do you mind if I ask what you're working on? He said, well, I could tell. He basically a little angrily, but was kind of gave me an I could tell you, but then I have to kill you sort of response.
So we're saying that whoever gave him the sparkly antlers might not be heard from again.
Potentially.
Anyway, we're going to take a quick break here. You have to stay tuned to see whether the antlers make an appearance or not. It's going to be Adam Logan versus another Jason. We're really overloaded with Jasons here. Jason Broersma coming up next here on the Let's Play Scrabble YouTube channel.
There's never anything so much as there's no such thing as too many Jasons. Just
beg to differ. Anyway, stick around, everybody. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody. Thanks for sticking through us for that little break here. We're going to start round 3 of the Scrabble Holiday Party, sponsored by NASPA Games, shortly. We've got 2 great players here ready to do battle in front of you all. Jason, why don't you tell us a little bit about this matchup?
Yeah, so we have a world Scrabble champion, just recently crowned for the second time, Adam Logan, going up against Scrabble stalwart Jason Brosma. So, so Jason, it's been a little while. He's actually not been playing as much recently as he had been, but good to see him back here. You can see also has played a lot of games. Has also played a lot of games all over the world. There are actually a lot of unofficial games. He is quite a world traveler, and he will play many games in public with Sue Tremblay, and they will have little mini tournaments on some of their international travels.
Yeah, so we can bump up that career total games to, we could say, somewhere around 10,000.
Yeah, lots.
And he's going to be going up against Adam Logan, as we mentioned, recently crowned world champion, Angel Richards, 4-2. That is his second world championship. His first one was about 2 decades ago. So
Yep.
A large gulf there, but showing that he's still got it.
Oh, yeah. And at that tournament, I was just like, you know what? Adam is an unstoppable force. You can try to be an immovable object, but he, if you're not aware, Adam clinched his spot in the finals with 3 rounds to go. And when Adam gets going, get out of the way.
he I would say, fully dominant.
Yes.
And there's always this question: who is the second best player in the world? Because the best player in the world is Nigel for sure.
Yep.
And I think Adam, with his world championship win plus his strong play at various championships here in North America, I think is certainly in the conversation, if not the front runner for second best Scrabble.
And it's interesting. You just saw the head-to-head there that Jason is 5-31, or Adam is 31-5 against Jason. But recently, Jason's actually 3-3 in the last 6 games, and I know that definitely in one of those games, Jason played a natural wave form to win that game. So it will be very interesting to see what we have. Jason going first. Ooh, I see something that I would play with his rack, EEKORWY.
He actually does have 2 kind of fancy 6-letter words that are an anagram pair of each other. He's got one of them set up. Eroke.
Yes.
Very arcane.
Yep. And in
word
fact,
of some origin.
Yep. Eroke. And then the other would be wokery.
Yeah, if he wants to spice things up a little bit and maybe get a little bit of action going in chat, he could play wokery. Be advised that we will ban you if you get too out of control. So,
So he plays Roke, and I think it's interesting. I wonder if he is saving the Y.
Yeah, this definitely looks like a Y setup, but I think it's probably not juicy enough to sacrifice A to do it.
Yeah. I mean, it's still a solid play, and he's drawn pretty well to this, so good start for, good enough start for Jason. Adam has AILLPRT.
Yeah, something underneath Roke here, like Pill or Paul, feels pretty standard here. He does have to make sure he doesn't have any bingos through the E or the O. Yeah. It does look like there could be 8s here. There are none available.
Yeah.
And then just be looking to get rid of some of the excess consonants.
Yeah.
Keeping something like Pill, keeping ART feels very solid here.
It also feels like something that Adam will, if he goes that way, he will momentarily kind of find it.
And we do see a noted in chat that due to Jason's forethought of saving the Y, not playing it on his first turn, he is escaping paltrily coming back from Adam. So a little bit of prescience there to
Yep.
avoid the Y doesn't feel like a dangerous bingo tile, but it does save Adam in this particular instance.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know if I had played Irok. Actually, yeah, I mean, one thing Irok, if just playing for maximum score with the K, Paltroly would go down the center column, which
Ooh.
that would have been that is the sort of thing that if it happens to you, just kind of have to laugh and move on with that.
Yeah, and it is also kind of the thing that seems to happen to really good players more often than average. Of course, that's just some kind of bias.
Yep.
But
Yep.
if you're Jason and you're like trying to win this game on stream, you don't really want to see Paltroly come down on the first turn for 92 or whatever. This is a lot easier to stomach.
Yep.
Just pill for 21, I think, is the best play, and
Yep.
Jason maintains his lead.
Yep. And now Beilnoy, and he's looking at Bonally.
Yeah, I believe bonally is phony. It sounds like it could be a word. It's a little bit arbitrary whether Y word becomes ILY, and that one happens to not. So we hope he doesn't try bonally and Erok. We're pretty sure he sees Erok.
Oh, he is trying Bonally.
This is very understandable. We'll see if Adam puts him on hold here.
I'd kind of imagine that he will. Also, just because it was played very quickly, a lot of times you do want to call for the hold. Oh.
That was quicker than a courtesy draw, so that might have slipped by here. Oh, yep, indeed.
Oh, that would be because it gave him Urinator.
Oh, yes.
Right. Yeah, that would be one thing. So yes, Adam 62, as opposed to whatever Urinator would whatever without that I he would have gotten for this. So maybe he's either he just had a momentary lapse, or he's just like, you know what, this is a better trade-off for me. So
yeah, that's a very good point, because his rack of ANORRTU did not have a lot of upside on this board. It got a lot more upside with that open eye. I think he comes out ahead in this exchange as long as Jason doesn't have a huge playthrough.
As long as there's not like a triple that comes down from this, which we know that there's not going to be. It might be. I mean, it might be. It might be that the challenge is better, but it's working out here for Adam.
And then there's also the fact that it's really, at least for us mortals, it's hard to know for sure whether bonally is actually a word. It's a 6. You don't study sixes.
I mean, one thing that I do say is that a lot of times, like, it's good to kind of challenge strategically. That even if you're, even if you're like 80% sure that it's good, be active on the challenge. But I think here, yeah. So going to Jason's rack, CEEGIIM. Ooh.
Yeah, not great with the C and the G together are obviously quite poor, and the two I's don't help matters. This may be a little bit of a word knowledge check for Jason, because he does have a nice play down to the R of urinator that does use both I's.
Yeah, right.
That would be Cimier, CIMIER for 33.
Yep.
That really gets him out of this tricky situation, but it is a little bit of a weirder word.
And calling on 6-letter words, I would say that's always the place where, although Jason did play bonally, it is always the place where, I think those are kind of the easiest words to miss. Although maybe just because that is, well, I'd say the kind of first spot we'd be looking at here is the U in urinator. To play something, but they're not with Jason's rack. So the second place to look, I think, would be to the R. And then there's just a question of, okay, can I find something reasonable to that R?
Yeah, and it's kind of unfortunate for Jason with his specific set of letters that he only has one play to the R. The only thing he can play there is Cimier. There's no other escape valve like a slightly suboptimal play that does a lot of the same things. It's really just finding Symir there, or he does have a nice play to the end of Urinator, that being Iceman. So again, a 6-letter word. You kind of have to. That one doesn't take an S, so you wouldn't have studied it unless you were up on your 6-letter words. It's kind of a tough turn here where the best plays are hard to spot.
And I see he's lining up Emic, which I think is a very reasonable sort of thing. And now he's looking at mice. Like, I think it's very reasonable to like look at something like Emic or mice or even Mig here, just because like even if they're not scoring very much, you at least have like a decent rack to keep for the next turn, if not spectacular. So though, I also like that Jason is kind of taking his time and trying to figure out what's he going to do here.
Yeah, this is a tough turn, especially if you don't spot Iceman or Simir. It's a turn where you definitely have some goals in mind. You need to get rid of probably one of the G or the M. You need to get rid of one I, possibly 2 I's if you can do it. Get rid of an E. There's some things that you want to keep in mind that you're trying to do here. Mice would do a lot of those things. It just leaves a few points on the table. It is kind of interesting to note that Jason already has 2 6-letter words on the board. So he's apparently perfectly capable of playing more of them. He's played a lot of tiles up to this point.
But right, this one is. I mean, I guess also if you studied 7, Simier is pluralizable. It's actually, I just looked it up. It is an adornment to a helmet. So this does come up as a 7 ending in S. So if you see it that way, you could very well spot that if you're looking for it. But it looks like he's lining up Emic, which as I said, I think that is. And what is?
It looks like they just confirming scores here.
Yeah.
But another nice thing about Emic is that double line on top of Urinator is a little bit scary.
As improv, that might be a little bit improbable, but yeah, it also, as I said, like with the just getting rid of and undoubling the E's and the I's, it has that going for it.
Yeah, and it doesn't really block the center column triple. You can still hit big plays ending in ER, but it does partially block it. The U is sort of the thing looming large here. We do see Adam has simply just drawn Toriole.
Yeah.
So he can play that, or he's got a new bingo down from the C, that being Clear Out, which he's setting up pretty quickly. Mm-hmm. So definitely going to be bingoing this turn.
Mm-hmm. And okay. Right, so 70 points. Adam 153, Jason 90.
And actually this game is, closer than you would expect, given that Adam's bingoed twice and Jason has not yet bingoed. He's gotten some good plays that were non-bingos. We see he does have the X and the Z now. So, and he's got that huge spot next to Clear Out. We'll see if he can spot something there.
The Z.
Z. I'm never going to get that right. It's over for me.
Well, one thing that I do see also for Jason is just next to the BO and Onali, he can play Bonali. Excuse me. He can play Zex or Vex, and actually, Vex maybe just to get rid of the V here, and then that Z spot could stay open.
Yeah, that's actually a very good point, because the Z has a lot of scoring power here. He's got the O next to Clear Out. He's got the A of Clear Out. He's even got the ER of Urinator to possibly hit something like, I don't know, Patzer. You can imagine something like that coming down.
Yeah, so I think, and it looks like, he's got Vex set up, but, if he sees Vex, and now he's got veg, and now we're almost back to alpha. And
Yeah,
well,
he's got a few things to think about here because maybe the standard idea would just be to immediately cash in with something like a Vise from the A of clear out. That's
fair
63.
too.
And then save the X for the spot next to Bonally. So you could kind of
Yeah,
go in either order. I do like your idea, Jason, of just trying to get rid of the V and the
yeah.
X first, and then just assuming that you'll have a Z spot next turn.
Yeah, there is a lot of Z things that he can draw for it. I think that it is a little bit more powerful at this point. That even with just his leave, if he plays Vex, I want to say, right, like even a U draw, he can draw Geyser to the ER. So there, I think, are a lot of things that he can draw if he plays Vex.
I'm doing a quick computer simulation here. Vex and Vixen in the same spot sort of jump up to the top of the list here. I think exactly for that reason, where the Z, has so much potential that it really is helpful to keep it and see if you can score 60 points with it or 70 points with it next turn.
But he's taking his points now. He's playing Avise for 63.
Yep, it looks like it. And I will say the computer simulation only has this like 1 or 2 points back.
Yeah,
so
I'd say
still a very good play, especially if
Yeah.
that X spot stays open. This is perfectly reasonable.
Adam's gonna bingo again.
Yep. He does not have anything to
Yeah.
the E of Avise, and actually the Z also doesn't help him here, but he
Yeah.
does have a lot of stuff involving putting the S on clear out. I guess he's going to probably spend some time here, Jason, because he's got that U out in space.
Mhm.
Really want to make sure you're not missing a triple, but
Right.
with the Y and the O, doesn't feel that likely.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's almost yourself. I mean, which would not be a triple, but it's. I could definitely see taking a bit of time to just play to just think about just to think about the triple.
And one thing I'm thinking about here is there any situation where you play something like AY making pillar and just go for the triple next turn?
And I was thinking, but I would probably decide against this. AY is interesting, or YO, just killing that triple spot. Oh wait, the Z was played. Never mind. Well, YO, although yeah, the O probably works a little bit better with the U there. There's also, again, kind of a potentially head exploding rack here, because something like U's, which scores 36 but keeps the blank, is also another thing to think about here.
Yeah, rarely when you have an 80-point bingo available, like something like Rose Bay,
Yeah.
is it worth it to consider not bingoing? It would take in an extraordinary situation to think maybe I shouldn't bingo this turn. This would be one where maybe you do think about it. I think in the end, I would probably play the bingo. It is an even game. You want to, surprisingly enough, it is actually an even game, exactly tied at 153. Just hit the bingo now and
it's been
move from there.
It's been pointed out that even though the Z is played, the J has not been played. So AY or YO does have the merit of taking that possibility away. But
yeah, very good point.
Force is another possibility. Is there? Okay, now one thing that I'm now also thinking about, but I don't think is possible. If there was a bingo through the O ending in Y that put that Y on the double letter, making YER on the fourth row.
Oh yes, yeah. I don't think there is anything there because the extra O really tanks it.
O kind of tanks that, yeah.
That would be the spot. I think Adam is spending some time here because it would be really nice to block the U of urinator and just
Yeah.
remove that from consideration.
Hmm.
Bingoing now with Rose Bay or Force or hitting Yo or A doesn't do that, and it leaves him a little bit vulnerable. The upside for him is the U is not that dangerous of a tile in a triple lane. It's actually definitely in Adam's favor to, he's more likely to hit it if he has a blank and an
Yeah.
S than Jason is likely to hit it.
Yeah. So let's see what I think he's playing of. Oh, well, okay. He's playing a voyeurs. That's going to be a V. Mhm.
Yeah, we hadn't discussed this,
And
but this is a little bit more defensive than four bays or Force and
or
Rose
Rose,
Bay.
yeah. Hmm.
And it
Yeah.
does partially block that U. Obviously, doesn't do a complete job of it, but
Hmm.
um,
Yeah. The triple is still there.
and we see Jason was, I'm sure, hoping to hit the X next to Bonelli. He actually did not draw a vowel that
Yeah.
enables him to do that, which is kind of bad luck. That would be really
Yeah.
nice on this turn.
Hmm.
So he's going to have to, maybe he could think about keeping the X one more turn for that spot.
Yeah.
Maybe do something like Flux through the L of clear out and just,
Hmm.
move on from these bad letters. What do you
Yeah.
think, Jason?
Well, one thing that's on my mind is if there were a way to just play thugs out of this rack, because that's getting rid of four tiles. STX, right? You get four chances at hitting the X, and that's a pretty good, that's a pretty good leave here. Um, so that would be what I'd be looking at first, and if there was some productive way to play thugs. Um, that would kind of be my first thought with this rack. Like even just hooking Emek and playing thugs up into that column, um, because I do think that kind of takes care of most of the problems in that rack. Or I guess if he wants to take out the U now from his position, maybe Fugu's through the U.
Yeah, that's actually a nice thought. I
Hmm.
would Fugs or Fugus, I should say,
Fugu's,
keeping
yeah.
X, as you said, you get a lot of chances to draw a
Hmm.
vowel that works next to Bonally. Plus, there's some outside chance that you actually draw bingos through the I or the E
Yeah.
of a vise. XST is actually relatively potent.
Yeah.
So there's some upside there, and as you say, with something like
Yeah.
Fugus, there
Yeah.
goes the indicator spot, which has been kind of in the back
Or
of your mind.
yeah, or it looks like he's maybe thinking about keeping the U and playing thugs, which I think is also he does have an XU spot right under a voyeurs, so that does stay in play for him.
Yeah, that's actually a good thought. Normally, I'd be all about playing off that U, just because the U sort of, if you're thinking about it from a bingo perspective, XST is more likely to work out than adding the U
Yeah,
to that leave. But as you say, you've got a little bit of a guarantee next turn, even if things go utterly wrong, that you can still play XU
yeah,
for a decent
yeah,
score next turn. That's actually 37. Downside
yeah.
of something like XU is, I guess there's only three O's unseen and no Y's. It is setting up a little bit of a scary spot there, but maybe something you have to grin and bear it.
It looks like is he setting up? I mean, you see the FUX, so I'm thinking that he's looking at that spot for flux.
Yeah, I think it's another decent option. It blocks
Yeah,
the I for 8 letter words, but the E remains open. And actually, the E, I shouldn't say that. The E could get blocked by
hmm,
underlapping plays under a vise. But
yeah,
his leave of GSST, if he draws enough vowels, there's some potency there to bingo through that E of a vise.
yeah. I mean, the one thing, my own personal thought on this is that two S's are deceptively sometimes very hard to work with. So he has gone for Flux, which is a good score, 35 points. Um, yeah, it's just a lot of times you can also end up with, well, I have these two S's. What do I do now?
Yeah,
Uh,
and since he's only drawing three, he kind of needs a good draw. And actually, we
well, he
see.
got a good draw. He got a good enough draw.
And meanwhile, Adam's post bingo draw was anything but good.
Mhm.
This is going to be a tough rack for him to navigate. That U, I think, is going to have to stay open for one more turn. There's just no way for him to
Yeah.
make a reasonable play over there.
Uh-huh. Yeah. So looking, yeah. I mean,
There's not a lot for him to
you know
do.
what Adam is. You know what Adam does have Tibier lined up, which he's just going to write, which at least makes it a little bit more annoying if you want to use that column. And you know, Adam played it, so just
So it's a
8
good play.
points. So it's a good play, yes.
Yeah, this one's interesting. It does set up spots for sevens that didn't
Yeah.
exist on the board unless you had the S for clear outs.
Mhm.
Adam at this score, he's up by about 60.
Yeah.
He thinks he can probably withstand a 7-letter bingo up there.
Uh,
Meanwhile, we've going
yeah.
back to Jason is
Yeah.
probably going to spot gestates
Just
through the E of a vise.
Mhm. Mhm. Yeah. I think.
Yeah, he's got it set up. So,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
he is down. He's had some tough turns. He's down to 10.5 minutes on his clock with plenty of
Mhm.
game left to play. This is a
Mhm.
turn where I feel like as soon as you determine there's no 7 in these letters, you just go for it. You just go for the bingo you see.
Yep. Mhm. Ooh. So yeah, he's taken. I guess yeah. There is just the question of okay, he's going. Yeah, he's going. I guess there's a question of position and if there's anything else, but yeah, gestates is 60 points.
One thing he might he hasn't hit his clock yet. He might be thinking about another thing to think about on this turn is whether you have a non-bingo triple through T.
Yeah. Well, or the other thing, and this would be okay. I was going to say there's also this possibility.
And Jason might feel like he needs a little bit of the volatility here of just stringing that S out to make it really easy to hit bingos, whereas the other placement does not string the S's out quite so flagrantly. And I think that may be a reasonable idea from Jason, where he thinks that the way he wins this game is just continuing to draw bingos and just sort of overpowering Adam.
Yeah, and Adam needs a 7th tile that is not on the board in
Oh, yes.
here ABEMOOR.
He was maybe hoping for jet to the T of Tibier or something like that.
Yes, or yes, or I was gonna say the B in Bonali is taken. Yeah, jet or yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay, boomer.
Oh, we've reduced ourselves to just calling each other names.
Yep. Yes. So yes, Adam responds to gestates by saying, "Okay, boomer." 39 points.
Yeah, I think that this is feels pretty obvious here because that issue of Tibier where it's set up easy lanes for sevens, you kind of
Yep.
nullify that option. Although there is that S of gestates now, which changed the
Yep.
bingo dynamics a little bit. But I think 39 points for a good leave looks great.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh well, there's the J that he wanted. Oh. Mm-hmm.
So on this rack, the first thing I'm thinking about immediately, the 5 that jumps out to me is NAVEW, NAVEW. It's
Mm-hmm.
like it's one of those columns where that comes up so frequently just because the VW is so bad that you're always playing letters that involve the V and the W. And it plays here for 36 points.
Yeah.
The downside is blocks the S of gestates, but actually with NAVEW, Jason would take the lead.
Yeah. Yeah. And yeah, the W isn't going to be in a particularly awful spot.
Yeah, there's not too many 5s that end in W other than NAVEW, which you would be playing.
Yep. Yep. And I could see again.
So
It it seems like is there anything else that's worth like looking at on this
So
chart?
So the spot that we had noted earlier of pillar, putting the A in between pill and the
Ah,
letter R, he actually does have on there for one more point, 37 points,
uh-huh.
maintaining the
Hmm.
bingo spots, maintaining clear outs and maintaining the S of just
Yeah.
states. So that's
Hmm.
actually if he's thinking that he wants to win this game by bingoing,
Yeah.
that would probably be a better play than the view.
Hmm.
But
Yeah.
it's a tough little spot. We're actually not sure if either player has noted the A
Yeah.
insertion into that
Yeah.
part of the board.
Um, and so he's got wands set up. I'm looking. I mean, clear out. I
Oh,
mean,
he might be looking under a voyeurs, making open and keers.
on. Huh.
That would be 43 points starting on playing wands on
Really?
starting under the O.
That's the sort of thing that's interesting. Uh, Wands. I was gonna say. Uh, so he's looking at that spot. There's also with saving the S, he could play Ween in that spot as well.
Oh,
Or
yep.
oh, wait, no.
Well, no, that doesn't
I'm
quite work.
it doesn't quite work. Yeah, so he's gonna play one. Okay.
So I think that this probably tells us that he does not see the pillar spot because I think
Mm.
this play is these letters are better played
Yeah,
in that other spot. This is easier to spot. The downside of this one is it sets up that double
yeah,
word combo, like really,
and
especially with OWO added to the
yeah.
dictionary. I suppose there's only one
Oh
O on some.
yeah, right. Yeah, and Adam, I think is gonna take a little bit of time, but he's gonna play G. Yep.
Yeah,
So
this backfired a little bit for Jason.
oh,
Um, Somebody just got up from the table.
I think
Adam might need a bathroom break or something.
yes, or yep. Okay.
Yeah, we're getting confirmation. He is authorized to leave the table.
Hmm.
He's not just running away for no reason.
Hmm. Yeah. But so 50 points for Adam.
Yeah, that puts Jason in a way different position here, um,
Yep.
because
Yes.
he's got
And Adam does
the
have IER, which right. So Adam is following protocol here, um, and it'll be interesting to see what he draws when he comes back.
yeah, because there's some stuff left in the bag that could help him bingo, especially with that S of gestates
Yeah,
just sitting out there.
yeah,
That could go very nicely for him. Meanwhile, Jason does not have a play down from the J unless he wants to play both his E's and keep two N's and a V. I don't
yeah.
think we're going to see G come down. That's just really hard
Hmm.
to stomach here. Something like vein through the eye of tibiae for
Hmm.
26 feels pretty good here.
Yeah,
Definitely have to play the V in one of the N's on this turn.
yeah, um, and yeah, and okay.
Yeah,
Uh,
it looks like Jason may have dodged a bullet. Doesn't look like
yeah,
Adam's going to be bingoing soon, but he
uh,
might be trying to hit
yeah.
that J of Jeet, which will
Hmm.
set Jason even further back in this game.
Yep.
He's currently down by 50. And
Mhm.
look at that clock. He's down to 4 minutes left. Not a lot of time left
Yeah.
to do these deep
Uh-huh.
considerations.
Uh-huh. But I do feel like if you see Vane, it's kind of an automatic. I'm going to have DENS. I'm going to hope to bingo with it, and then hopefully that'll be enough. So if he sees it, I think Vane works pretty well here.
Yeah, it doesn't block anything that he's hoping to use. It's kind of an unused part of the board. Doesn't disrupt his future plans. He's still got that clear out spot. Jeet did not quite get far enough over to block sevens ending in S.
Yeah.
If Adam had managed to play one tile to the right, it would be a very different board for Jason. But he's still got that spot as
Yeah.
I would consider his primary bingo location. He just would need to keep a good enough leaf to make bingos likely, and Vane does exactly that. I'm a little bit worried that he hasn't played it yet because
Yeah.
this is a crucial turn.
Like I could see one thing with Jeet having just been played. I think it can be very easy to lock on and say, I need to score from that J. So we'll see what Jason comes up with. I'd say also, yes, there are those bingo lines. I mean, not that they're as likely, but certainly I'm looking at the B and the O at the top of the board and saying I might be able to hit something from there.
Yeah. There's actually
There's a lot of right. This game is far from over.
Especially, and with the S of gestates, you've got, if you keep the N and the E and the S, you've got Ness possibilities.
Yeah.
There's still the outside chance that you triple non-bingo through the T and the U. Although with this amount of time left on your clock, it seems unlikely that you'd be able to pull something like that off. But Jason, I think, needs to make a play quickly here because this is getting dire.
Mm-hmm.
He has a dev set up. I actually don't see where. Maybe to the left of gestates, he's thinking he just needs to kill that spot,
but he needs that spot.
Right, he's the one who's down. This is
that spot.
Kind of a trap that some players fall into when they're playing like extremely high level experts, is they sort of clam up even when it's not in their best interest to do so. And I think Jason's a better player than that. I don't think he's falling into that trap. But you know, for the viewers out there, if you're playing some expert, don't play scared. If they're going to bingo, they're going to bingo. You need those spots to get your own bingos, and that's what Jason should be thinking here.
Yeah. But I can also see where just not seeing Vane because of all of the other spots on the board. Potential. There are a lot of places to get distracted on this board, I think.
Yeah, I would say it's a good way to put it. There's a lot of distractions here, and the spot through the eye of Tibiae doesn't jump out immediately as a spot where you'd be looking to play. That's maybe like 5th or 6th on the list of spots where you'd be looking to play these letters. And we see the little flames next to Jason's clock. He's down to 43 seconds. Nowhere near enough time to get through the rest of this game without going overtime. This feels like a pretty serious time management blunder on his part.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, he has had a couple of racks where he's had some very I thought he was gonna okay, yeah. I think this is more a time pressure thing, but so Dev goes down for 21 points. Yeah, and is Adam just gonna immediately play? Is he playing Jedi? He's playing Jedi.
Yeah. It's now in his interest to play as fast as possible and just force. Jason's going to go overtime for sure, but force him overtime by multiple minutes. That's going to be a huge factor in this game.
And okay. Well, Jason's making it interesting.
This is actually a good idea. It sort of undoes the damage that he did the previous turn.
Except that Adam just drew the second blank, and so, okay. So, Adam's probably got a bingo here.
Yeah,
right?
He's got a few options. One of the options, and probably his best options, involves him turning pend into pendu. So you have to be very aware of the new hook on the board. That's something I personally struggle with, is when a hook like that materializes, I don't always realize it. But he can play rondo there for 83, ending in a U.
I guess that's also we've got Adam, so I expect him to find it. Or you know what? Another option for him it just occurred to me, speaking that we're in that sort of vein. I might take the bingo from the B for style here.
Yes, he does have a bingo from the B. He only has one. It involves making the blank in X. We'll let chat puzzle that one out a little bit. Both of these plays are 83 points. The one on the top, definitely more stylish. I guess the one on the bottom, maybe a little bit more sane from a game perspective.
Yeah.
Especially Pend pretty clearly takes an S. I think it's pretty obvious that Jason was setting up an S in that spot. We see his draw was not great. He's probably
Well,
just going to be cashing in on that S, but
uh-huh. I mean, actually, Jason's draw. I mean, there is the 7 Hishing, which doesn't play.
oh yes, that's right.
There's also unfortunately like there are 8s from that. He could have drawn. There's no W for wishing. But yeah, I think Rondeau probably going to be the play. If the game were a little less close, I'd probably go for Bordeaux, because how often do you get to hit that?
Yeah, and it's worth pointing out here that the Q is unseen.
Yeah.
If Adam played Bordeaux and Jason bingoed making pens, and Adam had the Q, he would
Yeah.
probably lose, or at least it would be very close, closer than he'd want to risk. So if he, and I think this was noted in chat as well, if he doesn't see Rondeau, he might be a little bit freaked out right now. Like we might see him pass up the bingo.
Uh-huh. It'd be interesting that yeah, I was going to say even I was going to say if there's like a safer option here, but they're like, right, like
Yeah, there's nothing from the D of Jedi, which would maybe be sort of your, or even to the. I guess he could play out
there
there.
is, yeah, like he could play out dared or unadored, but I feel like I would say I don't want to do that either, because I'm then flirting with some crazy underlap. Although, you know what? Maybe looking at that, if one thing, maybe Adam's just also checking the tracking and saying, okay, I think if he plays out dared or unadored, I don't think there's anything crazy that could go underneath it.
Yeah, and you'd also have to be looking if there's anything from the B or the O of Boomer. And actually, the unseen pool is so wild. It's like so skewed towards weird non-bingo letters.
Yeah.
It seems hard to imagine, but this would be a turn where Adam might actually do a little bit of iteration. Like, do I see anything from the B? Do I see anything from the O? What would go under unadorned if I played it?
Yeah.
He's the one with tons of time on his clock.
Yeah.
He's the one got some luxury here to make the informed decision.
And if you caught his interview with Let's Play Scrabble, he did talk a little bit about being able to pace himself so that so that when he does get into a situation like this, he has the time to figure it out.
Yeah.
So,
I regret that I didn't see it. I actually totally forgot about it, and I was planning to watch it. So I'll have to subscribe to Let's Play Scrabble and get access to the video on demand. That's maybe a little bit of a plug here, everybody. If you want to support Let's Play Scrabble, there's that join button, I think, somewhere on your screen.
There's also the like button, so the algorithm pushes this so the algorithm pushes this stream up a little bit. I see we only have 21 likes, but there are many more of you in chat, so please do that.
I just did it, so I apologize that I didn't do it right at the start. We're at least at 22 now, but yes, everybody click like on this. We want to see more people gathering in here watching these great players play. Of course, who wouldn't want to see Adam Logan play, world champion, deep in the weeds on some calculation here.
Yeah.
Certainly, we expect him to make an informed and astounding play for us.
It's actually something I would also like to see. Definitely just get a little bit of a this is definitely a great turn where I'd want to hear from Adam exactly what his logic was to whatever play he ends up making.
Yeah. We hope he's a little bit talkative at the end of this one, or maybe we get an interview. Of course, we also let him have his own space if that's what he wants. But this is a turn that's kind of juicy. On first glance, it's pretty obvious that if you see Bordeaux, you would just play it. But I think maybe it becomes a little bit more obvious if you see Rondeau. But you also need to be careful, because an odd bingo from the B could still tank you there.
Yeah.
And actually, it's mentioned in chat, and I keep forgetting about this. There's also the chance of triple triples through TU, which would put this possibly put this game more away than it would be otherwise. Like if you can score 99 or 108 in that spot, that's what you want to do.
Well, I wonder if it's not quite out argued.
Oh yeah, he's very
Game away. It's very
outwards
close.
are tempting here.
Yeah.
So add that to the list of things that Adam has to
Out
do some
argued
calc-
is out argued is the only 9 that goes with the T and the U from his rack, and so that just wait. No. He needs the U one spot further down. That would have, I mean, that's the sort of thing that if you see that, I know if I'd seen that, I'd be shaking as I'm like,
right.
this is happening.
Right. It's a kind of like play that only happens to you like a few times in your life, and to have it happen on stream would be kind of a life-changing experience.
Yeah, I mean, because that is one thing. You could definitely hit something like Outguide, but
yeah, I'm actually running this one through Zizva. Adam does not have,
and so he's playing Out Dared.
I think that this is reasonable.
Yeah,
he might have. It's very possible that he saw all his other options and just determined that this one was best. I would not be surprised.
Yep. And so, unfortunately, we're not going to see Hishing on this turn. There's the cue. But
this is Jason's best play by a pretty good margin. Comes up pretty rarely. SHH.
Yeah.
So it's a little spot there, and although maybe it works out better to block the triple for Quag, but he's low on time. He doesn't want to lose any more time.
Well, in this case, you pretty much put down the first thing that you see as long as it's valid. Try not to lose too many points here. But yeah, Quag. I mean, I'd imagine Quag has to be the best endgame play here because, well,
actually, does Cat work better if you assume that you get Finn the next turn? Maybe it's hard to say.
Yeah,
Cat to the T of Tibia, but it's
yeah.
Oh, the reason this loses the sim, we'll see if Chad can spot this. This gives Jason a ridiculous outplay. The outplay still existed, but it makes it worse through the I and the R of Tibia and Urinator.
Oh, hi. That's actually,
Yeah, the outplay was Nigiri.
Yes.
That is nuts. Very interesting little spot there. This is, Jason's play is not the right play.
Well, it's to be when you're especially your overtime. It's to be expected. So the plays have gone down, right?
And I think I wasn't updating scores, but we should be up to date now with Adam winning this game 494 to 382. I think we want to cut over to overhead mic just to see if we can get something juicy.
There wasn't too much I could do there.
No, got the good toss at the end.
Yeah, I got myself into time trouble. I just like, oh well.
Yeah.
Anyway, well played.
I'm very hesitant about this actually.
Bonally? Yeah, but you don't want to give it to a bingo, I assume, right?
Yeah. I mean, it's not that much of a game for me to challenge it off.
Bonally is no good.
Yeah. Maybe you should challenge and just play ORENT, but
Yeah. I don't know, it sounded plausible.
Yeah.
Apparently not. All right. So how was your travel back from Ghana?
Well, Accra to Brussels, 4 hours in Brussels, Brussels to Montreal, 5 hours in Montreal, Montreal to Ottawa.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so it could have been better.
A lot of hopscotch.
Yeah.
So Sue says you're coming back to Ottawa, like for some...
I guess we didn't get as much
We're always here.
post game as we wanted. Now we've just we're talking about our personal lives, which is great, but we maybe don't want to overhear too much of. But a really nice game from Adam and Jason. Adam coming out ahead. He's the world champion. We kind of expected it, but I think a well played game and a lot of fun to watch.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. I think the games today have been pretty entertaining so far. Sometimes it's been, you get the curse of having 4 one-sided games on stream. So we're very happy to see competitive games, lots of interesting positions. As I said, I would really love to kind of get in the mind of some of the players with certain moves. Like I said, that out-dared move, how Adam came across that. Did he see Rondo? Did he did he make the calculation that, okay, he's going to be fine if he plays out dared and he doesn't have to worry about anything else? And definitely, I think there were a couple moves throughout the morning where I'd love to hear what the players' thoughts were.
Yeah, we've had some great games here so far. We've got one more before the lunch break, and switching over to NWL, we're going to take a look at the standings here and see how things are going through 3 rounds. And we see some maybe unexpected, maybe if you know them really well, expected names at the top of the standings here. We've got Yvonne Lobo, Shafiq Tobani, who we saw and who is streaming on her own Twitch channel, all at 3-0. So
and then
Adam
also
Logan.
Adam expectedly will now move into first place. But yeah. And then a lot of of course it's early. One thing I actually, sometimes when tournaments, I often will not post the standings until like round 4, because before then it's like, oh, you played. But yeah, there's still a lot to be played here. Looking also at all of these 2-1s, Kyle Falahi, also an up-and-coming player, right? We got Kaya has rebounded nicely from round 1. And we've got Terry Kang and Sue Tremblay as well. Some threats here to take over that top spot in the very near future.
Yeah, and we didn't see any Josh Sokol or either of the Jasons on that list. So some of the experts kind of starting a little bit slow. Some of the mid-level players starting quick. That's exactly what you want to do in these tournaments. We do have our next round matchup sort of ready to go. We will be seeing Yvonne Lobo versus Sean Abbasi. You saw Yvonne was 3-0. I actually don't remember where we saw Sean on that list, but it should be another great game.
Yes, it will be interesting. Obviously, Yvonne can be a very hot and cold player, so it will be very interesting. She's obviously on the hot side right now, because she can be brilliant. She can get into a lot of time trouble. I've had some very interesting games against her. Sean, also very solid player. Likes, we'll see if we see something stylish out of him. He's often playing a lot more 9-letter words, a lot of disconnected plays. So it'll be interesting to see, once they are ready and seated to go.
Yeah, it should be a good game. I seem to remember some of Sean's previous appearances on stream involved him, playing phony words, but maybe you have a little bit of advantage against somebody lower rated like Yvonne, and you just.
It's well, as I said, with a lot of players who maybe are a bit lower rated, sometimes they can be brilliant, and sometimes it's like, oops, here's a phony 3-letter word, and you know what I mean. That happens to everybody. But yeah,
Sean,
definitely. We love you. We love you. See Sean in the chat saying, "Don't be too harsh. We're not going to be too harsh. We love you, man."
Oh yeah, we do see him in there. He's making sure that we're being nice. We will be as nice as possible. It is sometimes fun to, rather than watching 2 experts, watching 2 mid-level intermediate players duking out, because it's a little bit something different. A little bit, you get unexpected plays, unexpected strategic decisions. Sometimes you get learning opportunities. Sometimes you get things where you're like, my stupid expert brain never would have come up with something like that. So it's always fun to watch these games. We're
Yes.
still getting players situated, so we could do a few plugs here, Jason. Again, like and subscribe to Let's Play Scrabble. It's never too early to say thanks to Josh Greenway, who's currently making all of this happen, and
Mhm.
all of the various people that have contributed things to make these streams run as successfully as they do.
Yeah, right. And so, right, Let's Play Scrabble also, also thanks everyone for the opportunity to let me on this. But yes, definitely Let's Play Scrabble. Let's Play Scrabble also has a lot of events coming up. I will be at the next two Let's Play Scrabble events. One will be Albany New Year's, which will be December 31st to January 3rd, and then the Canadian Scrabble Classic, which will be in Kingston, Ontario, and we'll have an 8-player CSW Premier bracket. So we'll have some match play action for you all.
Yep, everybody circle that one on your calendar. That one should be great. Now I'm thinking, what would have I needed to do to get invited to that one? Maybe I'll crash the party there or something like that. But we do have players getting situated here, so I think we can do a little bit of a matchup preview. Oh, I'm getting word from our producer that they'd love to have me. Okay, I'm crashing it.
It's not invited. It's just going to be the top 8 that actually. This will be the second time that Kingston, Ontario has had an 8-person Premier Division match play.
Yeah. Okay, I'll work on my rating, and then you'll see me in a few months, maybe, possibly.
Well, you know what? No, I mean, depending. Like last time that it was done, I was seated 3rd.
Anyway, regardless of who's playing, that's going to be one to watch. That's going to be a lot of great Collins action. And if you're here already, it's because you like watching Collins. There's going to be more of it in a couple months. Just stay tuned to Let's Play Scrabble. It's where you have to be. We do have players ready to go, so we can take a little bit of a look at their records and their matchup. Yvonne Lobo, rated in the 1400s, played a lot of career games. Down the middle, 50% career wins. Actually, we see her career record over almost 5,000 career games. Only 4 fewer wins than losses.
Yeah, almost exactly as many wins as losses. Yeah, and as I said, I think we're seeing more of the brilliant Yvonne side so far. Hope that we get to see that a little bit more.
And she'll be going to Sean Abbasi, I think a little bit of a higher rated player. He's got a little bit of a better career win percentage on way fewer games, and has been sort of juggling Collins and NWL recently, and recently had I guess that's not that recent, but did win a recent tournament in Mississauga. So maybe the favorite in this one, but it should be a good game between two players who...
And look at that. Well, and see, there's where I'm saying, right? Yvonne's won 2 out of the last 5, but notice a couple of actually that goes back quite far. But notice that a 251, like we're hoping that we don't see that on screen.
Yeah, we hope we see the 546 and not the 251.
546, or well, actually, you know what? We want more like that 434 to 405 game. That's what we're hoping. We're hoping for something in that realm, hopefully.
So this should be a good matchup. I think we have players ready to go, so we can switch over to the action. We got the handshake. Ooh, a special handshake. I didn't catch all the details, but it looked rehearsed.
Yes. Well, I'm trying to think of if Yvonne's ever done like any sort of special handshake to me at the beginning of a game. And also, I have to say, I'm liking Yvonne's hat.
Yeah, I'm trying to decide if it's a festive Christmas hat or if it's just a regular stylistic decision.
Yes. And just, with Yvonne and her phone, there have been some times. Okay. So Yvonne has drawn, she's putting together Zloty for 48. I think that looks good.
Yeah, that is the only Z play that hits the double letters, so probably going to see this one pretty quickly.
Yeah. Yep. So 48 points for Yvonne. Good start.
And this does sort of bring up the S hook that does not exist on
Yes.
Zloty.
Yes.
We'll see if that ever comes into play, but that is a little bit of a trap if you're not paying attention to your Polish pluralizations.
Yes.
You might do something on accident that you wish you hadn't.
Yeah. hmm Yeah. And so Sean has drawn Bugtail, which is not a word. But this is also something where I think it looks promising, and it's just not as promise. Like it looks like maybe it should make something, but it doesn't.
Yeah, certainly the E in that center column, you'd be looking at ABLE words, able words, or eight
Yep.
words, or just a general eight through there. It looks like Sean's best plays are going to be through the Z of Zlot. That would be something like Blitz or Glitz.
Yep.
We see he's got tuba set up, which is going to be a little bit worse. Yeah, we see him going for Glitz.
maybe we have to watch out for the fake outs. So Glitz for 30. Yeah. Charles, what do you think about Glitz versus Blitz?
The G is, widely regarded, and I think for good reason, to be just a really bad tile. So it might, and I think with the U, it maybe gets a little bit worse. So if
Uh-huh.
there's maybe a little bit of intuition here from Sean's side that BAU is a better leave than GAU, but I think it's close because the B is not one of the better scoring consonants.
Yeah, I was going to say B's tend to attract V's sometimes, and then it's like, ugh, what am I doing with it?
The other thing to think about whether glitz and blitz take different things. Like, can you extend glitz to something like glitziness? You could. Is that very likely? No. You could extend blitz to blitzkrieg, for example, but that's pretty marginal. Yeah, I think on that turn you're just looking at what's the better leave.
Yeah. So Ivan is just playing, I think, FE. Oh, wait. I hope that she doesn't play FR. Okay, TR rather. Okay. She's playing Fur, which is going to be 17 points. I think I would have thrown on the N if that's going to be my play.
Yeah, I think definitely this play is a lot better with the N on it. This is just too many consonants to keep. Especially with the only open vowel for you is now the I. So you don't have a lot of vowels to bail you out. But I like the idea there of trying to keep bingo letters. It's just need to play one more consonant.
Yeah, I kind of felt like I had seen, I was going to say I'd seen foreign through the, okay. Quickly played. I was looking at foreign through the O from Ivan's point of view on that turn, and now Sean has quickly played up by, which clears a lot of the clunk. It actually has to score 14, 24, 28. Also scores 33, and so now opening up a triple. Let's see what happens here.
Yeah, for the second game in a row, we've got the U in the triple line, which maybe seems more dangerous than it is, as I said earlier, especially on this rack for Yvonne. She does not have good plays through the U because her primary concern now is getting rid of the W, and it's just really hard to do there.
Yeah. I see. Yeah.
I think she if she spots crown underneath fur making tech, that feels pretty good here to set up the S. She does not have an S hook on this board because Zloty does not take an S, or she doesn't have a very accessible and easy to use
productive one. Yeah.
So something like crow or crown would be really nice in that spot to give her leave a little bit more upside.
Yeah. And yeah, one thing, Yvonne does like to do a lot of shuffling.
So what you're saying is we might see words that randomly appear on a rack, and they're not actually her thoughts.
Ooh, what is she?
All right, she's going for count here. It looks like, which I think is defensible if you consider the U to be a really dangerous spot. Then, if you need to play there, something like count does achieve that. It's just that the W is so much worse of a bingo tile than the C, like orders of magnitude worse. You'd really want to play the W on this
And
turn.
Sean is very quickly playing a Lefiant with a blank T, I think. Well, yeah. Okay, Sean, just make sure you move the N. Okay.
Yeah, you don't want to.
Not unheard of for a player on occasion to do that, and so good checking.
Yeah, yeah. I think if you've got the tile misplaced, it counts as a disconnected play.
Yes.
Your letters aren't connected, and it just comes off the board. It doesn't matter if it's an accident or not. And actually, going back to the plays, this was Sean's only bingo. So nicely spotted, a very precise play from Sean to find a Lefiant for 70 points.
And meanwhile, yeah, to WRS, Ivan drew WR. I mean, this seems like. I mean, I'm looking at her, looking to play something, but I feel like this should be in exchange 4 or 5.
Yeah, this does at first glance feel like an exchange rack. Maybe the only thing she has playable here would be playing something like Writ to
But
the
she's
eye of Glitzy.
Yeah, I think just to block. Okay, just to block Warder, just to block that A, which actually is a pretty psychic moment there.
Oh yeah, that is.
Yeah, that's a pretty psychic moment by Yvonne there because Sean would have had Koja for just a ton of points. Oh.
Plays coming quickly here. Sean immediately spotting the A hook on Warder for a Warder, making well, at least it's the highest equity move. Definitely looks good to get rid of the J and the K, playing Jack for 38. So a nice quick play there, and we see Yvonne a little bit of a bailout from the bag. It's not going to result in a bingo for her, but this is a lot more playable than her last couple turns.
Yeah. First thing. Oh yes, we are right. Yvonne is shuffling.
Yeah, what's coming up to me right now is turning Jack into Jake. Because Yvonne's down by 70 now, she could get a little bit crazy and play WE, setting up O, R, U. That's a decent idea with these letters. She'd be keeping EORST, which is very likely to result in a bingo next turn. It's just if you make a setup play like that, it's almost guaranteed that your opponent has the letters to use it before you get to it.
Yep.
But I think definitely fishing off the W and 1 or 2 more of these vowels feels like the standard idea here. Looking at it a bit more, she'd actually that spot with Jake is really the only super productive way to play. Like she doesn't have a natural W spot elsewhere on this board.
Yeah, the B is just right. If that B were 1 spot above, she would have Bestower. The C's not in the right spot for cow trees. Yeah.
Yeah, she doesn't have a lot of floaters to work with here. So I guess
yeah. But if you're going to do that, you might as well play WE, right?
Yeah, right. They give yourself a little bit more upside.
Yeah.
As I was going to say, there's not a ton of floaters for 8s on this board. You've just got the T of Lefiant, which is also the same as the T in count.
I guess it's been mentioned you could play wheat to the making Jake. Blank.
That's a bit safer.
That would also that would set up her S and T that she would leave. And it seems like just given her rack, it does seem like in that spot it's kind of got to be. It's gotta be like everything else, because I'm seeing like you could play EW making FERE, but that's like score points.
Right. Yeah. The nice part about Jake is it scores 28 if you play
Yeah.
we, or if you add the extra E, you're scoring 29 and creating a secret spot that only you can hit.
But she's gonna play WE. I think this is reasonable.
Yeah. I guess there's also something to be
Would
said.
be a little bit less risky, I think.
She could also type the O on for O and set up the triple for herself. It would mean that Sean might have to sacrifice a little bit to block the spot. But this is still a really good idea and keeps the best leave possible, which I think is when you're down, you want to be doing things like this.
Okay. Yeah, and so Sean playing enough, right? And
that is 42.
That is
looks
42 points. Yeah.
pretty strong.
Yep.
And playing it quickly, it does give back the G that Yvonne needed for Groviest. She actually has Ivoriest, maybe one of the weirder words in the dictionary, set up on her rack. We hope she takes a little bit of time here and comes up with the new bingo through the G.
Yeah. Oh, but I hope she's not. Yeah, okay. I was going to say get off of sort of. She has. Yeah.
She's shuffling enough where any one thing she gets off of it pretty quickly.
Oh, no.
Yeah, so there is a word in these 7 letters, and it's close to sort of, but not exactly right. The word she might be thinking about is torsive, which unfortunately does not play on this board. The trap she's setting up the trap. The trap word in those letters is oversit. Nobody should ever play oversit. If you're playing Collins, just play torsive if you can. But
if there are other things that work, I don't think there's. I was going to say Groviest.
Yeah, it looks like there are no other available bingos here. So it's sort of like the situation Sean was in a couple turns ago where he only had one available bingo and needed to find it. Yvonne now finds herself in that situation. Also, now she's at a 85-point deficit where it's really important to find the bingo on this turn.
And well, like she's close.
And maybe the other trap on this turn is if she knows the word tortive. That does not take an S. She has not set that one up, but that would be another way to misplay this turn is to do something like tortives. So I guess if she doesn't spot the bingo, and we hope that she doesn't play a phony in the process, is there a good way to play off the V here? It's like play Gov.
Gov.
Because if with a fishing play like that, you'd have to be keeping extremely well to make it worth your time, which would mean keeping store.
It's got to be something like Gov or like. I don't think there's actually a good place to play. You could play Div from the D. Of course, that's also something that could very easily be hit by your opponent.
But yeah, I think if you were to fish here, you'd want to do something like Div, setting up the E and the I rather than Gov, which actually just closes space without giving you any additional space. Because there's not a lot of floaters for 8s on this board, and so you'd have to be careful that when you do fish, that you actually have space on the board to play.
So Ivan's gone with Vogue, which actually is kind of the same idea as Gov, except a bit safer.
Yeah, this is definitely a better play. I actually hadn't spotted this.
Okay. Well, so Ivan should bingo on the next turn. Right, Harriest, Irisate, Ariest, something should fit. Sean looking at ACIINV blank.
So he has pulled the second blank. We saw him kind of work some magic with the first one and to pretty quickly identify the only playable bingo But we'll see if he works. I guess there's no magic to work on this turn, I should say.
Yeah.
There's no playable bingos.
Yeah.
So he needs to figure out, it's a little bit more of a tactical decision, what he wants to do to make his blank valuable the next turn.
Yeah. And I would say, yeah, okay, Ivan has Arius, so I think that if, and Shana's playing Vivia, I think just definitely wanted to get rid of a V and an I on this turn. Right?
Yeah, that was,
Right.
he could have done something like AVI underneath enough to try to hit a triple, but when your opponent is playing plays like Vogue and Wii, you know they're up to something. So better not to open triples.
Yep. Okay, so Ivan should. Okay, she's looking at it. She's got Harriest and Veriest.
Yep, actually nowhere for Irisate or Ariest on this turn, but it doesn't matter. She's got Harriest, which is nicely spotted. That's going to get her back in this game. She really needed a bingo that turn.
Yep. Yeah. And she's going to get it. But Sean is going to go, I'm sure, right back here. Lots of options with this rack.
Yeah, an abundance of options here. The best scoring options for him, I'm thinking we're not going to see. That involves playing to the right of Harriest and hitting the C on that triple letter. Not necessary to do something like that at this score.
EC is not a word.
Oh, sorry, the lower triple letter score, like something like and cones or something, making TA.
Oh, you mean yeah? I'm thinking of like I'm like, wait, are there any 7 overlap possibilities? No, there are not. But yeah, like ancoms or ancoms. But yeah, also, right? I'd imagine. I'd say even though you're ahead, I'd probably want to stay away from that line.
Yeah, I think
Mm-hmm.
I'd be looking from the V of Bivia possibly as a spot to hit a bingo, but actually there is nothing in that spot. It feels like there should be, but there's nothing that plays there.
Okay, so Sean is playing.
Could be beacons or deacons. We'll see the blank designation slip. It is a D.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Which I think this is a pretty safe idea. It does put the S out for 7-letter word or 8-letter words, and also puts the N at the end of that double line, but at least doesn't open up any triples in a really aggressive way.
And the S isn't exactly, if there's a bingo to the S, it's going to be 60-ish points.
Yeah, not the worst spot. Maybe the thing you're most worried about here is just that N for TION bingos.
Yeah. I mean, so Ivan almost has omelet.
And one more point about Sean's play mentioned in chat. The difference between beacons and deacons is the X setup. Bex is not a word, but Dex is. So maybe a little bit safer when you're taking the lead to play beacons instead and not give up the 50-point X spot. But just a minor change there.
It's a minor change, but it's
it could be a big change depending on how things play out.
Yeah, right. But let's see. Yvonne has mole lined up on her rack.
Yeah, she does have the firm spot, turning FER, putting the M at the end. But she might view that play, maybe playing there. First of all, it opens up too much of the triple, and it uses up the bingo space that she'll need in the future.
Oh,
so
she's going aggressively here with Motel. I think a little aggression is called for here.
Yeah, for sure. There's other than that N of Deacons. There wasn't really a huge spot on the board where she could expect to get back into this game. And now she's creating a big S hook. It's kind of an aspirational S hook. She doesn't have an S currently. But she might freak Sean out enough that he starts blocking it.
Well, I mean, nice enough draw for Yvonne there.
Yeah, unfortunately, she blocked the N that she could have used to
Yep.
hit a lot of bingos. And
Yep. Yep.
Sean's kind of in a weird position
Yep.
here where
Yeah.
he doesn't. I don't see a good way off the top of my head for him to block Motel without just giving back something else in return. And he's got the Q, which is maybe the more pressing concern.
Well, he does have the U with it. I see he had the QUI, so Kino does play for 28. So there is that. There is also looking at that, like he can, if he wants to do something like maybe keep the Q. I just see he's just going to play Kino. Okay. I just saw with the A, there were the A's left. There was the possibility, even though that would introduce some volatility. He's taking it back. Okay. There is the chance for him to hit Kibla through that L for 72.
Oh yeah, there is some upside there. It feels like that spot might not be there for him next turn, depending on how likely he thinks it is that Yvonne has an S. I mean, we can see from our perspective she does not. Sean
Yeah.
might be a little bit more worried about it.
Yep. So yeah.
If he did want to try to block the L of Motel or the S hook on Motel and play the Q at the same time, he could do something like Quinol. That is pretty aggressive.
I mean,
It sets up the cheese spot.
yeah, and I mean one thing about it, I guess positionally, is that if you play Quinol here, one thing about it is that there's basically one. There's. I actually could see kind of a disaster scenario where that just blows up, where you gotta play with the I, you get like YES, and all of a sudden, a game that was in hand could kind of fly out a little bit. I think Kino, pretty standard.
Yeah, it's safer. I mean, he is taking a 100-point lead here. The chances of Yvonne getting 100 points back, even with that Motel spot, is pretty low. So a lot of things would still have to go right for her to win the game after bingo on Motels. And getting rid of the Q now means it's not going to be a problem for you in the future. He got 28 points for it. There's maybe not too much else he could have hoped for with the Q other than Kibla. So I like the idea of the standard kind of idea
It's
here.
been noted that, and we'll see if this comes into play, it's been noted that by playing Kino, it does set up just a one tile drop after it, especially like Quinol now, which creates an unblockable lane. It is one thing about that is that it could be a situation of running out of tiles here.
Yeah, exactly. You don't have infinite time. You don't have infinite tiles to continue developing things the way you want. Eventually, the tiles run out. But that is kind of an interesting little wrinkle to Kino, is that it takes the L for some S hook shenanigans.
Yeah, I was gonna say, or even the A for S hook shenanigans. That actually.
Oh yes, yep.
Yeah.
There's a lot of shenanigans going on here.
Yeah. Well, we like shenanigans sometimes.
That's what we're all tuned in for. I hope it's Scrabble shenanigans.
Yep. And
so if Yvonne isn't going to do something like quinoa or quinol, it's actually a little bit hard to see what her path forward is here, because she doesn't have the S.
Yeah, I was going to say.
And she doesn't have a lot of spots for bingos unless you have an S. So it's a little bit tough here.
So GI leaving later, I think, also kind of aspirational here.
Yeah, and the downside of this play is it does partially block the A of Bivia for 8s in the future, which was maybe one of the better spots that she could have expected to bingo. But then again, the leave is also pretty nice. Like if she draws nicely, it's good letters to keep.
And Sean very quickly plays Brood to unclunk.
And it looks like a score confirmation here. I wonder if Sean maybe spends a little bit more time on that turn, and something like Brond underneath the new spot of Gi, making Chin.
Yeah.
It blocks that L. Like if if you are afraid of maybe an X play. I don't know if there's any that put the X on that triple. It does sort of take that out of consideration, and you might be able to, further block the motel's hook on future turns.
Also, Yvonne is going to play Grex, it looks like, for 36.
So this does take care of the motel's hook, which maybe I don't do that here because at this point, at this score, maybe you feel like you need that hook to win this game. We see there are two S's unseen, and she immediately picks one after she did that.
Well, let's end well.
This is interesting now. Sean has to make sure he doesn't give anything back at this point. I think his number one goal here, he's up by 70, is just make sure he's not setting up lines. And that's why something like the equity play of Quinoa and Oma playing AA, just really not something you can do on this turn. It's just too risky, too likely to go wrong.
But AA is a word. And especially with Yvonne's rack is here. Obviously, don't play AA. And I'm thinking also it doesn't look like there's anything worth play. Like if you wanted to score here through the L and try to get 30 points that way, but I don't see anything that does that. Right?
Yeah, it looks like nothing through the L that would score 30. He actually doesn't have tons of scoring plays in general available here. Maybe the next best thing would be playing Aha to the left of Grex.
Left of Grex. Yeah.
I don't know if there's any chance of an X. Are there any X8s or 8s ending in X in this pool? Probably not, but you sort of make sure of it by playing something like Aha. You also maybe this board is so closed. Possibly the next most likely spot for Yvonne to bingo would be 9s through the E and the L. So maybe you're thinking, or I guess the U of is probably more likely, but you'd also be thinking about 9s.
Yeah.
And we actually do have a suggestion in chat. I hadn't brought this up because it felt a little bit non-intuitive to me. Is something like Ratha through the AT of Harriest and Deacons. In this particular instance, it actually gets hit with Stapelia. But it does prevent shenanigans involving setting up Quinoa or Quinol. So it gives your opponent sort of one chance to hit a bingo with an A. But what you're gaining in that scenario is you're preventing your opponent from hitting 100 points with Quinols.
Although, I mean, one thing, it will get very interesting if he does spot Radha, and she spots Stapelia, but just HA, HA for for 19 points, just to keep, just to keep. Oh wait, did he just? Oh my! So we're having this again. So Sean has drawn, if you were on the last game, Adam had Rondeau and did not play it. Now Sean has Rondeau to the X for a dagger here.
Yeah, that feels like a spot that might stay open because Yvonne's thinking here is, can I play maybe one or two tiles to the right of Harrius, set up a triple, or as we were talking about earlier, try to do something with quinoa or quinol. That's maybe a little bit of a tough hook to
Yeah,
spot.
even if without quinol or quinoa, even just like Oma, to just give herself the S line if she doesn't spot something. Now, one thing I
Right.
will say, my experience playing Yvonne, like we hope it doesn't happen, but I know that sometimes she might phony in this situation. But fingers crossed that it's not happening. But she has placked Pleiades. Well, again, she's shuffling.
Yeah, I guess the good news for Yvonne on this turn, if she is a little bit phony prone, is it's actually hard to even come up with something that you could try on this turn. So
Yeah.
it's a little bit safer for her. She could do something like she might be going through something through the AT of Deacons, one short of the triple. She might do like plate or pate or something, and just like give herself like a high scoring bingo chance that Sean might not be able to deal with. I'd be tempted by a play like that, one sort of a triple word. That's sort of the classic.
Yeah.
I'm going to do this setup. You better stop me.
Right. Because I think Sean has his tiles ready to pounce.
Oh yeah, he's not going to turn the board. I think he's going to try to play them.
The tiles are
try to set
upside
a record for quickest play onto the board.
Now, what happens if Yvonne plays at?
That's kind of what we were hoping to see.
Yes,
it worked too. So
yes, it worked.
And now Sean can't
wow.
he can't insta play his bingo because he has to think about the ramifications of what Yvonne just did. So he might have to turn his tiles back the right way.
Well, he is up. The score is correct. He is up. Yeah, he is up.
Yeah,
enough that even whatever he pulls out of the bag, he's going to win. So I think, yeah. Right. So 12. Yeah. So a lot of fireworks to end this one.
Yeah, Rondeau was 104.
Yeah.
Impales is going to be quite a lot on its own. And I actually just realized my Quackle's out of date. Doesn't think ATT takes an S, which was recently added.
It's also 104 and out.
Oh, yes, and out. So this game ends, faster than we can even talk about it. It's getting the 5 points.
And yeah, wow. Oh wait.
Ooh, is it
yes. Oh.
Did that get added to NWL only? Now I'm confused because I thought that ATS was added.
ATS was added.
Okay.
Yeah.
I guess we're getting exposed here, Jason. We both thought that was good.
Oops.
Sorry, everybody. We're capable of making errors up here.
Yep. And now.
Ooh, thank you, Matthew O'Connor in chat for noting added is new, but it's talking about AT as in Twitter, not ATT. Yes. A lot of confusing things going on here. That's sad because ATT was a really good idea if it takes an S. And we just assumed that it did.
Yes. And yeah. So yes, I guess Sean now so Sean just has to.
He just has to make sure he doesn't give back something. He knows exactly what Yvonne has now. Even if he wasn't tracking, he would know exactly what Yvonne has because she just tried to play them all.
Yeah.
He does have actually he has 51 points here if he spots it. If he knows that enough takes an S, which is maybe it sounds a little bit weird, a little bit doubtful.
Yeah.
He has signed SYNED.
Right.
Or just sinned or just sign. It
Yeah.
has to be sure of some weird words on that one. I certainly wouldn't be 100% on those things.
Or even some interesting opportunities that also just playing something like SAY, just parallel motel. We've been talking about Quinoa Quinol for quite a bit, right? That also plays a lot of things. Shen's in command here, though.
Yeah, it's kind of unfortunate. We thought that we were going to have a high
We thought
scoring.
we thought we had a nice firework, but oops. Yeah, yeah. So
Looks
yeah.
like Yvonne will probably crawl over 300 here, but it's maybe you cursed us, Jason, because you mentioned we had a lot of good games here, and I think
I
we had some
Well,
fun
well,
positions
still,
in
I
this
mean, I
one.
would say up until that, I mean, it was all right.
Yeah, Rondeau makes it look like a way bigger blowout than it actually
It's
was.
yeah, sometimes you get these games where the game, how they say the game was closer than the score indicated, or vice versa. I think let's throw this game in that column.
Yeah, for sure. Sean, if he's not sure if enoughs, he could do something like deny to the right of Harriest, putting the Y on that triple letter, keeping AS to go out in a ton of spots next turn. So that actually,
he's got any on his rack, which he might just play above Rondo.
oh yeah, that's another good spot to use the Y. I mean, at the score, anything will do it, but
especially knowing that Ivan can just play amp there, or imp. Or yes. Okay, so now SNY. I mean, I like something like, yeah, okay, he's just going to play any, which is good.
yeah, but at least gets us closer to. If we had to spend too much time talking about that turn, we run out of things to say.
Yeah, and also sometimes when you're playing an end game, especially if it's far on. Okay, he's taking.
Spoke too soon.
But sometimes it's just, can I spot an out into? Sometimes over the course of a tournament, like, don't spend too much time on this so you can save some of that energy for later.
Yep, yeah, for sure. Definitely not worth blowing up your brain to squeeze spread out of a 200-point win.
Mm-hmm.
Although, on the other hand, lunch break is coming up, so even if you did bust up your brain trying to do a perfect end game, you have some rest and relaxation time to get ready for the next set of games. I guess we can mention here. We will be doing NWL in the afternoon, and probably around this time, the California Open, if they've overcome their technical challenges, might be streaming over on Twitch on twitch.tv/sfscrabble. So if they are live, everybody should have both of these streams up at once. We want as many eyeballs in as many different places on Scrabble as it's possible to get.
Sean has played in that spot, but has made a phony. And
he's making the quinon, which is not a word. Quinone, I believe, is a word.
Quinone is a word, which now, if Yvonne spots that, she can play something off of it.
What I hope isn't the case here. This would feel a little bit mean-spirited, is if Sean played an intentional phony to bait the S hook, which he plans to challenge off.
Well, yeah.
Like if she plays like
Quinons and like
Spale or something, and Sean goes out with DY.
Yeah.
Although, is he actually going out with DY is the other question. Because he cannot play YID. Oh, you can play YAD. Yep, YAD and day.
Or DYE actually probably is his best scoring play.
Oh, yep, yeah, I missed that spot. So Sean is going out next turn. we'll see if there's if this is some kind of grand plan.
Oh no! Oh no!
Ooh, it's getting challenged.
Oh.
That's brutal. I didn't know Sean was capable of this.
Yeah, or I think it would have been like 50-50 that he would have just honestly played Quinon thinking it was word.
Yeah, it's possible that he played it unsure of it, and ooh, he just gave us a thumbs up. What does that mean?
Yeah. See, we got it. We got to get. Oh, he did have a spot for the DY that we didn't see.
Oh wow, that's
Yeah.
very creative
Okay.
endgame by
Yeah.
Sean here.
Yeah. Yeah, Ivan could have played email there instead of smile.
Yep. Yeah, she sees. I guess we can go to overhead cam and see
Yeah.
if Yvonne berates him about this.
Yeah.
572.88.
I don't think Ivan is the berating type.
I had bingos, but I couldn't play it at all.
Apologies to everyone who watched that.
We're very T-W-E-R-E. These were my guys. T-O-W-E-R-E-S. What could I?
When was that?
T-O-W-E-R-E-S.
Oh,
Before the heaviest, I put the W-E now, yeah.
yeah, that's a little
I
bit
should have played
too dangerous, maybe.
EWT I should have played. Instead of giving you that opening enough.
I mean, yeah, I was a little too reckless, maybe, but
The Quinon is no good, huh? Shit. What cheated me?
yeah, I wasn't sure about that.
Mhm.
Yeah, Quino was good.
No. Quinon is no good. Quinon.
Hydroxyquinone.
Quinon is good. Quinon, I wanted to put it, but I don't have anything here. And pale. Nothing, I can not go anywhere like this.
Yeah, email. You could play email.
Email, E-M-A-I-L. Oh yeah.
I don't know if there's anything. I don't know if there's anything with S though.
No, email would have been good. E, I know. Quinon is good, I know.
Yeah.
And what is the difference now?
572.88.
And what's the?
Spread would be
It killed me, man.
yeah. Unfortunately,
You shouldn't have challenged that when you put that Quinon.
282. 282 is the difference.
282. Shit.
Something like that. 282. Yeah.
All right. Well, we did not get an admission, or at least not a straight out admission that Sean did any of that on purpose. But it worked out very well for him at the end, and he ended up with almost a 300-point victory.
Yeah.
It was not a 300-point game.
It did not look like that was gonna be what happened, but that's what happened. Yeah.
So nicely done by Sean. That knocks Yvonne off the undefeated category. She's now 3-1. We're 4 games through of the 14-game Scrabble Holiday Party Tournament in Belleville, Ontario. Jason, I think we saw some great games here this morning.
Yeah. I think they were very interesting. Hope that we kept you fairly entertained for the duration.
And players are going to lunch now. I say we, the royal we, the Let's Play Scrabble we, will be back in the afternoon for 4 games of NWL. That's 2:45 Eastern time. Myself and Jason will not be with you, but we'll actually have, I'm losing count of the Jasons here. I think the 4th Jason, Jason Adolsky and David Spargo will be your commentators for the next 4 games. So you'll definitely want to tune in for that.
Yeah, and I don't know about you, but I'll probably tune in.
Yeah, I think I've got a holiday party this afternoon, but I'll watch as much as I can before I have to leave the house. Actually, what I'll do is I'll get to the holiday party, I'll commandeer the TV, and I'll get everybody watching it. And we'll get 10
that
new
sounds
Scrabble
like a plan.
we'll get 10 new Scrabble players at club next week. That is definitely the
Yes.
plan. And
Yes,
if anybody
that is
else
the
is in
dream.
if anybody else is in the same boat as me, going to social obligations that you maybe don't really want to go to, well, you can get people watching Scrabble instead. And not just Let's Play Scrabble, as I mentioned,
Yeah.
California Open with a very strong Collins field and WoW field is going on right now in California. It's being streamed on twitch.tv/sfscrabble. We did get word that they've overcome their technical challenges from yesterday. They're on a break now, but they will be live with more Scrabble. So you've got plenty of Scrabble to keep you company on the Saturday where you probably don't have anything else to do.
And we did mention earlier, but Heidi Robertson is also streaming her games from the Scrabble holiday party. So if you want to come back from lunch, I believe her screen name is Heroine to Birds, right? It's twitch.tv/heroine to birds.
That is an anagram of her name. She is not advocating the mass drugging of nuisance animals.
It's heroine with an extra E.
Oh,
so
yes, you're right.
She's a superhero when it comes to birds.
Yeah. Anyway, make sure to check her out as well. She is streaming POV games with commentary. So
Yes.
I think if things work out this afternoon, you could have 3 different Scrabble streams going on at once. What could be better? There could be no better way to use your time than to watch 3 different games of Scrabble at one time.
I could think of one thing.
4 games of Scrabble at one time?
Or
Well,
5.
let's keep adding numbers.
Or 6, 7.
Hopefully we get to that future at some point, but oh, my cat's meowing. I think he wants my attention. I've been ignoring him for too long. So I think we're about ready to wrap this up, Jason, but it was great doing commentary with you, and I think we saw some fantastic games.
Yes.
So everybody stick around through the lunch break. We'll be back at 2:45 Eastern for some NWL. But it's been Charles and Jason guiding you through Collins. We'll see you later today, and we'll see you again tomorrow.
Yeah. Have a good rest of the day, everyone.
Everybody to the final game of day 3 of the 2025 SPC Scrabble Players Championship Collins Division, brought to you by NASPA. My name, again, in case you've forgotten, is Charles Reinke, joined once again by Elise Bickford.
Yeah, I'm very excited for this last game of the day. We've got a great matchup coming. We'll see Dennis Ikegarigor versus Wasim Khatri.
Yeah, this is a high-powered matchup in this field. I think Dennis currently sitting in second place at 13 wins, 5 losses. Wasim's a little bit further back with just 11 wins. I think earlier I erroneously referred to him as the loser of the 2024 CSW finals. He is, in fact, the runner-up of the 2024 SVC finals. So my apologies, Wasim. Did not mean to call you a loser. We see Wasim putting together a pretty good streak here recently, just losing his last one to Austin. Dennis kind of treading water a little bit, but still doing very well in this tournament.
Yeah, and there's so many players at 12-8, 13-9, 14-6. So really, I feel like anything could happen.
Yeah, this game is going to be important. I think we're ready to let these players start. Looks like they're about ready to go. So both of these players very strong. We can see from their records, no stranger to winning games. Both of them have plenty of international accolades. I think I've lost track of how many Pakistan titles Wasim has, but it's a significant number.
Yeah, I think more than 5. So he is no slouch. Okay. Dennis drawing tiles.
Ooh, that S came out late, but that's a welcome sight, sort of like how you enjoy drawing a blank early in the game. Having an S on your first rack feels it's just setting you up for success. Dennis does not have a bingo on this turn, but he does have decent options to get rid of some of his more clunky stuff, the duplicate Ds and the O. He's just going, it looks like, for Dom here. That's a pretty good idea, keeping good letters. So I think the only other option maybe was Droid a little bit longer, but that maybe sets up too much for Wasim. So I like this play.
Yeah, me too. Just keeping things tight, leaving your best tiles. This seems, yeah, like a perfect opening play.
We have Wasim with 3 good bingo tiles, those being AENT, but also UUW to go with them. And he's probably going to get bailed out a little bit here by the newly added UWU. If you're terminally online, you might see that sort of used as an emoticon, supposed to indicate, I guess, a smiling face with 2 closed eyes. But apparently was pronounced out loud by enough online people to enter the dictionary. So we see Wasim putting down uwu.
We love to see it. Yeah, that's really a nice bailout with the new lexicon update here.
And Dennis playing relatively quickly here, not a ton of time for analysis, but this at first glance looks very correct. He drew a duplicate I in addition to a V, so he should be looking to get rid of those at all possible, if at all possible. He is doing that, scoring 22 points and saving probably his 3 best bingo letters. That is really nice. There is one downside on this board, no available S hooks, but he's perfectly fine just waiting a little bit here on a closed board.
Yeah, this looks great. And Wasim has drawn into a natural bingo here. I imagine he'll spot this pretty quickly.
Yeah, and there's really only one spot to look here, and that would be on top of Dom. His bingo does play there. Uwu does not take an S. It's, I believe, defined as an interjection indicating cuteness or expressing admiration for something cute, I guess is slightly more accurate. So no S hook on Uwu. So Wasim correctly putting it in the one available spot, which is above Dom. So a nice high probability bingo. Good find by Wasim. And he takes an early lead here with Dennis having more issues with duplicate eyes.
Yeah, we've seen him struggle with the eyes a lot. He's kind of been an eye magnet. I think I'd be looking to maybe just play something like hit to get rid of one of them. If you want to get rid of both of them, you could play the word TT, but that would leave you with no vowels here. So yeah, I think it looks like he's setting hit off to the side.
Yeah, I think hit looks good here on top of novates, starting with the A of novates. It does kind of sneakily set up a new line for bingos because Ted takes an S for stead, and an S is a great letter to start 7-letter words. So chances pretty decent that that line would come into play once Dennis sets it up. Dennis also has the floating N of novates, which plays very nicely with the R, S, and T. He would probably just need an E draw as one of his 3 tiles, and bingos over there become very likely. So good idea on all counts by Dennis to make this play.
Absolutely. And Wasim has, I think, one standout play here. So there's that U open in Uwu, which allows you to hit the triple word score. And he has a longer word that can extend that way. He sort of has it lined up, so we'll see if he spots it. But he also could play shorter here. Yeah, what would you be thinking to do?
Yeah, it would be hard for me to make a decision here between just gay, Gey, underneath novates, and gayer, making Gu next to uwu. They score almost comparably, although you wouldn't really think of it at first glance. Gayer only 5 more points, opening up a lot of new space for bingos. Gay, though, feels nice because you're just keeping so well. You're keeping EERT. Downside being there's nowhere to put 7-letter words on this board, so the really nice leave might not be as potent as if the board had been a little bit more open. So here I think I actually prefer gayer just to have a little bit more upside for your tiles. But with Wasim in the lead, he doesn't need to get too open too quickly.
Yeah, and the simulation has gayer and gay just neck and neck, with gayer coming out a little bit ahead, but by less than a point. So I think this is a totally defensible move here.
And Dennis, as you said, Elise, he seems to be a magnet for duplicate eyes. He has somehow done it again. He's got strigines set up through the NE. Strigine is a word, but I don't think it takes an S. I'm currently looking that up. It does not.
Yeah, it doesn't. Just resisting and sistering, which don't fit with those letters. You'd have to shuffle them around.
Dennis is moving on correctly from strigines. That is a nice spot, but if you know what strigine means, I think it means pertaining to owls, then you pretty quickly figure out that it probably doesn't take an S, although it's cons, you never really know for sure what takes an S and what doesn't when you start getting to the 9 and 10 letter words. But good idea here by Dennis to move on from that. I might have preferred just geese here rather than gist to keep the stead spot open. It seems like a small consideration, but it could have ramifications later.
Yeah, I agree. It was really nice for him to have the S and that hook there, and he's kind of blocking himself. But yeah, Wasim had an unplayable extreme on his rack, but I think he's found his best option of Lexing here, scoring 69 points. So
yeah,
almost a bingo score.
He was sort of trending towards defense with the play of gay, but with 69 points available, even if you want to keep playing defense, you kind of have to abandon it at that point. He is throwing out some ease in space. After a play like gist, I guess, from Dennis, one or the other, sort of indicates another S. And so he's not looking to set up S hooks. Luckily, Lexing doesn't do that, just puts out ease in space. Dennis, I feel like we've cursed him somehow, at least. He kept one eye after having 2 of them, drew 2 more. There can't be too many more eyes left in this bag.
Yeah, and he played this turn kind of quickly, but he had an option to play off most of his eyes here with Mirific from the M. So I wonder if that would have been a good choice here.
Yeah, that would have been nice. It sort of guarantees that you never have that eye problem again. But it is a hard word to spot. In fact, I don't think I know that word. I don't know how far Dennis has gotten into the dictionary, but that one is pretty low probability. So it would have been a nice little play there, but a little bit tough to spot. So, and the upside of if is it does keep the E on the bottom basically entirely open for future bingo. So it does have some upside there. We see Wasim has drawn the J. Doesn't really do much on this board, but he does have kind of a clever play that keeps the J. He could play the non-bingo double-double recruit through uwu. We'll see if he opts for that or if he's just really more concerned with getting the J off his rack.
Yeah, if he wants to get rid of the J, he could play juicer through the U, but I don't really like putting the J in that spot. Your opponent could easily, score back with 30 points or something, extending to that triple word, starting a word with J. So I like the double-double here. I hope he's able to spot that.
Yeah, that is nice, and I agree with you. Putting the J next to that triple, it just invites 40-point comebacks. If your opponent has any 5 starting with a J, it's kind of annoying to set up that spot knowing that your opponent's going to have the first crack at it. So something like recruit. Oh, it looks like he is going for juicer. Possibly didn't see recruit, although I don't think this is considerably worse. It's just a little bit different stylistically. Juicer is pretty nice in that it scores 30, just 6 fewer points, and keeps RT rather than the J. So a little bit of upside with the open E of Lexeme that he could possibly bingo as soon as next turn.
Yeah, that's a great point.
Dennis still has duplicate eyes, although he has not drawn any new eyes, which is maybe a first for him in this game. He does have 2 unplayable 7-letter words, so that's got to be a little bit frustrating. One of them would actually play making stead if Dennis had not previously blocked it. That would be Skyerid, which is a type of fly. So unfortunately, that spot's no longer available. This rec looks really good with the E. It feels like there should be something, but there just isn't. So yeah, I was going to ask your opinion at least. Do you think you just use the S now to score with the J?
I think so. I think this looks pretty nice. Yeah, I'm not seeing many other options that don't use the S that score very much. So I like this idea.
Yeah, and Dennis, we hadn't really talked about the score in a couple turns. Dennis was down by 100 points on that turn. So if he spends too much more time making little scoring plays, maybe doing something like Sig to the G of Gist, that would be just ceding more ground to Wasim. So I think taking the points here, putting the S in the triple line, and hopefully getting something cool there. Actually, I do see a word close to my heart on Dennis's rack. We'll see if that stays open. So I think that strategy had the potential to work out, and it might truly work out for him. But we're going back over to Wasim here. He's looking at some letters that have a little bit of synergy together. The F and the Y kind of play nicely here. And he does have a pretty cool word. I think they added this one to Collins, at least. Do you see what I'm talking about?
I do, yeah. The word is juicery. Collins has a lot of fun ERY words. You can have a roastery, a juicery, and well, nightery spelled differently, but
I think, yeah, creperie is there.
You can spell it with the Y too. Yeah.
Yeah, lots of fun stuff here. That would be a cool play. Just doing something like FY and juicery is sort of a sneaky scoring play. It scores 35 points. If you want to go the other direction, his option there would be like playing the extremely weird Collins word Ibor, Y-B-O-R-E. It's looks very strange, but Collins does have a lot of weird verbs that have a Y in front of them. But juicery is a little bit hard to spot. I certainly need at least like a year or two to internalize the new words before I'm able to reliably find them. So like at this point in my Scrabble career, I'd be hard pressed to find something like juicery.
Yeah, and if he doesn't spot that hook, I guess where else would you be thinking about playing on this board?
Yeah, a lot of his best plays involve juicery, and so if he's not spotting it, his options get a lot less. I would honestly be thinking about starting to kind of recommitting myself to defense here with a 50-point lead. I would be strongly thinking about if I could make a play through the D of Jerds to make the S harder to use. Maybe something parallel or to the left of Lexeme. He doesn't have a lot of options there, like Rob. Doesn't really inspire me that much, but it does block the E of Lexeme, which is very useful for eights. I think he's probably seeing those huge open lanes for eights and wishing that they didn't exist. So he might be starting to focus on blocking them.
Yeah, I would like to see him make a defensive play here if he isn't going to find juicery. Even though juicery does kind of block the E in a way, it makes it harder to, I guess, play bingos going to the right of the E.
Yeah, juicery is kind of, I think you primarily play that play for points, but also has the side effect of blocking some of the bingos through the E. It's not definitive by any means, but it does do, half of your job. It just makes it a little bit less dangerous. So that does feel like the clear standout here. It's just a matter of being able to spot the new word, and it takes a while to internalize those words, so I would not be surprised if this gets missed. In terms of, maybe starting to think of stuff through the S or the D, Wasim could just play all his clunky consonants with something like boifs, B-O-Y-F-S, which is, I believe, a boyfriend. It's kind of weird. I've never actually heard that in spoken English, but that would keep ERT, keep a nice set of consonants, and sort of take out the immediate threat of a huge bingo down to that S. So that would be something fun to think about.
Yeah, he also has the word for by through the R. So that blocks one of the floaters and does a similar thing to boif, just getting rid of those clunky consonants.
Wasim's spending a little bit of time here. He does have FEY set up. I think he's considering playing that next to juicer. That's a nice scoring play. It's not as nice, I guess, as juicery, but failing to spot juicery, something like Fei does score nicely. There's maybe a little bit of upside on subsequent turns. You're setting up EFT and you do hold the T, so you might be able to hit the double word once again next turn, which would be a nice little sequence there. We do see Dennis sitting on Ancients, which is going to play if Wasim doesn't disrupt that spot, and we see it's going to stay open.
Wow, this should be exciting. Yeah.
Yeah.
I bet you are happy to see this as the ancient cosmographer that you are.
Yeah, I guess now we're just waiting for Cosmographer to hit the board. We'll check back in a few years to see if that's even close to happening. I expect not. But nice play by Dennis here. Ancients is his highest scoring bingo, the only bingo through the S that hits the triple. So nice job, Dennis, for multiple reasons. It's a good word and also a very relevant word to my Twitch username. Everybody check me out on Twitch, by the way. We see Wasim has drawn toolbar. I don't think that's going to play, so he's going to have to get over the disappointment of his 7-letter word not going on the board.
Yeah, that's very sad. I mean, he can play toolbar to the R, but that's not a bingo and probably one of his worst options here. But
Yeah,
what would you think about doing with these double O's here?
Yeah, you sometimes see players just play the 6-tile version of their bingo because they're sad about it and they want to show you that they know the word or whatever. That's certainly not called for here. Yeah, Wasim is dealing with duplicate O's. He's definitely looking to play at least one of them. He could do something like Batoon to the N of Ancients. That scores a nice 28 points. It's maybe a little bit scary that you're opening up a new triple. Maybe there's a little bit of upside to trying to hit bingos through Lexeme. Maybe even trying to keep able, just playing off a few of these tiles and trying to hit an able bingo. But I think maybe that's too much of a long shot to be really considered.
Yeah, I guess you mentioned the EFT hook last turn, so he could play something like tool there, keeping, I guess, just the AB, so not the able hook. He also has Rat2 there, which I think scores the most. But yeah, okay, so he's going to play Boo there.
Yeah, that's actually a nice play. I now that I'm thinking about it, Rat2 actually does a decent job of keeping able because there's so many A's unseen. So maybe if he was really hyper-focused on that, I'm not saying that's the right idea, but he could have gone hard for a bingo there with something like Rat2. But I think Boo is the standard play here. Keeps ALRT, which goes really nicely with that E of Lexeme. So can't really find too much to fault with this play. We don't know what Dennis's letters are yet, so we're only now just able to start our analysis. A lot of scoring consonants here. We'll see, does he have anything good in that bottom right corner? Probably not. Reb kind of disrupts that. He does have nice plays to the left of Lexeme, though, so we'll see if he opts for one of those.
Yeah, he has the nice play of Ka, which scores 39 points, making Kef, Am, and We. So that would be nice to see come down. And that also has the benefit of blocking this E that's open.
Yeah, we were just talking earlier that Dennis was at a huge deficit and needed to keep things open. Now Dennis is only down by 30. After this next play, he's going to be up for it by just a little bit. So he doesn't it's kind of up to him whether he wants to start playing defense or just keep the board a little bit more open. I'd be a little bit concerned about that E of Lexeme, and if I could score 39 points playing in that spot, I would probably jump at the chance. He could also do something involving the K above the I of Gist. You could do weak, which I think scores a little bit more but doesn't keep a vowel. There's a lot of vowels still in the bag, so he's likely to draw at least one. He's going for a slightly different idea here, probably a little bit better than weak. This play keeps a vowel. He's playing clap. The other difference between this and weak is PI doesn't take anything in front of it. Weak was setting up an S for ski. So this is maybe a little bit safer. I think we're going to see a challenge here. I guess Wasim is just unsure of this 4-letter word.
Yeah, it is South African for to clap, or sorry, to slap. Colin's only 4. So he'll get an extra 5 points for that.
Yeah, we've seen the 5 points come into play in a couple games already this tournament. So while 5 points at the time of the challenge feels like nothing, it feels like it's worth doing. It could definitely have ramifications in a close game like this. So Clap with the +5 actually scores 46, which would be his highest scoring play. So nice job by Dennis. Wasim does have extremely good letters. We're going to see a bingo come down for sure here.
Yeah, so he has a bingo down from the G, and he also has stuff playing to the E in Lexeme. I guess, do you think there's a positioning that's better on this board, or would you just take the points here and go with the bingo that scores the most?
Yeah, it looks like Gloater scores 3 more, and any difference here would be pretty minimal. Maybe one downside here, I'd have to see exactly what's available in the pools. Gloaters does put a vowel next to that triple letter score. In combination with that double word score, this could be, a 60-point hotspot if things go exactly right. But that feels pretty marginal now that I'm looking at it a bit more. So I think just taking the 3 extra points in the close game makes a lot of sense.
Absolutely. And yeah, Dennis is going to be able to hit that hotspot next to the O in Gloaters, but he won't hit the double word score. I think the best he can do is play something like when here, WHEN.
Yeah, that looks really strong here. It keeps PRN. The bag is now very vowel heavy. We would have expected Dennis to draw more vowels than he did. He left a lot of them in the bag. We see 15 vowels to 11 consonants. So if he does something like when here, keeping 3 consonants, that's totally fine from his POV. He's very likely to draw at least 2 vowels on his next turn and have a little bit more flexibility. So I think this is a really good play to stay in the game. He is down by roughly a bingo, a small one, but a bingo nonetheless. This one gets him pretty close on the scoreboard while maintaining good letters. So this feels very correct.
Yeah, and Wasim is seeing a lot of these vowels here. This is not the best draw. What would you be thinking about doing with the Q here?
I guess it's not too bad here if he wants to hold on to the Q. There are still 2 U's to draw. So if he wanted to do something, I don't know, something to the K of Clap, but really his only option there would be like Naik, N-A-I-K, which keeps a lot of A's. But that would be one option here to see if something develops with the Q. Otherwise, you could be possibly looking at an exchange if he feels like the Q doesn't have a lot of upside here. I mean, it really doesn't unless he draws a U. Maybe he doesn't want to be beholden to the U draw. So yeah, this is a tough situation for Wasim. Luckily, he's still up by 22, so he has a little bit of wiggle room to maybe spend 1 or 2 turns not scoring quite as much.
Yeah, I would be thinking about maybe taking the points with N-A-I-K and just hoping to draw that U for the Q. But my simulation says that exchanging 7 is actually pretty comparable to that. So you can take another tack and give up scoring this turn, but just hope that you maybe dig in and get the Z or the blank or some of these better tiles.
Yeah, I can see that, because if you were to do an exchange here, if you just decided you didn't want the Q anymore, none of these other tiles are really worth keeping at all, except maybe the N, possibly. You're not really attached to any of these others, so you would just exchange as many as possible. As you said, at least going for the Z or the blank, which would make your life a lot easier. So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if an exchange happens here, not because Wasim has no playable plays, but just because he thinks after something like Nake, he's going to be losing too much momentum with his next turn. We do see Dennis has drawn the second blank, so if Wasim does do a major exchange, he's not going to get the blank. He could still get the Z, but it's going to, I think, with Dennis, with the blank in hand, is a little bit of a favorite here.
Yeah, I think so too. I think he'll have some great options next turn, kind of regardless of what Wasim plays with this rack.
I feel like Wasim keeps going back to QAnon, which is the name of some kind of internet conspiracy group. Unfortunately, well, I guess fortunately or unfortunately, it certainly would be nice to have another Q without U word. Whether we'd want it to be QAnon, it's maybe a different discussion. Anyway, it's not in the lexicon now, so he's got to move on from that. But kind of that would be nice if it was available.
Yeah, that would certainly be useful if that was a word.
And we'll make sure, we'll keep policing chat to make sure there's no further discussion of QAnon.
Yeah, I think that's a good call.
This is a tough turn for Wasim. He's spent a lot of time here. We see him like kind of shuffling his letters around. I think he's just trying to give himself ideas of what could possibly be going on here. I wonder if he's thinking about maybe something like a Noah to the right of when, that scores decently enough. It kind of gets rid of a lot of extra vowels, but the Q is still just a major problem. So actually, no, that doesn't work. Again, I've got blank blindness here. I'm reading that E as an O. So no, that's not going to work at all. Please ignore me.
I guess he has Nala too. I guess AGIST is a word. If you wanted to hook that, that would be another way to get rid of your A's here. That
actually also does set up the QI spot next turn. So maybe there's a little bit of merit to something like that, just to give the Q a little bit more of a chance to help you out. Downside is that you could very easily see Dennis just making a play to the K in that spot and wiping out the new chi spot that you created for yourself. But I think it is worth thinking about trying to give some life to the Q if you're committed to keeping it.
Absolutely. And yeah, I think in reality, Dennis probably wouldn't play there because he would maybe be bingoing elsewhere on the board.
Yeah, he's at least got bingos to the C, something like Protonic. I'm not sure if he has anything to the A, probably not. But he does at least have a few things. He's got stuff like anti-porn to the N. So he's got some choices here. I suppose if Wasim does make a play near Ancients and somehow doesn't give anything back, we could see Dennis's bingos get blocked. Although he does also have pointers for a minimal score. So Dennis definitely bingoing next turn. Wasim probably not really thinking too much about whether Dennis is close to a bingo or not. I think Dennis's recent plays not really indicated like strength towards a bingo. They've just really indicated his desire to score points, which is a typical Scrabble player thing, to want to score points. So can't read too much into Dennis's recent plays.
Yeah, when your opponent's just scoring 40 points, you can kind of assume that they would be doing that with any sort of lead. So it's hard to really infer much.
Yeah, we really need to see Wasim play quickly here. He's down to 4.5 minutes. A lot of pre-endgame and endgame left, and it's going to get more complicated for him after Dennis's bingo. So We see him going for oat.
know
Not
if I like
quite
this.
sure what to make out of this. I'm trying to figure out what he thinks will happen with the Q after this, other than he just wants a U draw. That's all I can think of, but otherwise I'm probably missing some upside that this play has.
Yeah, I wonder. There must be some sort of justification for this, but I'm not quite seeing it yet.
Yeah, maybe he's thinking he can hit something like Quake or something to the end of Ancients, Quinin. But he wasn't really close to either of those, and those were really dependent on U draws. So either way, we see Dennis going for his highest scoring bingo. Actually, no, not quite his highest scoring bingo, because he does have a bingo that puts the P on the double letter. It's actually an anagram of this word, that being optronic. He is going for protonic here. Actually, we saw the blank cam, and I should have looked closer at it. Yeah, he's singing an E for pretonic, so
that a
slightly
word?
different. So thank goodness for that blank cam. Thank you, Josh Greenway, for the blank cam. Otherwise, we'd have no idea.
Yeah, and pretonic is also valid. It's denoting a type of syllable in a word. So.
We do see suggested in chat that possibly Wasim was fishing for Cade, Q-A-I-D, making door. I did think of that. I thought that might be an option, but there was only one unseen D. So it seemed like kind of a long shot to do that. Like that scores nicely, but doesn't quite score enough to make it worth sort of the point sacrifice. But possibly was part of Wasim's thinking. Either way, he drew well to his leave. He's got a nice assortment of vowels and consonants here. Unfortunately, the Q is still on his rack. It's getting harder to see what he's going to do with it. There's still 2 U's unseen, so maybe he can hold on for a little bit longer. But at this deficit, it's hard to see a really clear path to victory.
Yeah, and the computer likes just kind of plunking down QI and keeping AAELN, but then I just wonder kind of what you're hitting after you do that. Because I guess you're taking out that lane above protonic if you do that. So
yeah, there's not really bingo lines on this board, so Wasim might be looking more towards outrunning rather than keeping good letters for a bingo. So he might go for something like a like through the K of clap, or we actually see a nice scoring play here. The score is 27. If he was going for Cade, he is still going for Cade here. That's actually probably a good idea. Cade maybe now the most likely spot to get a lot of points with the Q. So this is 27 points. I think this is probably the right idea.
Yeah, it scores the most, and if he gets to put down Cade, I think he's in a pretty decent spot here.
We see Dennis has drawn one of the 2 U's, so there's only one for Wasim to draw. So it's not as much stuff coming to bail him out as he hopes. It looks like Wasim has drawn the D and the U and the Z. So that's maybe a miracle draw here. He actually can play quad now through the O of pretonic if it stays open. So all of a sudden this game, I feel like wildly swinging towards Wasim.
Yeah, that's a huge swing. That changes a lot of things.
Dennis does have plays to the K of clap. Those feel most natural here, something like beak or bauk or gauk. There's a million 4-letter words that play there. Basically anything you can come up with is going to be a valid word in that spot. Not literally, but a lot of variations on a theme there. That does seem like a really natural place to play. But he does have to look at the pool. He sees the Q and the Z lurking. Start thinking what can happen with the Q and the Z. He's probably going to notice pretty quickly that the K is not really a problem for those letters, at least not that I'm seeing. You can't do quark or quirk or quake. Those don't quite work. The Z doesn't quite work because there's no Zerk in the bag, there's no unseen E's. So that O of pre-tonic might actually be the spot that Dennis zeroes in on as a spot that needs to be taken care of.
Yeah, and if he wants to do that, he has the nice play of Go, which I think he's lined up. That slots right above pre-tonic, putting the B on that triple letter score. And I think that does a really good defensive job while also picking up 29 points, which is kind of close to what he would get for BOUK. So I really like that.
Yeah, this is very comparable on the scoreboard and just does a lot more in terms of stopping Wasim from doing something dangerous around pre-tonic. So I think Dennis does have a setup. He does have plenty of time on his clock to work this out. Wasim's only got 2 minutes. But so if this gets complicated, it could be kind of a time rush for Wasim. We do have Dennis with a 15-point lead here. It would balloon all the way up to 44 with a play of Go. That's a long way to come back, even if you're scoring well with the Q. It might come down to Wasim playing Cade and then hoping a good Z play materializes.
Yeah, and are there spots on this board where you see some possible Z plays developing?
Yeah, I mean, there's Zag available. There is Zupa through the P of pre-tonic. The thing is, Dennis is going to be emptying the bag here, so Wasim's probably not going to get any more tiles. He's not going to have a chance to get an A to get Zupa. Even if he did something like Cade and then wants to get Zupa, just doesn't have enough time in the game for something like that. So not a lot of spots for the Z, but I guess if we see Dennis, we'll probably he'll definitely be picking AR out of the bag. If he plays Go, he'll have RA. I don't think that goes out anywhere, but it also won't be scoring a lot. So it'll get a little bit complicated there if Wasim's able to score even a decent amount with the Z.
Yeah, this is going to be a tight one. I'll be interested to see how Wasim kind of works through these two power tiles and makes the most out of them on this board.
I guess one option that I hadn't thought about, I just kind of skipped ahead in this game a little bit. Wasim does also have Azuki through the K of clap. I thought the K was kind of dead for the Z and the Q, but he does have a 54-point play there. Major downside is it retains the Q, it plays the U off, and then it kind of looks like he gets stuck with the Q at that point. There's nowhere to just plunk it down for Chi. So that would be kind of fun if it was a little bit earlier in the game and you had a few more turns to deal with the Q. It's not going to work out for him this time. I guess you might be thinking something like Quid and then Zap. That could also be an option here. That would be a really nice 2-tile sequence.
Yeah. Okay, so he puts down Go. He's still hesitating a bit, but he has a lot of time to make his choice.
Yeah, and I think Dennis has to be afraid that he's going to draw the Q, which is why he probably wants to keep the U here. I think Wasim's previous plays don't really indicate having the Q. The Q is annoying enough here that Wasim probably would have tried to play it if at all possible. So Dennis is thinking he's got a little bit of Q insurance here. He leaves Quake through the K of clap if he ends up drawing the Q, which would force Wasim to block. So I think this play looks really good for Dennis. I don't think it's going to work out, though, just due to the line of Quid making door and then threatening Zap. Maybe there's a few other ways for Wasim to go about this. We need to do some calculation. Wasim only has 2 minutes to figure this out. So there's a little bit of pressure here to get it right. Yeah, something like Zap here would threaten an out of Quired through the E of Lexeme, which Dennis would need to deal with. And then he's got Quid coming back, making door. I'm going to do a quick check to see if that actually wins for Wasim. It's going to be pretty
Yeah.
close.
I think it does. Makondo says it wins by 7. So he would play Zap. I think Dennis would play Rue at G13, it says. And then letting Wasim play Quid, and Dennis could go out.
Yeah, then Dennis would be going out with like
Yeah.
AA somewhere, but it might not be like under pre-tonic possibly.
But yeah, it wouldn't be quite enough.
Yeah, and Wasim with only 50 seconds left, it's a lot to think about. It looks like he sees Quired, and so he might be going first for Quired and then Zap next turn. Does ZA play anywhere else? Nice, that's I guess the question. Oh, he's going for Zap first. I think this will do it for him. So
Yeah,
nicely
this
done
seems
by
correct.
Wasim.
Nice find with only 30 seconds left. That's really impressive.
So Dennis is definitely going to have to address Quired. The most points effective way to do that seems to be playing Rue making Ref. That would be 17 points. He would go up by 19 at that point, holding AA. But Wasim would be scoring 38 with Quid making Door. That puts him up by 19. And AA under pre-tonic only scores 15, so it would be a 2-point win for Wasim if that line plays out.
Mm-hmm.
So we're looking at another game at least where that 5 points actually makes a pretty big difference if you decide
I'm
to.
realizing I forgot to put the challenge in again into my computer. So yeah, I said it was a 7-point win, but it would actually only be a 2-point win.
Yeah. If we go back to Clap, that got 5 points. Although I guess it was, so I'm misremembering. It was Wasim challenging, not Dennis. So it turns a slightly more comfortable win into an uncomfortably tight win for Wasim because he gave Dennis those 5 points for Clap. So not changing the outcome of the game, but maybe changing a little bit of the calculus at the end and also making it a little bit more nerve-wracking, thinking that what if you misscored one of your plays? Looks like they are confirming scores here. So that's a good thing to do here. It looks like the clock is being stopped. Again, we're seeing that scores probably aren't being confirmed until the very end, which makes it a little bit hard to get right.
Mm-hmm.
But congrats. I guess I shouldn't say congrats yet because we don't see how this is going to. We can't guarantee that both players will play exactly how we expect, but Wasim, kind of against our recommendation, just was holding on to that Q, thinking that Q was going to be the key to him scoring enough points in this game. That did turn out to be the case. He did need the Q and the Z together, both for almost 40 points to make it happen, but he was a true believer in the Q, and myself and Elise were Q doubters.
Yeah, good vision on his part to see that the play of Oat can give him these chances to, pull out enough points with the Q with something like Quid. That, yeah, it took a lot of insight to find that play.
And it looks like scores have been agreed upon, so Dennis back on the clock with 7.5 minutes left. Currently sitting on a 2-point lead. Probably sees Quired as something that he needs to deal with. He's got Aure set up on his rack, which is really unfortunate for him. There's nowhere for that to go, otherwise this endgame would be utterly different. Honestly, I don't know how many outs Dennis could have drawn given the pool, just because there's nowhere really to string 5 tiles all at once to make a play. But he probably was hoping that either he would draw the Q or that Wasim would be in a Q without U situation. So kind of, I don't know the exact percentages, but it does feel like a little bit of a tough break for Dennis.
Yeah, I definitely could imagine some scenarios where maybe he would take this with a different draw. I'd be curious to look later at what an engine would say the win percentages were.
Yeah, and I think Wasim does have enough time here to successfully execute the endgame. He's not in completely dire time trouble. If he did manage to go over on time in this game, it would result in a loss, but he does have 33 seconds to make his plays. And we've had players complain about the phone clock not being able to activate it, but I think with 33 seconds, he's got plenty of chances to slap his finger against the button.
Yeah, that should definitely be enough time to pull it out. So it looks like Dennis might be playing. Oh wait, Rhea is not a word, never mind. It's a word that I always think is a word.
Yeah, maybe he's thinking ream or something. Maybe
Yeah.
AU has some upside that he's not seeing. But it does really seem like Rue and then is the best he's going to do. That's actually a really nice 2-turn sequence with low scoring tiles. So he might also be double checking his tracking. That would be pretty important here to make sure that if you are blocking an out, that it is actually an out for Wasim and that you're not just randomly conceding 38 points for the queue.
Absolutely.
So while we wait for Dennis to sort of, it looks like he's definitely checking his tracking here. We want to give one more plug here. Like and subscribe this video. I think we're at a peak viewership right now. NWL must have gone done. So everybody's piling in here to see the exciting conclusion of this one. If you're an NWL refugee and this is your first time on this stream, you haven't heard us begging and pleading for you to click that like button, click that subscribe button. Do all those things. We want to see all these streams succeed. And one of the ways we can do that is by convincing YouTube that our streams are worthy. And all of us here know that the streams are worthy, but the algorithm might not. So we have to tell those computers in the YouTube data center, Scrabble streams are something that should be shown to everybody.
Yes, we've had so many wonderful games, really, really close games, just like this one. So if you want to keep seeing those, please subscribe and yeah, let's keep growing the game of Scrabble.
Yeah, we've had some great end games over here. This is another barn burner. I feel like Dennis, if he had drawn the Q or the Z, this would be an entirely different end game, but Wasim drawing the power right at the end to win it. My brain honestly feels a little bit fried. A lot of things to think about. And I had some tough end games also on the NWL stream. So my brain is well and truly sizzling right now. How do you feel, Elise?
Yeah, my brain is also sizzling away. It's been a full day of commentary, a lot of ups and downs, a lot to keep track of, but I'm also learning so much from these players. It's been just such a treat watching them work through these really tough positions.
Yeah, definitely these games are very instructive, not just for sort of newcomers to the game, might not know too much about Scrabble, but even for players like me, I'm always picking up little things that these players are doing that maybe I could add to my game, or I could think about things in a different way. But for people who don't know, Elise was not supposed to be our commentator for this afternoon. We actually had Neil Gann scheduled until last minute circumstances forced to change. So thank you, Elise, for possibly sacrificing the health of your brain, not frying it too much, to do this afternoon session with me.
Oh, it's my pleasure. Always happy to help out with these streams.
We see Dennis finally going for Rue. It looks like his tracking confirmed that he does need to do something about Quired. Quid should come down. Oh, wait, actually, I shouldn't say that. Dennis has not hit his clock. This actually gives Wasim a little bit of time to set up his play, assuming that Quired doesn't happen. So maybe with your opponent at a time deficit, rather than putting something on the board and letting them know your thoughts, you just kind of wait until the end and spring it on them and hope that Wasim, with sweaty palms, lets the tile fly into the second row or into the balcony or something and goes overtime for that reason.
Yeah, that would be a pretty exciting turn of events, but crazier things have happened in a Scrabble game.
We see Dennis putting it back. He only has a minute and a half left to make a decision, so he'll have to make it soon. Unfortunately, we can see from our end with our computer analysis that a good play like Rue from his end will result in a 2-point loss.
Yeah, but he still just has an incredible spread, so that'll only go down by 2 points after this game. So that, is a good thing in itself. Even though he's not going to get the win, he's still hanging in there in this tournament.
Yeah, and Wasim is really going to like this win. Puts him in pretty good position. As we mentioned earlier, Wasim, the runner-up in last year's finals, he is very eager to get back there and hopefully win it this time. And a win here as we get towards the end of day 3 is really important for his chances. So we see Rue come down. Ooh, he's actually going for choir here.
Shoot. Is that going to be enough?
This blocks AA, but it's not going to be enough if Dennis plays and Ain here. So,
wow.
Ooh, really rough break for Wasim here. He must have just completely missed quid on this turn. That's rough.
Jeez. Yeah, I wonder. I mean, it is time pressure. He only had 24 seconds, but I feel like he had it lined up on his rack. I'm so perplexed.
Yeah, and he had tons of time on Dennis's clock to look for options. Oh, Dennis is pointing out, let's go to the overhead cam.
No, you still win. No. 34, 36, so 38. It's 38. Yeah, but at least 17. 4, 5, 6, 7. No, you're winning by. No, you win. I'm leading by 2. If I play 17, I will be leading by 19. So you play 30, 34, 35, so 38. You'll be leading by 19. So 4, 5, 6, 12, 13, 14, 15. You win now by 2. You not check it. No time. I thought that's what you planned. So let's finish the game first. Where's the arrow? Bring the arrow. So 17, 4, 37, 6, 7, 8, 9, 6, 7, 8, 9, 9, 446 plus 4, 450, 828, 4, 446. I win by 4. You win. You can just recount quickly. You have me 450.
Oh boy, Elise, that one is a rough one. We thought Wasim had it in the bag with quid. We see him go for choir to block AA, and just wasn't quite enough. A brutal end to that game for Wasim. We thought he had it.
Yeah, that's so hard to see. It just really confirms how challenging Scrabble is. These little differences can lose you a game, and oh, wow, what a battle.
Yeah, that's it feels like a good way to end the day of Scrabble, or maybe it's not a good way to end the day of Scrabble. We'd like one more happy game after this one so we can get over the sadness of a end game blown, but we've all been there. At least I can think of at least 1 or 2 end games in my recent memory that were completely mangled by me in a way that should have never happened. I was just happy not to be on stream for those games. So tough luck, Wasim, but nicely done by Dennis to get that win that strengthens his position in this tournament. And I think that brings us to the end of the day.
Hello and welcome back to Let's Play Scrabble's coverage of the 2025 Scrabble Holiday Party presented by NASPA Games. Jason Idalski here with Vermont's David Spargo alongside. David, welcome to the booth.
Thank you. I am so glad to be here. It's going to be really fun commentating on some games by some top players. We got Jackson and Michael and a few others that are just going to be really fun to watch. This is a really great tournament to see some great talent.
Yeah, you mentioned two very good players, but neither of them are in the top two right now. Our first game will feature the players first and second in the standings, both 4-0, the only 4-0s, and they are Ari Sinke and Greg Begorden. I've only played Ari once or twice. There's a Michigan tournament that happens twice a year that he usually plays. David, what do you know about either of these players?
Yeah, I played Ari a few times, and he is always a challenge. No easy feat to beat this guy. 100 top 40, his record, 435. Clearly a strong expert plus some. Our games are always fun. I always enjoy playing Ari. Real nice guy too. And I've never played Greg though, so it looks like he's doing real well. But other than that, he's also an expert player. 1600 rated 1600 plus. Average score of about 400, which is kind of an expert score, and also looks like a pretty strong player. But never had the privilege of playing him.
Yeah, I assumed that he was out further east. So being from Winnipeg, sense that with me in Michigan and you in Vermont, neither of us have got to play him. So I'm looking forward to seeing what he's got. They have played once, and perhaps surprisingly, Greg wins in February in this same city where this event is, in Belleville. So I think if the players are ready, then we are ready. All right, the tiles have been bagged, the pregame handshake, and let's play Scrabble.
When you're starting a game, Jason, are you going to open vertically or horizontally? What's your preference? The age-old debate.
The age-old debate. I am a standard horizontal person. Not that I try not to let people who open vertically bother me, but it does kind of sometimes.
Well, that is partially why I open vertically, is to bother other people. When I found out that people get bothered by other people who open vertically, I found that hilarious, and so I like being a troll. And so now I just always open vertically.
All right, we will get along good. I predict, David. We will get along pretty good. CEIPTWX, and perhaps surprisingly, it looks like all of Ari's good plays here keep back the X. Really no X play other than maybe picks. So, David, what are you seeing here?
Yeah, I mean, my first thought is to try to play the X, hopefully get it on the double letter score so you can get like 40, 50 points on this first play. But it doesn't look like there are actually any options that get the X on the double letter. So then if you're going to play the X, you got to go with something like picks. And I think this is probably Ari's best play. Gets rid of some clunk, gets rid of the P and the W, scores well, about 30 points, and sets up the X really nicely, putting the I underneath that double letter score. So I really like this play. What do you think, Jason?
Yeah, certainly seemed to be the top play from a pure equity standpoint, and when you get the added bonus of setting up your X with basically any vowel, XI, XU on the one side, AX, EX, OX on the other side, this has to be right, I feel like. So now over to Greg with two A's, a J, and a Q. Sadly, no blank Q bingo for Ari, that he could play the famous QAJAK, the 2Q spelling of kayak. He does have a very slick play here, and I'll be interested to see if he finds it. Right now, it looks like he's looking at May on top of Peewit, but what are you seeing here, Greg? Or David, sorry.
Yeah, initially I was, my first thought when I had the Q was, how can I dump this thing as quickly as possible, because I hate the Q. So if he just wants to do that, then it looks like he can play QI it's only 21 points, but getting rid of the Q is always nice. But then, yeah, something like Yam also looks pretty good. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure I would find Pajama. I'm not sure I even knew that spelling of Pajama. So if he finds that, that's going to be pretty impressive. But yeah, I think my instinct would be to just play off the Q here if I were to play this position myself.
Yeah, I would confess to not seeing the Pyjama, Pyjama spelling myself. Looks like he's got Jam picked up. Oh, to play below Pewit. But yeah, what do you think about the May option versus QI? You just want to get rid of the Q right now?
I would like to get rid of the Q right now, especially if he plays May. Then he keeps the Q and the J, which of the 4 power tiles, J, X, Q, Z, those are the 2 worst, and so that's really going to slow him down in future turns.
Yeah, maybe considering Jam underneath, kind of keeping that spot open. You know, if you play Jam, 3 picks and an I, if you get it, there's a decent chance that maybe he plays from the J, he plays under the J, and then you can take your 46. So it looks like he's going to go that route.
Yeah, and right, if he gets if he picks up if he does play Jam, if that ends up happening, then he could draw a few things that allow him to really hit that Q pretty hard. Like, if he just draws another I or a T or, really an I or a T, which is, like, it's really not unlikely. So he could have a pretty strong Q play next turn.
Yeah, it looked like among the non-pajama plays, QI and Jam were actually simming quite closely. So I wouldn't say anything wrong with this play. Greg takes a slight lead over to Ari, who now has other options for his X. He could play Cox or Coxa, making Pack and Emo. Is that what you're doing here, Greg? Is that what you're doing here, David, or do you see something else?
Yeah, I think you just got to play Cox. Yeah, I think you could also consider putting the X on that I over there in Pewit and building horizontally. But then if you do that, you still keep 2 C's and a W, which is really going to slow you down on that next turn. So getting rid of at least 1 C here, I think, is pretty important.
Do you like this placement versus the other one? 1 point difference.
I
mentioned the one making Pack and Emo.
Yeah, I think I like where he played it, because I like where Ari played it because there could be some pretty hefty counterplay if you play Cox making Pack and Emo. Like if Greg had an S and then an I or a U, then he could hit that double word score for quite a few points, and Cox, just where Ari played it, just gives nothing back. So I think it's much better defensively.
Yeah, so Greg not finding the I on his 3-tile draw, but he did find a T. Find a T with QA was what he was looking for. So the seldom seen YY leave will give him a slight lead back over to Ari, who doesn't look like he has any great options. He's got the slick Jowd through the JO for 32 is his highest scoring play. The CG is not fun to leave together, but ACGN looks like a pretty good leave.
Yeah, it's an okay leave, and especially considering how considering that there really aren't any other great options. Like he's not going to play WAG over QAT. That's just too much of a point sacrifice. This even though it keeps CG, I think this play is totally worth making.
Yeah, this can be a pretty boring gig when the players are making the right plays, which has basically happened so far. Greg did not have the right draw though, drawing UV into his YY. So it'll be a while before he bingos. I see Ivy On top of Cat there's Ivy now next to Jowd. David, are you playing Ivy on this turn, or is there something else that you're seeing?
I think I would play Ivy, because I mean, keeping the YU is not great, but sacrificing 21 points to exchange, I think that's just too many points to give up, especially because it's a close game right now. Greg doesn't need to try way too aggressively to get a bingo. He can kind of take his time to some extent and just get some points along the way. I think that's perfectly called for. And yeah, playing Ivy is the thing to do, I think, here. But it sucks for him that he played off the Q and then immediately drew a U. That's one of the worst feelings in the game. Yeah, can't feel great.
I mean, it sucks, but the fact that it seems to happen about 80% of the time probably lessens the sting a little bit here.
Yeah, that's true.
It looks like he's considering Pax's, extending Pack to Pax's. That is his highest scoring play at 37. He then would have the 2 Ivy spots, at least one of them, available next turn.
Yeah, I really don't like this, honestly. I mean, it scores significantly more, but yeah, 16 points more than Ivy in the highest scoring spot for Ivy, but keeping duplicated Ys and a U and a V. I think sacrificing the points just to get rid of a good bit of that stuff that he kept would probably have been worth it.
Well, I was going to say, he hasn't committed this play yet, but if he does, we may be witness to Scrabble history, the first ever IUVYY lead.
Yeah, I mean, I can't think of a game where I've seen this before, so yes, Greg is probably making history.
Again, that's if he commits it, and now, has he? Yes, he has.
Oh, he hasn't committed yet. Yeah, I do hope that we see him reconsider, but 37 points is 37 points. I mean, it's at least a reasonable play, I think.
All right, back over to Ari, who has a similar situation to what Greg had on his first rack, where his only vowels are both A's.
Yeah, it looks like he has some pretty, or at least like some decent options to get rid of his duplicated A's and also some of the clunkier consonants on his rack. Bag over QAT looks like a pretty good option. Yeah, highest equity option according to Quackle. Or actually, one of 2 highest equity options are a couple tied bag over QAT and also bang over QAT, BANG. Jason, what do you prefer here? Do you play bag or bang?
That is a good question. I kind of like bag here. Although you have to be worried when your opponent plays off 1S for 37. It's probably, I feel like I tend to overestimate how often my opponent has the second S in reserve. But with bag rather, you are setting up those kind of column A plays for next turn, especially with the C and the D and stuff like that. You're also stopping, maybe potential plays down from the C, 5-6 letter words that have 3 overlaps. So I kind of like bag. I can see bang as well. I also tend to gravitate toward keeping consonants more than keeping vowels. So are you playing bag here, or are you? Is there? I mean, there's a bunch of options that are very close in valuation. So I think this is kind of a stylistic thing, just what Ari decides to do.
I think I might go with bang here. One, because I suppose it's a couple more points, and 2, if you're going to open a triple, putting a G in second is really not that dangerous at all. I think a lot of players tend to do that is they overestimate how likely it is that their opponent will triple if they open a triple lane. It pretty much never happens. Yeah, it's rare, and yeah, a lot of players don't realize how rare it actually is. So I think putting a G there would be pretty safe, even if your opponent does do something like drop an ES on the previous turn. So I think I would go with bang.
Yeah. Are you considering the fact that your opponent just played ES? Now he did take a while to play it. I think if it was a situation where maybe if he had 3 S's, or if maybe he was keeping a really potent lead, then ES would have come down rather quickly. But maybe he was just looking for a bingo there. So you're certainly not putting your opponent on IUVYY after he plays Paxes, but maybe leave inference is what's giving Ari pause here.
Yeah, I think if I were Ari, I would definitely be a little wary just seeing that ES come down, and thinking like, what's the best way that I can score decently, keep a decent lead, and give as little back as possible. Yeah, that would be some of my thinking. I would certainly not think that Greg would have had as bad a lead as IUVYY. But yeah, I would, if I were Ari, I would also be taking some time to think through this position carefully.
Yeah, it's tough because you don't want to get yourself in time trouble later in the game, and everything is pretty close, so it's just a pretty stylistic thing. Are you kind of one of those, just pick one and move on, or are you taking more time here because you realize you're kind of shaping the board for the rest of the game?
Yeah, yes, it's pretty easy to just kind of like get inside your own head and like really think through things. Like you want to think through things, but also when the differences are as minute as like bag versus bang, I don't think you want to spend a whole ton of time here. I mean, the part of the game that you want to leave the most time for is the end game, because then you have to actually take the time to potentially think through some like pretty complicated end game sequences, and ideally your first few turns of the game should be the quickest. So that is something to keep in mind. And he plays Gab here. Looks like, yeah, the risk we were talking about, playing bag or bang on the bottom left side of the board. I think that Ari might have been a bit hesitant to open that up, so I think this play makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I kind of like this play. It similarly sets up your other A. It's quite defensive. If you feel like your opponent has another S, you're kind of taking away the QATS hook. You are replacing it, but now you can't play a bingo ending in S. GAT obviously with nothing at the front. So looks like he's just gonna play a little defense here. Now over to Greg, who saw the one Ivy/Tivy spot blocked, but he's still got the one at the bottom, and it seems like playing down there for 30 or 28, depending on if you want to keep the T, is his best option.
Yeah, that's an interesting decision whether or not to keep the T or play the T. I think I would lean towards playing it, I suppose. Higher turnover at this point is good. There are still 3 S's and 2 blanks left out, so each additional tile you turn over is another shot at one of those remaining S's or blanks. And it's another 2 points, so I think this is perfectly good. What about you, Jason?
Yeah, I was just looking at the board, though. The thing that would give me pause is that this is the third T with no R's or N's, so that might be a slight point in favor of keeping it. Actually, sorry, this is 26. He actually could have scored more points hooking the Y to Gab to make Gabby, but he does have the other one in reserve, so.
Oh, right. And that could be good, just like leaving himself the Gaby or Gabby or however you say it, leaving himself that setup. Ari very well might play through the Y and Tivy just to score some points, and then next turn, Greg has that Y setup that he left for himself. So maybe a bit of a 2-turn sequence there is what he's thinking. But back over to Ari. Looks like he has Iceman through the EM in Pewitt and Jam for 45. That's a pretty difficult play to see, though. Do you think he's going to see it, Jason?
I respect Ari's word knowledge and board vision, but even this play, which he's going to put down, Cyanid or Cyano down there, is also not easy to see. So perhaps a slight quote-unquote mistake not seeing Iceman, but but either this or Cyanid is quite good as well.
Yeah, and it looks to, Quackle is showing that Cyano is the number 3 choice, so still a perfectly strong option. But back over to Greg, looks like he's picked up the blank. Great for him, but he doesn't have great stuff in addition to the blank, so he's not going to be bingoing this turn. But he can still cash that Gaby setup. Quackle is showing Duty, and Gaby is the best option, but he's going with Yum, which is also a pretty strong play. What do you think about this, Jason?
Yum looks very good to me. I love the DNT leave. This might not be the board for it, but you did just get the opening at the bottom there. So Yum will score 20. Greg currently leaves 157 to 148. Not sure why the scores are not updating. Probably something on my end. Pretty good draw for Greg. Don't know if that will convert in the immediate future. Back over to REIIR DKV.
Ari's has pretty awkward rack here. Double I's, double R's, the K and the V. I would look to play something like Dirk, but then if you play that with the I in Cyano, then it's only going to score like 15, and it puts the K in a very dangerous spot. So I really don't like that option, even though it. Okay, yeah, this looks about as well as anything that he could possibly do in this situation. Deduplicates the I's and the R's, and actually scores. There's no higher scoring play for him than what he just played. And then all the other options besides the top 3 options in Quackle are exchanging. So that just goes to show how bad that rack was. That was pretty bad.
Yeah, and also perhaps setting up an O that maybe your opponent doesn't see for maybe a 5 or 6 tile play coming down. So I didn't see Greg's bingo immediately, but Greg certainly has, in addition to Tundish, he has Hindgut. We'll just want to look at blank cam and confirm that that is a G, and is, but a very nice find.
Yeah, I only had 2 bingos, 2 available, and Greg quickly found one of them and played it. So good job on Greg's part.
So while we figure out the score issue, Greg leads 226 to 166, a 60-point lead. Over to Ari, who I didn't catch that tile that he tile that he has in his hand. That's a. David, did you say that's a B, or is that another?
Yeah, it looks like a B.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I saw Ari do that toward the beginning of the game as well. He held back 1 tile as if to keep us in suspense. And I kind of like that showmanship. It's always fun when the players are considering everybody watching in the audience. It's more fun that way, I think.
So Ari makes by far his highest valuation play at playing Virtue to the U, but a very nice find was rewarded with a nice draw for Greg, who will be playing Regales shortly.
Or Galairs.
Or which is 2 more points and throws the G out in space as opposed to the R. So.
Yep, I think this would definitely be better than Regales. Just because you want Ari to bingo back as little as possible, even though we know he is definitely not going to be doing that with a rack of BFFKOOR. Greg doesn't know that, and so he has to be prepared for a potential comeback bingo. And if he plays Galairs with a G on the double letter, and that's very, very limiting in terms of what Ari could respond with. So he has it lined up on his rack right now, and I think if he goes with this, then he'll be in very good shape.
Yeah, if he puts down Galairs, he'll be up more than 100. Ari will not have much of anything to speak of going on his rack. So he will be in very good shape to improve to 5-0 here. Oh, he's going to play up
Oh,
top.
there. This is a mistake.
Yeah.
I don't like this positioning at all. If he played Galairs hooking hindgut, I think he could have effectively sealed the game right then and there, considering what kind of board shape would have resulted from Galairs. But now you got to consider maybe Ari will even triple through the S, or there are two E's and an R out in space now. Brig has, I think, unnecessarily given Ari a way back into this game. And even though he can't bingo, it looks like he still has some very strong scoring options. Yeah, Boffs with the S and Galairs. Yeah, that's going to get him a lot of points. And also starts to open up the top of the board, which is the opposite of what Greg wanted. So, yeah, bingo's bingo, but I think a bit of a misstep there.
Yeah, I'm wondering if he just kind of spaced on the hook to hindgut, or maybe he just wasn't 100% sure of it. If you bingo hooking the S to hindgut and it comes off, that's the only other spot, and you can be pretty sure that Ari is going to do what he can to block it. So a slight mistake does allow Ari to score 51. Current score, Greg 300, Ari 233.
Oh, now Greg has a Pergola, though, but looks like it's unplayable. Fortunately for him, also could have had an F or Leapfrog.
And Ari had two, he just put him in the wrong spot.
Yeah. Yeah, almost got the bingo, bango, bongo, but he'll just have to settle for a bingo, bango here.
So yeah, no bingo, but still a good balanced post bingo draw. Looks like there are a couple plays, so he could just play GO off of Boffs for 17, maybe start playing some defense, or he can blow the rack up. Parallel playing Gape on top of Galairs for 32. It looks like taking the points and doing what you can to block those floaters, the E and the R, makes sense. Could also take 32 by playing Opera.
Yeah, Gape is definitely the best play here. Yeah, just scores more than or as well as anything else, and then works to close up the board, going up by around 100 points. Yeah, I like Gape substantially more than Opera. Yeah, now Ari has even more lanes to work with. He has the E in Opera, the R in Opera. He's got the E and R in Galairs. He has some ways to get back into this game now. Yeah, hopefully for Greg's sake, he won't be punished for being a little lax with the board control.
So a nice.
Okay, Greg is dialoguer, so maybe he'll just bingo again.
Yeah, it looks like by far Ari's best play Kudo through that D and hindgut for 42, and he does spot it.
And Greg is going to get dialoguer down. I think he will probably see it. So I guess it worked out in his favor that he continues to open the board, and he's going to get rewarded for it.
Yeah, in a long tournament like this, where spread matters, this is going to be an opportunity for him to maybe pile on some against somebody who who as the fifth seed will probably be there in the end.
Yeah, I think if the game keeps going how it's going, then Greg is going to be very happy with winning it all. Any win against Ari is a good win, but probably going to win by a lot, and it's going to really boost his spread from as a result of this game.
Yeah, and poor Ari, I don't think has had one good rack this game, including his his draw into what I believe was real, and then drew another L, another E, and then an N, which doesn't really go. So certainly looking for all the world that that Greg will be going to 5-0, and I believe I mispronounced.
He sees it. But it looks like he's still taking some time here. He's not throwing it down immediately. Maybe he's questioning whether or not dialogue is can take an ER. I know some of those ER words are kind of weird. Like sometimes stuff does take an R, sometimes it doesn't. Seemingly a little bit arbitrary. So maybe some hesitancy on his part because of that. Maybe he's also just really looking to make sure there's no better option, no better bingo. Is that really the only bingo? We know it's the only bingo, but he doesn't necessarily know that. So might be taking some time to do that. But I think this will come down, even if he's taken a little bit of time to think about it.
Yeah, he does have it set up, so maybe just making sure that there's nothing through that R, the one in the middle of the board. But yeah, I mean, this is going to be such a great board for somebody with a 100-point lead. You look at that little staircase with the Q and the couple G's and a J and a C, you know, all thrown out in space. Really, the only way to start opening that board is by playing, you know, through the E, through the R, you know, to the O, something like that. So.
Yeah, I think it'll be great for Ari if he can somehow open up the top left of this board, which is actually the hardest section of the board to open up, because in English, you know, words naturally go from left to right and up to down, and that being so, the upper left of the board is the most underutilized on average region of the board. So it could be a little bit tough to head in that direction. If Ari does want to head in that direction, then he'll have to be maybe a bit more intentional about it.
Dialoger must not be looking right to Greg, because now it looks like he's considering Gladiator to that R instead. And yeah, that's the route he's going to go. So.
Well, either way, Greg is probably still in good shape. Sometimes it's good, even in this position where, like, by far the most likely way to lose is to play a phony when you have as big a lead as Greg still does. Then maybe it's better sometimes to just go with what you're 100% sure of versus maybe like 90 or so percent sure. Okay, and Ari just kind of blowing up his rack with Relleno, or however you pronounce that. I like this. It's pretty aggressive. It does work to open up that top left side of the board like I was talking about. Creates a couple of pretty solid bingo lanes. And yeah, tries to go for high turnover to get more of the good in the bag. Because Greg draws second blank, and he's already got Oration set up, and he can play that in row one.
Yeah, this is one where we're going to need to look at blank cam, because this actually V is probably a little bit more defensive.
That's true, actually. Yeah, the V makes it's already improbable that there are going to be any 4-tile overlaps under Greg's bingo, but if he makes it a V, then it's going to be completely impossible. So it would be in his best interest to make that a V.
And he did, so 429 to 293, and now this is unofficially over, if not officially. Looks like there's going to be one tile in the bag after Greg replenishes.
Yeah, it's pretty impossible for Arm to win now because he needs at least 2 bingos, and it's impossible for him to bingo more than once, and he's probably not even going to bingo once. He's just overloaded with constants, even though he has some good stuff like E and RS. He has, once again, a couple of duplicates, and the H also isn't really helping. So I think Ari is just dead in the water now. Even if he just fishes off one tile and he draws a 7-letter word, then Gray can know exactly what Ari has if he's been tracking correctly, and he can just shut that down. So I think this is GG.
Yeah, so tempting to just kind of fish off the H here. You've got the 2 eyes unseen that you can draw for sinners, but then there's, even if you plunk the H off of the A in ovation for 13, sinners doesn't really fit anywhere. So very frustrating game. Had to be an incredibly frustrating game for Ari, who just did not draw much of anything really the whole game.
Yeah, this can't be what Ari was hoping for, but he'll still be 4-1, so he's still off to a great start and still definitely in contention for first, and he'll still be able to have a great rest of the tournament if that's what the tile gods dictate.
Yeah, I'm sure if you told Ari at the start of the day, hey, after 5 you'll be 4-1 plus 550-ish, that's probably be about where he is, and maybe even first place. You'd take it. But when it comes after you start 4-0 plus 663, then maybe it's a little bit harder to handle. But Ari just seems to me, and I know that you've played him a couple times, to be very even keeled. So something like this isn't going to throw him the way it might throw some other people.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, Ari is very mild-mannered, level-headed. This is not going to throw him even a little bit. I think it will take him maybe 3 seconds to be a bit annoyed, and then he'll be mentally right back where he should be, if it even takes 3 seconds at all. So I wouldn't be worried about that. Oh, wow. Oh, this is
I didn't see that.
Play. I was not even considering extensions to ovation, and I think this is a good indicator of where Ari's mental state is at. He's not just throwing in the tile; he's still looking for cool plays and making some great finds. So he is, in terms of his mindset, like he is still in this, even though the game is clearly lost. So good on him for just making some good content and trying to do some cool stuff on this board.
Yeah, I told you he should have made the Blankenar. But no, that's very well said. I did not consider extensions through ovation. I guess if you're going to lose while playing a 10. Because I know I have not done that in an official tournament game. I don't know if you have.
I did one time during a 6-game tournament in Lexington, Massachusetts. There was an FER on the board, and I played transferee through it.
Oh, wow.
So that might be my best play of all time, but I certainly don't make 10s often. That might have been the only time I did it in a tournament, but I haven't done it before, haven't done it since. Yeah, it's pretty rare.
Yeah, in an online game once, I extended relevant to irrelevant, but that's the only 10 that springs to mind. It's pretty much the most boring 10 imaginable. So certainly not a 10-letter bingo. If anybody in the chat has any 10 stories, would love to hear those.
Yeah, please let us know. We'd love to hear about it.
So meanwhile, Ari, as he tries to maximize spread, let's see what...
Yeah, he's got a lot of time left. He's got 7.5 minutes. Every bit of spread matters. You don't want to, at the end of the tournament, you don't want to look back and be coming in like second as opposed to first because of 10 spread points, and people to identify a few mistakes where if you just like looked a little harder, concentrated a bit more, you could have made up those points and it could have made a big difference. So it's probably something that Ari's thinking of right now, and he's really doing his due diligence and trying to optimize this end game. You might as well, especially with that much time left on the clock. You don't want to be leaving any points on the table. Yeah,
you actually just had a situation like that recently where you made an incredibly brilliant play to maximize spread, and didn't you end up getting second place because of it?
Thank you. Yes, I did. Will Anderson made a video of it. Shout out to him for making great videos and making great content of his own. But yeah, it was a pretty hopeless position against Jason Lee in the last round of Lake George. I was down by, I think, 100 or so, and I made a 7-point play of Cop that set up the S hook for Scop. And Jason had such a terrible endgame rack that I was able to guarantee myself an out bingo, and the best he could do was a tie. And if I had lost that game, then I would have dropped from second to at least third and won a few $100s less in the process. So that was one of my favorite games of all time. Yeah, it was pretty great to see. Go check out Bull's video if you haven't already, because it's something.
Yeah, I'll be perfectly honest with you, David. I was watching that game live, and then there was, I can't remember, I think it was at like the darkest point, I think after you challenged or something, that I turned it off because I was like, well, like, okay, Jason's going to win. Like, that's too bad that David won't finish second. And then all of a sudden I heard the game ended in a tie, and I was like, wait, how? What? And then Will made the video on it, which I watched. So yeah, basically like turned it off like right as you turned brilliant and salvaged a tie out of what seemed to 100% loss. So that was very impressive indeed. Ari playing Hods. It looks like he wants to play Sentin underneath Peewit there, making QIS and GATE. Looks like, okay. Greg with the 4 vowels, just going to do what he can, take his 4 points. Then Ari...
This makes about as much sense as anything else.
Yeah, Ari is... that is his highest scoring set spot, I assume. Yep, for 23.
Yeah,
that will make the final score 475 to 365. And after these players confirm the final scores, many thanks to our producer, Josh Greenway, for manually updating the scores after something has gone wrong on the back end here. I am not smart enough to know what, but let's go to Overhead Mike.
Oh, well, yeah. That's life.
Yeah.
I was so close. And I think these plays are very hard to hit, so I don't see any merit into taking this into consideration, but I was so close to like plays ending in EMAN, like Gate Man, etc.
Yeah, Coxa, yeah.
So that would have been very interesting.
Yeah.
If that had worked.
It's sticking out.
There's no reason why not, right? It's a standard down. Yeah.
I was scared to play that. No, it's good, yeah.
Yeah, also Tundish.
Tundish, right, yeah.
Tundish and Gabs.
Yeah.
Scores more, puts the team in triple.
Yeah.
It might be better, it might be worse. I don't really know for sure.
Yeah.
It's a trade-off. Yeah. This was like a Hail Mary.
Yeah. Well, I just
over the blank.
When I played this, I picked up the blank.
Yeah. You know what? I had 8 blanks this morning.
Wow.
And now I'm down to 8 and 2.
Wow.
So
I guess you can't complain.
Yeah, can't complain.
Yeah. That's good.
Renovation.
Yeah, that's a nice one.
At least I gave the stream some content.
10.
It's a 10. You don't see a 10 on stream every day.
No.
From some boring pre-end game where I don't have a chance of winning anything.
I thought about that dialogue for so long, and I'm trying to think that why is that coming to my head if it's not a word? Like it should be.
It's coming into your head because it is a word.
That's right. I just kind of trust that.
Yeah. Cyanoid any good? I don't think so. Cyanoid. Sounds stupid. Should look it up. If that's good. And I made a bad play. Cyanid, is that any good?
So I don't like any of those.
Cyanid is good.
Cyanide.
Should have played Cyanid instead of Cyano. That would be a better play. Oh, wow. So I made one and played and embarrassed myself on stream.
Well, it's just a slight difference, not much.
And it's a way better play, right? Because it scores 6 more. And it is like not remotely ambiguous. That is better. Oh, well. All right. Looks good to me.
Okay.
You're 1 win closer to your goal of clearing 1,700.
Yeah.
All right, so actually a pretty interesting end game considering the lack of interest in the game. Most of the key plays and keywords to look up were looked up, and Greg with some pretty good advice actually on the whole for Scrabble players of all levels. When you see a word like dialoger, you probably see it because it's a word, even though it can sometimes look goofy. Then sometimes it's somebody's last name, and then it gets challenged off, and you're like, where do I know that from? So anyway, good start to the day. Greg now the only 5-0, and so we might see him on stream later. And now I know how to pronounce his last name thanks to one human now in the chat, B. Jordan. Greg B. Jordan is now 5-0.
I did not know how to pronounce his name either, so that's good information for me as well. And speaking of the chat, we have some really cool long plays are mentioned. Will Anderson saying he played Syndicalist as it looks like in 11. So that's pretty cool. Also, we have out fencing and prize fighter and Quaternion from Joe South. Eventualities from Zach Ansell. So we got lots of talent in the chat. Thanks, chat.
Yeah, we'll see if we can get to some more of those later. But right now we need to take a break. We'll troubleshoot the score issues. We'll figure out who we're getting you for our next game. So we'll be back in a few minutes with the 2025 Scrabble Holiday Party presented by NASPA Games.
Yep, you're watching Let's Play Scrabble, and let's cut to the break.
Okay, there, I've resumed. Okay. What are you seeing on your side?
I'm seeing standby, so we'll be right back. Welcome back to the 2025 Scrabble Holiday Party from Belleville, Ontario, presented by NASPA Games. Jason Idalski, David Spargo alongside. Thank you so much for your patience. We have turned everything on and off and back on again, which seems to, as Kieran O'Connor said, solve about 95% of problems within the computer world. So I assume we're just going to jump right into it. We have Steve Bush and Hank Keys for you here in round 6. Again, they're kind of running a little bit behind the rest of the room, but they still need a few more seconds to get ready here. So yeah, David, anything you know about either of these players before we get started?
I did play Yankees once at Nationals, and he won the game by quite a bit. So yeah, he's a strong player for sure. I have never played Steve Bush though, so yeah, his rating is it's easily an extra rating, so he's a strong player. I'm sure, but yeah, I've never played him myself. What about you, Jason?
Yeah, I don't think I've played either. Steve Bush is actually from Kentucky, so we have crossed paths at the same tournaments, but I don't think I've ever played him. And Hank Keys, I just know as a Mac Meller student, I believe. So, all right, we're going to go to the board. You are not going to see player cams. This is not a commentary on the unattractiveness or attractiveness of Steve Bush and Hank Keys. They're just the one thing that that we don't have quite ready to go yet, and it looks like part of the clocks are obscured as well. But we will muddle through that, and our producer Josh Greenway will work to fix that as we go. So, Steve Bush going first. Ahi his first 3 tiles. And looks like a bunch of vowels, but a way to get through it with Wahine at least. Anything better than that, David?
I really don't think so. Yeah, Wahine is it looks like by far the strongest. Yeah, it gets the W on the double letter score. Oh, this is not a word. I don't think.
No, this is good actually. This is actually the better option than Wahine.
Oh,
Keeps
never
an
mind.
E instead of
Yep,
an A. They both score 32, but a very nice find from Steve Bush there. And opening vertically, sadly, so now I have to manually insert the play instead of just going the Quackle default horizontal there. So,
well, I appreciate the vertical opening at least, though.
So meanwhile, Hank has the QU together, which is always fun, and it looks like his best option is the simple opaque through the A in Haniwa.
Yeah, it's scores the most for sure, and yeah, otherwise just looks like pretty solid play. Keeps CS, which is a great 2-tile leave. Yeah, this looks like easily the standard option.
Yeah, opaque 34, the highest scoring play other than obviously opaques. Sets up the S. I mean, also sets up an R, but certainly seems to be the right decision. And each player 1 for 1 on making their best play. As we move over to Steve, who has found the blank, but a lot of other badness to go with it. David, what are you seeing here? By the way, during that delay, many thanks to Olinka Flissock for becoming the latest Let's Play Scrabble super friend. Just a reminder that if you hit that join button next to Let's Play Scrabble for, I believe, $5 a month, you too can become a super friend. So many thanks to Olinka. So one bingo here for Steve, and I actually missed this myself, which I shouldn't have because I once lost a game because of this bingo.
Yeah, voice. Yeah, very. Yeah, that's a tough find. I would not be. Yeah, not be too hard on Steve if he missed it, which unfortunately I guess he does, but it does accomplish some things. It gets rid of the UV combination, keeps a great lead of CO blank. So it's still looks like pretty strong play.
Yeah, that E where it is, unfortunately for Steve, has set up Hank quite nicely. Giving him a Ahies, AJIES in that spot for 62. Nothing else really coming close. The spot he had next to Opaque would score 44. So Hank taking his 62, and Steve very close to the famous 5-vowel-H OITICICA, but unfortunately one too many O's, which is going to lead to a very difficult decision on this turn.
Yeah, if I were Steve, I would just be looking to play something like Ciao, CIAO. I guess I'm not entirely sure where that would play because it doesn't take an S. Yeah, what would you be looking to play here, Jason?
Yeah, it doesn't look like there's anything great. It looks like the highest valuation play is Ion off of that N in Haniwa, which is nice because it also sets up your C. You're going to have a lot of 7 starting with C after your 2-tile draw, and those are going to play in a spot that is almost certainly not going to get blocked. So that is kind of my favorite option. If you want to take the points, you could play ANI underneath, making QI. You could play COPI to the left of Haniwa, making OH and IN. But I really like Ion here. I'm not sure I would have seen it over the board, but looking at it in Quackle, it certainly seems like the strongest choice to me.
Yeah, absolutely. Even if you have a pretty vowel-heavy leave, which you would have with ACIO blank, then because you have the blank, that really does a great job of mitigating leaves that aren't the best, and so very likely to draw into some kind of bingo.
So yeah, it must be so frustrating that that Chow does not fit anywhere on this board.
Yeah, but it looks like he is going with Ion, and yeah, it looks like a strong play from Steve Bush.
All right, a couple of E's and C, D, G, R, T for Hank. He can use the lesser known D hook to Opaque. In addition to the R and the S, it does take the D. Looks like all of his good plays go there. So, David, would you play short with something like GED and keep that CERT leave, or would you take the points and play Greed or Creed in that spot?
I think I would play short. I would just play GED. So yeah, the lever is quite a bit better keeping that ER with the CT, and then it also doesn't open any word scores. So I think GED is looking like a bit of better play. Okay, so he plays Creed. the high scoring option. So just taking the points. Points are always good.
Steve, holding opaque here. And
Oh yeah.
think he's released it. Don't think it was long enough. Well, it did say courtesy draw permitted, so I'm not sure if this is a courtesy draw or not. Meanwhile, that C setup has worked out as he does have coaxing off of it.
Yeah, if it puts him in a bit of a tougher position because if he challenges it and it's good, then maybe next turn he won't have a place to play coaxing. Or coaxings is good. Looking at the option quackle, I didn't actually realize that that took an S. He could easily not have coaxing if he challenges that, and then Hank plays like from the C to get the triple word score.
Yeah, I did not know that coaxing took the S hook either, but yeah, playing coaxings in that rightmost column would score 122, his ticket not just back into the game, but to go from a bingo behind to taking a bingo lead would be very nice. Obviously, wanting to do your due diligence and making sure that there is nothing with that C. There is nothing that fits on this board. So yeah, coaxing scores 86 off of Ion. And I feel like I would expect to see that at some point. I feel like if Steve knew coaxings, that we would have seen it already. It's a clear best play since it's going to score so much more than anything else. He also does have exaction from that E in Ahis. All right, so in continuing with the technical issues theme of the day, David's having a little technical issue himself. So Steve has designated the blank. He is putting something on the board, and it looks like it will be coaxing. So this will be very interesting to see if it gets challenged. Michiganders like myself know what is affectionately known to as the Steve Grobe rule, where if it scores 100 and you aren't 100% sure, it's probably worth it to challenge. So 122 if you're not 100% sure. He's picked it up right. He's picked up the bag right away, and Hank seems to be happy with it. So very nice job by Steve. Neither David or I were 100% sure of the S hook to coaxing, but he has played it and now kind of flipped this game on its head a bit, going from a bingo down to a bingo ahead, as Hank has Toggler on his rack, but
doesn't look like he has any place to play it, unfortunately.
Toggler is good, correct? I'm not just making that one up.
I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
I'll just check that just so we're not misleading any of our viewers. And yep, it is good.
So he does have... He can play alongside coaxings. He can play Gleg for 32, and that seems to be his best play by far. Nothing else really coming close. Nothing else, really worth considering. Although again, he's got that open eye. He's got. We talked about the C hook to Ion, but the L hook works as well, and he also has the L. So probably just wants to consider all his options, but Gleg looks to be the star play here, and it looks like he's about to set it up.
Oh, he's got Glog set up, and this is not good. It has 3 Gs only. That's very well might be what he's confusing it with, but there's no Glog with 2 Gs. If I had to guess, I think Steve Bush is going to catch this. But yeah, very tempting. Oh, does he challenge immediately? It looks like he just
That was
challenged.
pretty quick. Yes, that was pretty quick. So, our first chance this session to look at wordjudge.me. Oh, that's new. The little, I haven't noticed the little gavel in the top right before. That looks like a little new thing. So that will come off. So you say GLOGG is good, David? Is that what he's thinking
It
of?
pretty much never comes up ever. I think I only know because I do the Aerolith Daily Fives, and occasionally it shows up on that. And I've just been over all the fives at least once, but yeah, pretty much never happens ever. Yeah, rare that you have like 3 Gs, like, and on top of that you actually have the other stuff you need for Glog in a good place to play it. But extremely uncommon word. Yeah, Hank very well might have known it, and it tripped him up here. In this case, might have been what happened.
Yeah, just kind of conflating Gleg and Glog. So, speaking of bingos that don't play anywhere, Hank with Toggler that doesn't go anywhere, and now Steve with the Abetor Tabaret pair that does not go anywhere. So what are you doing here, and does your opponent's previous play give you pause in any way?
I think, yeah, based on my opponent's previous play, just having 2 Gs and an O, I think I feel a little bit safer opening up the board, just because, how many 8s could he possibly make with what he just played? So yeah, I would feel a bit safer, but then also I would want to play short here and maybe not open up a lot anyway in doing so, just because if we can play off BOT and keep that great ARET leave, which looks pretty nice. And yeah, Quackle is saying Boda along coaxings is the way to go, which I like that a lot. Score solidly, a leave of ERT is great. Yeah, no bingo options available, so yeah, I think I would just go with that, even with knowing a bit of what Hank's rack is.
For comedy's sake, I just want him to play Optect to through the C and Creed, and then have Hank hit him back with Toggler, because that would 100% make me very irrationally angry for a couple minutes at least. But Steve will make the.
I would be angry about that.
Because with GGLO, that's 4/7 of your opponent's rack. That shouldn't bingo that often. So Steve, taking away the Gleg spot, playing Bota, and in a 3-turn span, this game has certainly turned on its head.
Yeah, without a place to, still doesn't have a place to play Toggler, so Hank is in a bit of a tough position here. Looks like he's got Toggle set up maybe to play under Fauve. Yeah, maybe trying to get a crack at that second blank. There are a few more S's out there. He's down by a bingo before this play, so just opening up the left side of the board and also creating a lane below FE in row 11. So yeah, kind of forks the board, keeps things open. I think this is a good idea for Hank.
Yeah, I do like this play. Unfortunately, in this instance, he has played right into his opponent's hands. Steve with a very nice draw, into RAT of retrain, terrain, yeah, all of which now play underneath FE. And meanwhile, poor Hank into his R has found 2 more.
Yeah, it looks like he has a Burr set up, which is probably what you want to do here. Get rid of. I think I would play BRR if I were him, just because keeping the R to go with SOT makes it a good bit stronger. But yeah, definitely looking to deprecate those R's. That's not good for Hank right now.
So we'll see what Hank does after Steve decides on which 70-point bingo to play underneath Toggle. They haven't added the version of Burr with 4 R's, have they? Because he could just play that to the R in Creed. It would definitely not be his best play, but it would just be funny to play Burr with 4 R's. He could play Burr the 3R version through Creed, even though that does kind of obstruct part of the board, but it would be his best lead. Looks like Steve. Looks like he has retrained. Is there anything you're seeing with those three choices in terms of one that stands out to you or one that you don't like?
It is. It's actually, they're really all very similar. Yeah, because it looks like this is like the highest scoring option, which is nice. But then, yeah, you could play either one of the 3 sevens underneath FE, and like both, like all 3 of them, or actually, yeah, all 3 of them give back another lane in row 12. So that's not really, doesn't really differentiate between any of them. Yeah, all of them put a vowel right above that double word score, like right below the E in trainer. All of them put a vowel there, so that's also something they all have in common. It's I think it's very tough to distinguish between each of those 3 bingos.
Meanwhile, Hank playing very quickly, playing Burr with 4 R's, tempting to. I think he had the last of the R's, so you could just play for 5 and hold the R in reserve, but that's going to get blocked basically every time, and it's not that difficult to do. So Hank is just going to make his best play, take his 12 points, draw into ROTS, try to work his way into the game. But meanwhile, Steve, Ari was talking about in all 5 of his games so far this tournament, one person has drawn both blanks, and that person has won, and that is where we're headed, although still a ways to go here, with Steve playing coaxings for 102 with 1 blank, and now having the other, even though he will not bingo this turn.
Yeah, and even though he can't bingo this turn, he still has some really strong scoring options, keeping the blank. The strongest of which being Rheum, Rheum, from the R in trainer. That's it's looking like a pretty great option. I guess the one blemish is that it does put an E out in space. If you're going to put a floater out in space for your opponent, the E is probably one of the last tiles you want to float. But considering that Steve has the blank to hopefully bingo next turn, maybe he'll get a crack at it first. Interesting, though, he doesn't open any new lanes and keeps the board closed. He shuts down that bingo lane in row 12 off of Fet. Going to be much, much harder to bingo there than it was. So really, it looks like the idea of this play is to just keep things as close as possible, make it so Hank can't bingo and can't really fault him there. Positionally, that looks like a pretty reasonable option.
Yeah, Sim actually really likes this play. Likes it a lot. Well, not a lot, but more than Rheum, even though it sacrifices 20 points. It really does a nice job of shaping the board.
For sure.
Over to Hank, who unfortunately did not hit into his ROST draw. Actually, he did. I don't know this word. I don't know if you do.
Yeah, I didn't see it immediately, but I knew the word. But yeah, it's a difficult find. Hank will certainly need this to even have an attempt at getting back in the game. I think on the sim there, I saw that Steve has about a 99.9% chance of winning right now. So looking pretty bleak if Hank doesn't find this bingo.
Yeah, I know that you were. We got some good tens content in the chat, which we kind of had to cut you short on. You were kind of giving us some of those, but we had to step away to troubleshoot between rounds. So as Hank plays Toric up top, if this continues, I may have to have you look at those because we may be having some time to fill here. Torek up top will score 21.
Yep, and yeah, I wonder what his win percent chance is right now. It had to have dropped. Oh, he has Sadiq. Whoa. Does he have a place to play it though?
Oh wow. Yes, he does
Yes, he does
underneath
under Torek.
Torek, and
Wow, and he has it lined up and everything. What a great find by Hank.
this would be cool. Both for the funness of the game, for the content, for the seeing the cool wordplay. Now, the question is, will Steve say that he doesn't care about content, that he's just trying to win this game? He's got a 115-point lead. I don't see him going there though. I think a lot of his good plays, none of them really use that spot. But we did see him play defensively with Vug. Will we see him kind of play up top and maybe sacrifice a little bit in terms of equity just to block what may be considered the most dangerous line on the board?
I think he might do that. Yeah, he does seem very focused on defense right now. Yeah, if I were looking for a single lane that stands out, it would be the one under Torque. It's the only place on the board where you can possibly play a 7. I guess if you have a 7 with the fifth letter being an S and the last letter being an S, you could play it hooking Vug and Fet. But that's way less likely than just having something that ends in ED or ER or ES and putting that under Torque. So if my strategy is to just prevent Hank from bingoing at all costs, I would find a way to play something there. I think more likely than not, Steve is just going to block this, and we're not going to see Sadiq come down, sadly.
See, I'm not sure. I mean, he hasn't really shuffled. He hasn't really kind of put like candidate plays in order on his rack like some people do. But I mean, he could play Oleum, hooking to OI to make Moi, which kind of forks the board a little bit. Makes it harder to bingo on the left hand side. And the thing is, he doesn't really have a great play over there. It looks like his best play is playing MOUE for 10, which also gives, potential ZE plays.
Oh, we saw blocking it. You're right. Oh, we're going to see Sadiq. This is going to be really cool.
Very cool indeed. Oleum comes down for Steve. I've actually seen this word with the Z, but not with the S. But very impressive find by Hank. I'm just going to commit this one right away after Hank hits his clock. Yeah, and he's going to be within 60. So that 99.9%, he's reduced it a little bit, and it's going to be tough on this board to reduce it the amount he needs to win the game. But we do have a game again.
Yes, we do. Yeah, only down by about bingo at this point. Although he doesn't know that Steve has a second blank. But it doesn't look like he's going to be bingoing this turn, which will keep Hank alive just a little bit longer. Yeah, Quackle is saying that Gleet in the upper left is looking pretty good. Yeah, keeps L blank and scores 28 points. I like this option. Yeah, it keeps. Yeah, considering that he still has that blank. He has either the T or the O and toggle to bingo through next turn, or the R and Burr. Kind of keeps his own bingo chances alive by keeping some space on the board. So yeah, I like Gleet as a play.
Yeah, Gleet certainly seems to be the best option. It keeps the blank. It puts you up. I think it's going to put him up about 80. So it's one of those that, I think your worst case scenario is Hank bingos without the blank, but then you still have the blank yourself and should be able to to win this game regardless. So I'm sure though looking for stuff through the O, maybe stuff to the R. You don't want to give up on this rack too soon. The remaining unseen pool is actually looking pretty good, especially now that we know that Hank has taken the Canadian Airport YYZ out of the bag.
Yeah, not going to help him too much in this case. I don't think there are a whole lot of good places to play the Z. Maybe if he gets something through the O and like hits the O and toggle and hits like the double word, yeah, like 50 points or so off the Z, but I don't see any options right now that help him do that. That I don't want to see Steve do is just like fish off an E or an L, E and an L for like 6 points or something. It can be pretty easy to fall into that trap. You're just thinking like, I'm so close to a bingo. I have the blank. I got these 1 pointers. Should be all set if I just like keep a bunch of good stuff on my rack, and then you forget to keep scoring, and little by little, your opponent catches up, and your lead is gone. So he is not going to fall into that trap. And not quite his best play. I think Glee would have been a little bit better than Glee. Yeah, especially because the pool is pretty consonant heavy. So keeping 2 consonants instead of 1, not sure that's the best thing ever, but yeah, Glee's still a pretty good play.
Yeah, actually, I almost committed it as I saw him pick up those tiles. I thought he was playing Glee, so can certainly understand that. I think that's the last T, but as you can see, with that rack, if you replace that T with a random letter, you're probably in better shape to bingo. So this is it's a rack that will make 7s over there. But it is a little consonant heavy. So like you said, probably behooved him to take the 5 extra points and get rid of the T. Meanwhile, Hank, after having a very nice find of Sadiq, we saw a very nice find rewarded by the bag in our first game. This nice find was not rewarded by the bag as he pulled most of the high point tiles with the P, the 2 Ys, and the Z. Do you see any way for Hank to get back in this?
Not really. I think, man, yeah, I'm not even really seeing like a whole lot of ways for him to score decently. Yeah, it looks like he's playing Dozy there. Looks pretty reasonable and doubles the Ys and keeps his lone vowel. Probably gives him his best chances of getting some kind of bingo next turn, but yeah, not a lot of ways to really score well, despite having, yeah, like you said, a lot of the remaining high point tiles.
So Steve is in one of those interesting situations. Do you pass on the bingo here? He does have Minstrel through that last R and Burr. He also has Moonlets and Snowmelt. But are you foregoing the bingo and just playing melts for 32 and leaving 1 in the bag?
Yeah, this is really interesting because if he does bingo with the Snowmelt or Moonlets are the 2 bingos he has, it opens a triple and it leaves none in the bag, and Steve will have 6 tiles. So then he'll be up like 130, but then if Hank somehow triples, then Steve is actually going to lose by like maybe 10 points or something. So like triples, like I was saying, are not common. They're pretty rare, but it's a possibility that I think he'll at least have to take some time to think through. I know personally, I might just send it and bingo. Thinking that like, all right, if you get a triple, you win, good job. I don't think it's going to happen. I think that's what I would do, but maybe more caution is warranted. I don't know, what do you think, Jason?
Yeah, I'm just looking at the unseen pool right now, trying to figure out if there is a triple with the S through that S in that spot, and I'm not seeing it. Close to Pensione. But yeah, I tend to agree with you. Whether it's right or not, I think I'm just gonna try to pile on spread. Play moonlets. I think even if Hank triples, he might not score enough. You might you'll have a full rack. He'll have one tile, or 6 tiles, I guess. Regardless, I think even after triples, you win sometimes, and it certainly seems that very slightly. It does behoove Steve to bingo there. It doesn't really hurt his winning percentage, and when he wins, it is going to be by more points.
For sure. Yeah, I think you just got to try to get as much spread as possible here, and not worry so much. I think that's the way to go. And yeah, it looks like Hank is playing Waspy, which that's going to score a lot. It's probably his best option. Uses all of his high point tiles, gets the P on the double letter, gets the triple word score. Yeah, that's looking pretty solid for him.
Yeah, actually, there were 6 tiles in the bag after Moonlit, so if Hank bingoes out, that's going to be the game. So if he does have a triple, but I did not plug all of those tiles in to see if there was a triple even available. So regardless, Hank put down Waspy, picked it up, could have played Wispy instead. Not sure if ANS versus INS is a big deal on this board. But this is gonna be a nice win for Steve. Coaxings was a very nice find, and on the whole, I think he played very solidly.
Yeah, I can't really point to any mistakes that Steve made. Showing super solid word knowledge by just being confident that Coaxing took the S, challenging immediately when Hank played his phony. Solid performance from Steve Bush here.
Yeah, I wonder if I don't remember GLOGG at all. That's not to say I don't know if that was a recent addition, because I just don't remember that ever being good. But
let me check for a second. It goes as far back as at least 2018.
Okay.
Which is around when I started playing. So maybe it was added shortly before that, but if it was, I don't remember.
Okay, I was going to say, I think the time period that I knew most, if not all, of the fives was probably about 20. It was well before 2018. So maybe a somewhat recent addition.
Perhaps. How long have you been playing tournaments?
So let's see. My first, I've been a tournament player for actually more than half of my life at this point. I started playing in 2003 or 2004.
During the golden age of Scrabble.
Yes. Well, I don't know. I think with streaming and some of the you look at the success of Will Anderson's YouTube channel and others. I think with streaming, I think there's an argument to be made that we're entering kind of maybe another golden age here, hopefully.
You're right. Yeah, like a lot of guys like Will Anderson and Mac Meller, Josh Sokol, of course, Let's Play Scrabble channel. There are a lot of people doing some great work. So I would agree that we're certainly headed in the right direction. I'm also excited to see what transpires over the next few years or so. I'm looking forward to everything that's going on. It's there's a lot of exciting stuff.
Okay, Glock was in 2006, so I should have seen that one, but perhaps just one of those fives that I saw and was like, I'll never play this, and my brain decided not to make room for it.
Yeah.
So, looks like Hank's best outplays were 10 points, playing nils through the L and Moonlets. For some reason, it doesn't make sense to me that OK does not take the S. I feel like Hank should be okay to play okays and sign for 13, but for whatever reason, the dictionary does not agree with that assessment.
Yeah. I mean, okay, AY. That takes the S, but I guess not this other spelling. So yeah, there is seemingly, I suppose, a bit of an inconsistency there. Yeah, Hank is actually. I thought early on it seemed like he was down, like he was going to lose by much more than he did. So yeah, keeping it to, I guess 80 or so spread. Yeah, it's not a bad loss by any means.
Yeah, final score will be 435 to 351. Steve's clock is still running for some reason, but looks like they're just going to agree on the final score. Looks like they're now we've got the handshake, and let's cut to overhead mic.
Are we live, Josh, or no?
So I'm not 100% on coaxings, but it seemed plausible.
Seemed good to me.
There was enough points that I was on it, and I had pretty good stuff.
It's just so embarrassing on stream to be playing Glog. Like I had Gleg on my rack, and I don't know even what went through my mind, whether I just put the O instead of the E, or I thought maybe Glog, and I was thinking Grog, or whatever it was. But that was kind of a. I mean, you were ahead, but that was certainly a momentum shifter to make such a blunder like that.
Having the G's and the L, I thought,
yeah,
probably other hotspots on the board are probably safe.
The other one you were wondering, and I'm not 100% sure, is opaque.
I'm pretty sure of that.
Check it while we.
I think it's actually a verb,
and this is good, right? Because I was proud of that one, at least after my blunder, at least.
I think it's good with a CK also.
And with a Z, maybe?
Yeah. Yes. And I'm not sure about with and without the C.
Anyway, so I made a few decent plays, but embarrassing to make the
Coaxings is good.
Yeah.
Let's see, opaque. Yeah.
Opaque is good.
Any other questions?
This one.
Oh, yeah.
Just double check that one.
Yeah, let's see. Okay. It's good with the S and the Z. Let's see what the C. Oh, it's not good with the C in there, so that makes sense now.
Yeah.
Obvious after I check, of course. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that was actually a nice way to start, because it's a
weird
word.
I was going to do Wahini, and then I don't know, just that Niwa jumped out at me, so I was glad to find that. Yeah.
And Moonlets is good.
Oh, Moonlets, yeah. I was nervous about that, but just putting the S there, but it just felt correct.
For you, maybe the biggest risk was coaxings, but I was 95% sure it was good. So even though it was huge points,
there's probably better things through that O or even the T that don't stick that S down there in the triple lane. But I thought about mantlets, but you had done Dozy, so that I'm sure there's better things than what I did with mantlets.
when I had when I had the toggle rack, that's when I should have played Gleg. But I had
OT isn't bad.
I had Toggler.
You had the R.
Good. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Did you have a place to play?
Good question.
I'm not sure you did.
Toggler.
Yeah.
Figure it out later, but that's that little bitty first one.
Maybe I didn't, but even if I didn't, I mean, the fact that I wasn't confident on it is pretty bad. So anyway, not a stellar game for me, but I've had a few better ones live stream, so I guess they can't all be good.
So that's my first live stream.
Oh, well, you did very well.
Thanks.
All right, so Steve Bush apparently now 1-0 on stream. So we are going to. I don't know if we're going to take a break. Again, we had those technical problems. before that game, so that game started late. Many thanks to Hank for having 11 minutes on his clock at the end and helping to get the tournament back on schedule. But we have a really fun game coming up next. We have two major champions facing off against each other. Michael Fagan, former winner of the Scrabble Players Championship, and Jackson Smiley, who has won 3 consecutive World Cups. So very interesting game coming up, David. You, I'm sure, know both of these players well.
Yeah, both of these are really top-notch players. It's going to be a great game. Both of them have won at least one championship. Yeah, I think we're going to see some fireworks, some interesting plays. Yeah, I think big question is Jackson going to try a bunch of phonies on Michael? Because yeah, Jackson is he's one of the best phoniers out there. Sometimes a phony or two gets by Michael, and I'm sure Jackson knows this. So I think this particular pairing might lend itself to that. I always love seeing phonies come down on the board. I think it makes the game more entertaining. So hope we see some of that stuff. What do you think about that?
Yeah, certainly very interesting. I didn't realize that Michael had a bit of a propensity for phonies on until I saw the Lake George coverage and I saw Jason Lee get away with one against him. I'm one who probably leaves way too many phonies on, so I certainly sympathize with that. So yeah, that'll be an interesting thing to watch for in this game for sure. As a 1900 player who who is close to contending for national championships and World Cups, would you take one SBC championship or 3 World Cups?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think I would probably take one SBC, maybe because I just had such a great time at the SPC this August. It was my first SPC in I think 7 years, and yeah, it was just like super well run. And Nigel was there. I got a Nigel game, so that was.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, just considering my experience there and how well it went, yeah, I'd be inclined to say yes to another SPC.
Yeah, we're close. Both players are almost ready, but yeah, if you don't know, there was also I know that Mac Miller made a video about it. I don't know if it's been anywhere else. I don't know if Will made a video about it or not, but Nigel played just one of those Galaxy Brain end games against you to win by like 2 points. He let you play the Z or something? You have to remind me of the details.
Exactly. Yeah, he could have Z stuck me in the end game, and he was down like almost 40 points, and he chose not to. And choosing to not Z-stick me was his only winning play, and any Z-stick that he made would have lost him the game. Extremely counterintuitive and something probably only Nigel, or pretty much only Nigel, would have found. And just as a testament to how complicated the endgame was, it took Nigel about 5 minutes to commit to making his move of not Z-sticking me. So yeah, Mac does a great job about going into it on his during his own video. Yeah, super complex stuff. One of my favorite games I've ever played. Even though I didn't end up winning, unfortunately, still got to play Nigel. Still got to see his famed endgame brilliance firsthand, and yeah, it was unforgettable.
All right, testament to how complicated that endgame was. It took Nigel 5 minutes. For him, that's an eternity. One of the insane things about him is that he can analyze complicated endgames in like 45 seconds. It seems like. All right, let's go to the player capsules. Then ahead, and then we'll get going. Jackson Smiley, 2100 rating, 5th in North America, has won almost 2/3 of his games. I'm a little surprised his average score is only 430. Seems like it should be higher than that. But then again, I know that he mostly plays NWL. So this is a very impressive resume regardless. And moving on, Michael Fagan, who actually had a 12-0 tournament win recently, rated 1909, 27th in North America, career winning percentage of 57.3. So I'll be curious to see the head-to-head here. especially considering what you said. And sure enough, wow, that's not surprising that they played so much, but a bit surprising that it tilts so much in Jackson's favor, 34 to 13. So about 70% of their matchups have gone to Jackson, which is very surprising. Also surprising is seeing that current record below Jackson's headshot, just 3-3 minus 183. For a good one, and his record in this head-to-head, perhaps an opportunity for Jackson to get on track here. And he is going first. I got to clear the other game out of the board, so I'll let David talk for a bit, and let's play Scrabble.
Okay. So Jackson is just about to draw his first tiles. RGIUWKN. There is some not great stuff here. WKU, really not what you want to see. The possibility of rung stands out for me. WRUNG. It's probably going to be his strongest play. Keeps KI, which is not bad. Rung is going to score 26. Solid score, gets rid of the WU combination, and that's what he ends up playing. So good on Jackson for choosing what appears to be his standout play. And for Michael, we got a IIMNNTT. We got 3 sets of duplicates. This is going to be kind of a tricky situation for him to navigate. I think first priority has got to be just getting rid of as many of those duplicates as possible.
This is it's been a long time since I've seen a rack where the highest scoring play is 11 points. It's minting to that G and wrong. So the old Noah's Ark, double I, double N, double T. I guess he could play unit. I guess that's really the only way to get rid of those 3. Could play unit for 6 and draw into mint. This is
everything looks so bad.
This is one of the worst going seconds I've seen in a long time.
Yeah.
And it's not like you can exchange, because what would you even exchange? Maybe, I guess, the duplicates and the M to draw into knit, but you can get rid of...
Yeah, you can get rid of those by playing them. So there's no reason not to just play that and score a minimal number of points as opposed to 0. So he's got to make a play, I think, that's not exchanging. It's just not going to be satisfying even a little bit, unfortunately, for Michael.
Yeah, do you see... I haven't simulated this position yet. Do you see anything... what's your least bad play here? If you were in this position over the board, what are you doing here?
I would probably just play, I don't know, minting, I think. Just, try to... I don't know. Just try to, draw something that I can actually do something with next turn that's, kind of productive. Although if I just playing INT with unit, I don't know, score 6, keeping the M is not the best for bingoing. I think I would just blow everything up, go for minting.
Okay, see, I would probably play timing and hang on to the end if I'm going to go that route, because you've got an N on the board, and I don't know if I want to be playing both of my ends myself. So I would probably just sacrifice the 1 point and play timing. Interesting play is leading Sim here, and it looks like I can't tell if that's what Michael is looking at, because he has it set up on the right side of his rack, but he can just play twin through the W. Yes, it is only 7, but it's a bit of an M setup. You're going to leave mint, which is one of your better leaves. Certainly don't like setting up that E and that Y, which Jackson actually has in this spot, back hook. But I can certainly see why Sim is liking twin here.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. It looks like there are a few options that are kind of neck and neck. It's just about picking which is the least uninspiring in this case, the least worst option. It looks like Michael's been burning a lot of time on this. which I think you just got to pick something and go with it at some point. Like all these, like there are a lot of plays that are just like pretty comparable, and none of them is going to be that great. So yeah, I think he's just got to pick something soon. Which
all right, so he's going to go the unit route. So he's going to sacrifice 1 point versus Twin, but that is not bad. I mean, there were no good plays
I think this
there.
makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. So meanwhile, the nice Y and E setup for Jackson.
It looks like he has like set up on his rack, so maybe he's trying to find some kind of a like word.
Is
although
he?
with
Is he?
the IC and Y.
Yeah, he's got city like set up. I wonder if he's going to try to pull the trigger on. I think that's a little too risky. Like that's going to score more than 100. And as I mentioned, I think that was while you were kind of dealing with your technical issues. But that was when Coaxings was played, and I invoked what is known as affectionately in Michigan as the Steve Grove rule, where if it scores 100 and you ain't 100%, probably worth it to challenge. So city like would certainly fall in that category. So I don't know if Jackson thinks this might be good. Or is trying to figure out the possibility of getting away with it. But it looks like he's going to make what seems to me to be his best play of, certainly his highest scoring play of Crikey for 42.
Yeah, although I really would have liked to see City Light come down. Personally, I think it would have gotten well for Jackson. There's a chance that Michael might have challenged it off, but Jackson is already just so hard to challenge. He knows so many words, excellent word knowledge, and it's the thought of challenging him is it can be intimidating for sure. So I think for him it would have been worth a shot, but you can't fault him for just making his best legitimate play. So Correctly, perfectly good play from Jackson.
Yeah, meanwhile, Michael taking one of his 95-point options after taking a while on that first turn. He'll play very quickly here. Could have played Compting or Tromping, but he will go with Stomping for 95.
Yeah, I think especially because Jackson now has Alidades. Yeah, it would have been better for Michael to not float the S, especially in that position. Compting or Tromping would have prevented Jackson from bingoing. I think, at least I'm not seeing anything else right off the bat. But yeah, putting the S in this position, I think Michael's going to be punished for it.
Yeah, Alidades, the only playable bingo on the board as presently constituted. Pretty sure there's nothing through the R or through a C. So for Michael, one of those small missteps that's gonna in the real world end up turning up really big, because instead of a tough decision for Jackson, he will just play the bingo and go up by 50, and Michael with only one vowel on his post bingo draw. However, everything else looking pretty good.
Yeah, and especially playing against Jackson, he's just going to punish any slight misstep that you make. He is just that good. He's just one of the top players. Yeah, he's if you do anything wrong, he's just going to punish you for it. It's as simple as that.
Yeah, and watching Jackson draw, it's nice to know that he's still young enough that he can do the bag behind the head thing. I feel like if I tried to do that all day, I'd wake up with some body part out of joint.
It's interesting as to whether the bag behind the head thing is actually a better way to do it, because the point that where you can't challenge or hold is when your opponent actually removes their first tile from the bag, and while having the bag behind their head makes it so like they're definitely not looking in the bag, so that's impossible. It also can obfuscate when the exact moment is that the first tile leaves the bag, so it can potentially create some confusion there. Usually I just hold the bag well above my head, but like kind of in front of it, so I think that accomplishes both things. But yeah, holding the bag behind the head, perfectly standard as well, I think.
Yeah, that's something I actually never thought of, despite being a bit of a rules wonk and SPC division leader, slash director at times. That's something I never thought of. But yeah, you can't really tell. I just always look down, so I don't know when it's. I suppose I don't know when the tile leaves the bag either.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, it's probably not actually something that would come up. It'd be pretty rare that that's actually an issue, but yeah, it looks like Michael has haftings set up, or just going with haft. Okay,
Yeah,
this makes a lot of sense. It's going to score well.
Yeah, all of his good plays along that fourth row there. It looked like he was considering Fang for a while. HST was a nice leave, and that set up the S nicely. But this is good as well. NGS is also a great leave. Just too bad, that iron stomping did not quite work to play shafting.
Yeah, and another good thing about haft is that it does set the S up, which Jackson does have the S, but he's not actually going to use it because he has Vertisol. It looks to be his only playable bingo. So there's no way he's not playing Vertisol. It's coming down right now. And Michael is going to get a crack at the setup that he just opened.
So if Michael bingos on this turn, which it certainly looks like he will, we'll have 4 bingos already in the first 4 turns apiece. So
yeah, he has. Ignite says.
Yeah, so just Mingiest, the only playable one here.
I'm sure that he's going to find this, and he'll find it fairly quickly. This has been a real shootout to start the game with, so that's exactly what I was hoping to see from these two very high caliber players, and looks like that's how it's shaping up to be. It's an exciting game.
Yeah, I don't know if there's a high loss prize at this tournament, but whoever loses this game certainly looks like they'll be in contention. Still a blank to draw, still a couple S's to draw. The board is going to be very wide open after Mingiest with the triple open. The S hook to haft is still open, so it looks like we're in store for hopefully a banger here after the first 2 games, which were each interesting in their own way, but not exactly close end games.
Yeah. Another interesting thing about this position is that the upper left of the board has filled up more quickly than anything else. So it's going to be even easier going forward to reach into the unused space at this point. The bottom left, bottom right, upper right. There's still a lot to do there, and it's going to be easier to access that than if the upper left were unused. It's looking pretty volatile, especially with this bingo from Michael opening up a triple and a few other good lanes. The I, the E, the S, leaving those to Jackson as well. There's a good bit of volatility on this board.
Very much so, and Jackson having drawn the Z. No super awesome spot for the Z on this board. The T and Minji is just in the wrong. If it was in any other spot in the triple lane, he could play putzed for a bunch. So what are you seeing here on this turn?
Yeah, I think. He's up 14, so it's not like It's not like Jackson can totally focus on just shutting things down because he needs to score. Should probably be his first priority here. So I'm thinking maybe something like putts in the upper right for 30. Also kind of knocks out the S setup that Jackson can't capitalize on. Gets rid of probably his least bingo-prone tiles, and hopefully gets him set up for bingo next turn. So putts for 30, I think is what I would play. What about you, Jason? What would your top option be?
Yeah, I kind of like putts, which makes me surprised that Sim is liking putzed instead. It is 10 more points, but the LR leave is going to be inferior to the DELR leave, and you're also, I feel like, just giving back a lot, in that O column there. But maybe I guess the board is just so wide open that it's not as much of a concern as it would normally be. But I'm with you. I think Putz is a lot better defensively than Putz, and I'm a little surprised. It's only slightly leading the sim, but I'm still surprised to see it leading the sim at all.
Yeah, me too. It makes it way easier to access that O column, right? But yeah, it would be a lot worse if that were the only opening on the board. Yeah, and then I guess if Jackson plays Putz and then Michael uses O column, Jackson still has access to everything in the bottom left of the board. So that is far from nothing. Oh, and it looks like he is playing Putz. Yeah, great on Jackson finding his top simming option in just not a particularly intuitive option, arguably. So yeah, good on him for finding that.
Yeah, so now Michael, he has given Michael how many more? 5 more points for Aleph coming down on that O column there, which seems to be his best play. Is there anything you like here that maybe keeps better? Do you like a Fano in that O column instead, or maybe even FAENA, even though it sets up that A in a bad spot?
Yeah, for me, it'd be a real toss-up between Aleph and Fano. I really like that if you play Fano, it keeps the E, so you got an AEL leave instead of an ANO leave, which AL is quite a bit better than ANO. But is it worth 8 points? Is it worth sacrificing 8 points to keep that E? I think that might be a bit much of a stretch. So I think I would think about it, but eventually I would just end up going with Aleph. What about you?
Yeah, I think the game's close enough that I think I would probably just grab the points with Aleph. This is already becoming a very vowel heavy bag, though, as I see 24 vowels and 24 consonants. So you leave 2 vowels and a consonant in this vowel heavy a bag, and your vowel consonant ratio make it even worse next turn. We can also see that somehow Jackson just continues to keep drawing consonants. So so I was talking about a potential for a very high scoring game here, but the fact that there are still so many vowels to draw may tamper that for a bit.
Yeah, I guess that makes Michael playing Fana more look like a better option if he's looking to avoid some vowelitis there.
Oh, he's going or a Noah. That's interesting, and that's what he's going to do.
Okay, so it looks like he's
thinking
just
about
really
it,
focused on. Yeah, maybe he's just like really, apprehensive of leaving himself with too many vowels, and in that way, I think I know it would make sense. I don't think I would. That's the option I would choose, but it certainly has its merits. It's a good play.
Yeah, I almost certainly wouldn't have thought of this option, but I really like it again, given the context of the bag. So, yeah, Fano just would have given Jackson mercy for a whole bunch. So Jackson in kind of that
or something.
Yeah, so he's in that like good position of he knows that the bag is vowel heavy, but he has all the consonants. So it's like, all right, I can leave all consonants. Either the vowels are going to come to me, or my opponent's going to get bogged down with 5 and 6 vowel racks. So especially when you have a 26-point lead like this, it's a good position to be in. So are you blowing this? Okay, well, I was going to ask if you're going to blow up the rack by playing Trembly, but it looks like that's what Jackson's going to do, and it seems to be the right decision.
Oh yeah, I mean, taking 42 points, it just scores like quite a bit more than the next best option. It takes out that S, takes out the triple lane. I think think maybe there's some risk that like you draw too many vowels, but even so, this keeps a consonant back. Yeah, Tremblay just looking super solid. Yeah, it looks like, yeah, Michael's best move here is going to be F. Yeah, putting the F, making Fey and F in the top right. Yeah, I guess if I play that, then maybe I'm concerned about drawing just a couple of vowels and being in a bad position after. But it's also just it just scores pretty well. Yeah, I think I would just take the points and play for. What are you thinking here, Jason?
Yeah, I'm just looking at is FOU better because then you have the L. Maybe maybe if you draw the third E, you can play eel there next turn. I'm just looking 6 O's and 6 E's unseen. Would be really nice if you had a way to get rid. I mean, I guess you do have ways to get rid of them. You could play kind of a variation on the theme of last turn. You could sacrifice a few points and play 2 pay through the P and stomping, but I actually think FOU is righter here. Although you do kind of take away the out. You do kind of take away the out potential, but with 6 O's, I feel like you're going to find one sooner or later.
Yeah, I mean, I guess like the thing with playing any outwards is like even if you do draw 7 sorting without, like where do you play it on this board?
That is a good point. He had outfeel on that turn and it didn't go, so
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, it didn't quite fit anywhere, but he does draw the blank. So we'll probably be playing next turn. He has a Ulexite. If he makes a blank an X, so that would be cool to see that come down. And it fits with Udo on the right side of the board, so he'll have to could have a place to play it depending on what Jackson plays.
Yeah, it looked like Jackson was considering Bonts off of Tremblay, which would block it. Although I feel like Sync through the Eye and Stomping, which he has set up now, is a better play. Now it's probably gonna. I don't know if it's going to work out right in the short term for him. But I do kind of like
taking 35 points for it.
Yeah.
Yeah, get rid of the Q and take 35 points like that. It's just too tempting equity-wise. I don't think he really has a good reason. I mean, yeah, sure, you can, like, Michael's going to bingo there and, like, play Bonds and it would have blocked it, but, you don't know that's going to happen. You just got to get rid of the Q for 35, I think.
Yeah, he did have Vanulet from the V and Vertisol regardless, though, so.
Oh, that's true.
So Ulexite comes down, and we have a 1-point game, 3-4-4. So 3-4-3, although that is going to be short-lived, as the Ulexite placement is going to give Jackson bingos coming back.
Yeah, I'm sure Jackson will find all of these pretty quickly and then eventually just play Robuster. Or not even eventually, but probably pretty quickly. Yeah, it seems like Jackson, this game has always been kind of one step ahead.
Yeah, and those are certainly the frustrating games where basically from you've got a bingo on your rack, you're like, oh, I'm going to take the lead, and then Jackson plays Vertisol, you take a bingo to pull even, Jackson's just going to bingo right back. Those are just kind of those frustrating Sisyphus games, I call them sometimes, where you've almost got the rock to the top of the hill, and then just when you do it, it goes all the way back down to the bottom and you start again. So Jackson has Beriz set up, which would be a 10 or 13-point sacrifice depending on the placement. Surprised that he's either not seeing or doesn't want to play Robuster.
Yeah, I would think that like he's just trying to generate all of his options, and then like when people like talk about decision making in Scrabble, like they often sometimes they'll break it up into an option like generation phase and then a decision making phase. And so maybe Jackson's just really trying to be like true to that process, and he wants to generate all his options, and then once he like has actually generated everything, then he's going to make a selection between those options. So I think maybe this is just about getting the process right, and he's going to settle on Robuster still.
Yeah, well, and sure enough, just as you say that, the commentator gift of speaking plays into action.
Yes,
Lord knows he has time. Lord knows he has the time to figure it out too. More than 14 minutes left, Michael, with almost 11. So we did have that delay, but thanks to both of these guys for. Looks like this game might be done with quite a bit of time left on the clock, and perhaps leave us some time between rounds for a change.
Yeah, they've been playing pretty quickly. Michael has about 11 minutes. Jackson has about 14. There are 21 tiles unseen, so most of this game is done. And both players have maybe used like a little over half of their time, so they're trucking. They're going pretty quick. And it looks like Jackson is playing Vorets. I wonder what the reason is for him doing this, because I can't think of any good reason not to play Robuster offhand. Maybe he's just more sure Vorets is good, although I would think he would be completely sure of both. So this is an interesting choice on Jackson's part.
Yeah, it is. I'm trying to figure it out because it keeps the eye in Ulexite open, whereas Robuster blocks it for bingo. So I'm just really not seeing.
Yeah, Robuster is more defensive as well.
Yeah, like even if they were equal scoring, well, he's going to get the free turn out of it. So maybe that's what.
Oh.
maybe he knew. How did he know that?
Oh
that
man, I did not expect this. Maybe Jackson was right not to play City. Like maybe he just would have challenged it.
Yeah.
Very surprised to see this coming from Michael. Maybe he's just become more confident. He's challenging more often. Could be happening. But in this case, it's not going to work in his favor, unfortunately. Jackson will get another turn.
I also think his post bingo draw may have had something to do with that. You see what he drew. And sure enough, our producer on the ground said he'd just say, no, I can't win if this stays on. Or, quote, no way I was winning otherwise, as he sat back down. That does make a lot of sense. So, which is probably true. So,
yeah, I mean, the odds of, especially with that draw, like the odds of Michael bingoing anytime soon are pretty minimal. Down by 65 at this point. If he didn't challenge, it would likely just result in Jackson cruising to an easy win. So I think I agree that it was somewhat forced.
Yeah, because even if you can get rid of your V and your AA and all that, like where do you do it on this board? The only bingo lines are basically from a V, through that I in Ulexite. So
unless you have some crazy 9 with a Q and an X. Like the Q and the X in Ulexite.
All right, now I'm going to look up and see if there are any words that fit that pattern.
And maybe if you just agree to play clabbers for a turn or two. Clabbers, for those who don't know, is where any combination of letters is valid as long as it anagrams to an actual word. So, you could play DGO because it anagrams to dog or god, and then you just play the whole game like that. And it breaks your brain, but it's a lot of fun in the process. So, I'd recommend it.
Yeah, I think I've only played one live Clabbers game in my life, but it was quite enjoyable. So, also no 9s that go Q, 6 spaces, X, and then 1 space. So once again, Jackson making what seems to be his best play. I've been looking at that spot. Michael actually had some good options there if he hadn't challenged with something like a had, or something like, sorry, not had, but I guess he lacked the tile to go between the I and the E, but Jackson taking 29 points to get rid of a bunch of vowels looks pretty nice.
Yeah, I mean, at this point he's just got to start closing down the board, and yeah, it's especially because like Michael just said, out loud to Jackson, no, I'm going to win this if I don't challenge. Jackson can infer that Michael's tiles are pretty bad. He just has to block the one spot, and Michael won't bingo next turn, and then Jackson blocks the other spot on the board in the bottom right, and then the board is dead, and the game is over.
Yeah, that is a good point. Saying what Michael did kind of clues Jackson into the fact that he doesn't have to block the I and U Lexite. Now, obviously, if he had something there, he just would have kept it on and made the play there. So maybe you make that inference anyway. But
yep, yeah, that is another thing you could deduce from that. That's true. Oh, Jackson has a lot of vowels. Wow.
Well, we knew they were going to come out eventually, so.
Yep. Yeah, looking at Zhao right now, guess the thing is, where is he going to put that?
Yeah, I don't. The only spots I see are to the O and Burries and through the I of Ulexite, so I don't. So I'm not seeing what he's seeing. It looks like the Nigel-esque endgame is to play OE off of Ulexite for 5.
Wow.
I'm not sure why.
That's
It's apparently 6 points better than anything else, but I'm not seeing why, unless he has. Maybe because Michael has. Well, I don't see anything great that Michael has in that spot, though.
Yeah, if it were me, I probably would just slap JO down in the top right. Scores 31. Leaves him with a bunch of vowels, but whatever. No matter what I'm going to do, I'll probably be left with a bunch of vowels anyway. So might as well just score a bit.
Yeah, I mean the bag's empty. The J is your only consonant, so yeah, you might. I suppose just play up top, get.
Yep, looks like that's what he does.
So now back over to Michael, and maybe I'll see what. So if he plays Oxids, he doesn't have an out in 2 though.
Yeah, I guess maybe if there's any way to play off the V and the W first and then play Oxids, but then Jackson will just see that he can play Oxids and block it anyway.
Yeah, maybe you're not supposed to. Is there like some sort of cute setup he can make? Maybe that's why you're supposed to play OE and hold on to your J.
Maybe.
Because when your opponent has all vowels, like, can he make some kind of cool setup? Well, regardless, Jackson is going to break the trend. We've had all 3 of our games this session. One player has drawn both blanks, but in this case, that player will not be victorious, as Michael, despite playing Stomping and Ulexite, overwhelmed by Jackson's 3 natural bingos, as well as Trembley, which scored, I believe, 42, and Crikey, which scored 42. Putz scored 40. So just kind of a scoring barrage that Michael couldn't keep up with.
Yeah, Jackson didn't need blanks. He didn't care. Didn't care about no blanks. Don't need them.
The other reason this game was playing fast, which I didn't say, was like Eldades was the only playable bingo, Vertisol was the only playable bingo, Mingius was the only playable bingo. So, when you only got one playable bingo on your turn, that's going to make the turn go pretty fast. And each player had that on multiple occasions. So.
Yeah, you can just kind of fly through games when you just have standout options and yeah, not really like a whole lot to consider. And then yeah, like given the number of bingos that are played, that just makes for fewer turns that you have to spend time on.
So he's got VX set up just to play Vex. Maybe that's his out in 2, just Vex through the E and Ulexite, and then that saves Sword through the second R in Boreas.
Yeah, I mean that makes sense. Although maybe he's thinking like if if he plays Vex and then sets up Sword, then Jackson will block it, and then like what happens if he blocks it? What do I do then?
Yeah, he's got decent options in the top left there, making LEVO or IRD or Doors.
Yeah,
so maybe
if
something
only
like
WADs were a word.
Yeah, exactly. That would score a bunch. Yeah. VODs would be nice. We've got pods, videos on demand. At some point, that'll make it in, probably.
Oh, sure. Yeah, surely. Yeah, you already got like Vodcast is good.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, VOD is not too far off from that.
So I probably jinxed it. I was talking about how fast they played, and they're getting the tournament back on track, and then Michael, who has a really nice spread. I mean, plus 589. The tournament could come down to spreads. So good on him for even though this game is over. I feel like I would have kind of just gone through the motions of this end game, tried to find an out and 2, or and then just kind of saved my energy for later. But he's grinding through this end game, trying to figure it out.
Yeah, that's one way you can really distinguish like top players from just like middle tier experts, is that like they're going to be so consistent in just like the effort they put into eking out every last point, because like they know like maybe the term will be decided by just like less than 100 spread points or 50 spread points or whatever could be close, and then everything matters or could matter.
Now he's looking at socks, which I don't really think goes anywhere. It goes bottom right, but then Jackson could just plunk his eye for 27, and I'm not sure where the V and the W and the D are going.
And then what does he do with DVW? Yeah.
Oh, that's the play. Okay. No? Okay. He can just play... He can play Dawes. He plays off his D, and then he sets up Fox for a bunch. Jackson has to block playing 2 with the vowels, but then you're probably still going to score pretty well.
Yeah, that's you're talking about potential ways that Michael could set himself up, and I guess this would be a pretty good way to do it. So like, sure, Jackson can take the setup, but he's only going to score, I guess, 11, which it's not that bad. Then he can do something else somewhere else on the board. Yeah, it makes sense. But no shame in losing to Jackson for sure. He's one of the toughest opponents I've ever faced. I think I'm 2-7 against him in tournaments. So beats me the great majority of the time. Never any shame in losing to Jackson.
Yeah, I seem to recall the only time I played Jackson was the last round of an SPC early bird. And so, it's 4 rounds and there's, I think, 16 people in the division. So, and they're, I think paired after each round. So, you have 8 1-0s, 4 2-0s. So, anyway, we met in the last round. We were the only 2 3-0s. And I seem to recall him beat me by at least 200. It felt like 400. Let's see if I can find the score of that game. Yeah, that is the only time we've played. 506 to 341. I kept it within 170.
Yeah,
But
that
I
is
just seem to
honestly
recall.
not
I seem to recall him having like 300 after 4 turns, and I was like, "All right, congrats on winning the tournament."
Even if he doesn't, it just like kind of feels that way when you play him.
That is true.
You're just like, he gives off the vibe of beating you by 300 always.
All right. So meanwhile, while I was looking that up, I missed Vex, then Arrow to block Sword.
Yeah, I don't think Michael has an outplay at this point.
He does not. He could take that. Too bad Wads is no good. He could take that odd spot for 30. I'm trying to see if he can go out. I assume he has multiple spots to go out with the IE.
This makes sense. It's going to score quite a bit.
Yeah, and then Jackson has his choice of 6.0, so he can play TIE or SEI.
Yeah, for you, is there any strategic difference in playing TIE versus SEI?
Being 100% sure of TIE versus 99.99999% sure of SEI, I guess. All right, let me update the score here. Final score.
I think everything's good. Putz is a verb. Crikey is it's an interjection, so it doesn't take an S.
Do you want any other spellings?
Crickey, Crickey.
C-R...
You put a C in there.
Crickey. That's gotta be like the lowest pop word in the dictionary. Got close to it.
It's up there. So...
I don't think I could have won this game.
How can you say that? What do you have with this?
MINT.
Really?
3 doubles. Jesus. I thought keeping IN, going for something there could help. Thought about playing something like minting or timing, but I don't even think I could have scored more than like a dozen or so.
Yeah. No, for sure. That's a tough, maybe Muntin, but...
MUNTIN?
Yeah.
I didn't even know that.
That's a weird
I even thought about playing like twin for 1 more point, but that gives you too many points there.
I feel like I would do that. Because unit gives me all like the unit hooks and
SEY. I feel like I got the Q or the X, you just kill me.
It's true, but you can also hit it with the M, which is nice. You kind of have 2 spots. I don't know, but I
don't think I was that likely to get there. Yeah, and I just fell into place that Scalify. That word is so hard to find. I don't even know if I would have seen it.
Yeah, it's
probably eventually would have found it. It's got to be in the top 10% of most difficult words to anagram.
Yeah, I agree. It's tough.
And how come you took a long time to play that?
Well, I have robuster, which I think is a word.
Robuster.
Yeah,
more robust.
Yeah.
Either way, I was losing the game.
Yeah, I know. It was just, it's 10 more points, but it was so rarely that you win the game anyways. My doubt was high. I was 90% sure of it, but I figured that 10% is
I had like DOV was what I kept, so it just I can't win if it stays on the board. I have to risk it. I have to go for it. If it comes off, I might be able to actually win this thing.
No, I agree for sure. You're so dead. There's nothing you can really open unless you can. I guess you could open the top somehow, open it here, but that's tough.
I didn't even have the S. It was in the bag. The X was in the bag.
Right.
Is outrun the word?
No,
I didn't think so, but thought of it. Hard when you just do a bingo after bingo.
What's up?
Hard to win when you do a bingo after bingo, even with both blanks.
Bingo after bingo. That's an overstatement.
Yeah, 1, 2. Were those not back to back?
2 are back to back.
And then you got 3. Must have been another one you had. We each have 3 bingos. That just. So I had Stomping. I got Mingiest. I got Ulexite. So we each have 3, but somehow you managed to get way on top. Just never stopped scoring well.
Yeah, no, a lot of plays like this help Tremblay.
Yeah, good for you if you know those words, because I wouldn't have been sure enough to on any of them. Well, Tremblay, I don't know if I would have been sure enough to risk it on that, but well, maybe more Tremblay or Tremblay. I don't know, is putz the new word? Because I feel like putz is like used to be a noun.
No, I think it's
Maybe
just
not
it's a
right.
verb as well. But
And then here I kept LEF. I thought about playing Aleph for 9 more points. When I saw how many O's and A's one scene, I was like, I'm not in the mood for double or triple O's. So I sacrificed the points. Not sure that was right.
That's smart, I guess.
I know 9 points is a lot to give up, though. And here I kept 2 E's. I kept Elute because, again, I'm scared of all the unseen O's. And I got the blank, but even with both blanks, I couldn't make a win out of this.
Wow. Nicely done.
I didn't even want to waste time with that because I spent too much time earlier in the game.
Yeah, for sure.
Which turn did I spend the longest on?
Probably Unit was the longest turn, actually.
Yeah, I mean, that's so hard. What the heck do you do with that? I mean, no way my best play is only 6 points. Just feels so wrong.
I don't know. I think the best play is 7 points.
What do you do, twin? And hope I don't get hit with that?
Yeah. I think
Even
so.
like any 5-letter word starting with like a high point constant will be enough to kill me pretty much. I just feel like that gives back too much to only score, just by only scoring 1 extra point.
I see what you're saying.
How dangerous is that if you have an E here? Like, how many points are going to give it unless you bingo?
It's mostly just putting the floaters so far, like any bingos to the I and the T, I'll play suddenly. It's more of that, I think.
Yeah, unless they're the last letters of the word.
Yeah, obviously, but like twin just makes it a bit harder to bingo. I don't know. That's
After rung, how close are you to bingo? You could have kept anything with.
no, for sure, but it's still.
Yeah, I want to keep like ing available.
No, I think that's a good thing.
But I don't know if that's like of that much value. I mean, just because I hit it doesn't mean it was necessarily the right thing.
No, it's a good play. I don't mind it. I think I'd still play twin.
I also had nitwit as another option, but again, I don't like put it. It gives up on ing and
if you're gonna score 9, you might as well keep a good play.
What a weird opening rack.
Yeah, very.
And you see, I didn't have anything that fit here, like other than that. I feel like that could have been like a hard spot to see. I'd like to do something like wads.
Too bad.
If that was available, I wonder if I played the end game right.
I think you can maybe block arrow somehow.
I thought about that, but I'm scoring so little.
Dock, so I was looking at maybe something because then I can't do an M2.
I goes there.
Oh shit! Okay.
You didn't see that? That's why I said docks would be really dumb.
Oh, I didn't hear what you said. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, but then I was also worried about being V-stuck. If you block that spot, I can be in trouble.
No, it's very complicated. I wasn't really sure. Maybe you do. Yeah, it's tough.
I even thought about playing SOX there, and if you go XI there, you're not going out in 2.
Here's what you do. You could do Vowed.
VOWED.
Yeah, the problem is, I was thinking, with Vowed, I can still do arrow to now. This is my only out in 2, but if I do arrow, you get sex to go out. So I think Vowed is probably.
Yeah, I didn't get that far.
Yeah, it's all.
I thought about playing like sword, SWOD to block arrow, but then I don't think I can go out with VX other than that.
I for sure not block that.
I thought about playing like maybe word to save some whoops, but even then, I wasn't going to win the game, so it wasn't as much pressure.
Yeah, as Michael put it, my friend Paul Epstein likes to say that was a bingo game, and even though they each had 3 bingos, as was pointed out, the 40-point plays of Crikey and Putz and Tremblay were kind of the difference in that one.
Yeah, that it goes to show like how good these players really are. That at this level you can bingo 3 times, and like that doesn't mean you're going to win. And for most people, like 3 bingos would be great, or maybe even like they've never got 3 bingos before. But yeah, for these guys, just another day in the life doesn't even mean you'll win.
Just another day at the office. All right, so we are going to take a quick break, step away for a couple minutes, figure out who we're going to bring you in our last game of the day. So yeah, take an opportunity to stretch your legs, and we will be back in a couple minutes with the 2025 Scrabble Holiday Party presented by NAC. Welcome back to the 2025 Scrabble Holiday Party presented by NASPA Games, a 2-day main event. There was an early bird yesterday coming to you from Belleville, Ontario. Our last game of the day, it will feature Jared Capel against Greg Bjordan, and apparently I'm going to need to learn how to pronounce this guy's name. Because as we look at the standings, he is not only in first place, he's in first place by 2 games and a bit of spread over the field. Greg at 7-0. Michael Fagan, who we just saw lose to Jackson Smiley on stream, as well as Ari Sinke, are 5-2, and then a host of 4-3s. But none with the spread that the top 3 have. That includes Jared, who is currently tied for 6th at 4-3 minus 41. So we will see him with his chance to beat Greg coming up.
Yeah, that's
So
what an incredible performance by Greg in a field of pretty tough players, going 7-0. That's some impressive stuff.
Yeah, if he can finish this off today, this may end up being his best / most memorable day of tournament Scrabble. I don't know if you have one of those. Perhaps it was the last day of your second place finish in Lake George. But yeah, to go, if he could pull this off and go 8-0 against this field, he might not sleep well tonight because he might be a little bit nervous. But it will certainly be a very, very good day. All right, I think we are ready for player capsules as we look at Jared Capel of Toronto, Ontario. Looks like he hasn't played in a while. I know he's very active online. I think he plays Woogle's Club a lot. Only 33 live tournaments, though. 200 career victories, a career win percentage of 63.2, and an average score of 424, which is quite impressive. Greg, a little bit earlier, coming from Winnipeg, he's again not played that much. 45 tournaments, not really that much. Had a 5-0 record about a year and a half ago in Eagan, Minnesota. So as we look at the head-to-head, I'm going to guess Toronto and Winnipeg that these two have not played, especially given the number of tournaments that they have played, and sure enough, that is correct. So always fun to see a first-time matchup.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how this is going to go.
All right, oops. Once again, I have forgotten to clear the score out. My bad. So we have Jared going first. Greg, do you know anything about Jared?
I have played Jared before. It was, I think, my first stream game ever was against Jared, and that was also a pretty great game. That was, I think that was at Lake George 2022, the last tournament that we saw Jared was a part of. I played some after hours games as well at tournaments. He's a great player, just a fun guy to chill with as well. So it's good to see him back on the scene.
Yeah, that is good to see. Meanwhile, a very interesting opening rack here. This is the kind of rack that I would be so tempted to hold back the X. Maybe do something cute like part with the R on the star, setting up the X and setting up the A front hook. Is this the kind of opening rack, David, where you're just playing it straight with tax or packs, or is there something fancy that you're seeing?
I don't know. I think I just play tax here. Playing packs would be 4 more points, but I'm just a bit apprehensive of keeping that double T. PART is going to set Jared up real well for maybe bingoing on his next turn. I think better than the ARTT. I think I would just play tax. What about you?
Like I said, I would love to do something to set up the X, or I sometimes like keeping the X, perhaps to my detriment. But interesting that it's going to go. I feel like I would just play tax. I would just hate. I have the A for the back hook, but I would just hate setting up the I back hook. But he's going to go with packs. You said you preferred tax in the spot?
Yeah, I think I would prefer tax. Yeah, that's true. Tax does give it has a couple of hooks that Pax does not. But yeah, I think for the just undoubling the tees is too tempting. I think I would just do it anyway. Looks like Greg has played what I assume is frilled.
If it's a valid word, he's played frilled. That is the only.
Pretty sure
he has
that's
made the
valid.
blank in Arias. Yep, yeah. Flailed would be one more, but frilled and then Philipphead through the P were the only available bingos in that rack. So the dream day for Greg continues. But speaking of dreams, tart or part, if you draw any, it doesn't really matter which you leave. So Jared will be bingoing right back shortly.
But the thing that Jared should not do is play Tainter, which is actually what he did on my stream game against him. But it looks like he's not going to do that, and he has learned, and he's going to make a better play. This looks to be a perfectly good play with 3 overlaps, getting him some points off the X. Doesn't really give much back. So yeah, Nitrate is looking pretty good.
That is very nice, especially I feel like with racks like that where there are 3 or 4, and when you have those overlapping options, I feel like I always take like 2-3 minutes, and I have to look at every combination. But Jared came up with that pretty quickly. It is his highest scoring play by 7 points, so very well done there.
Yeah, it was also pretty nice just how quickly he came up with it.
Over to Greg with a pretty good post bingo draw. If not for the Z, he might be threatening bingos himself. So what to do with the Z on this board here, David?
I guess the first thing is I was looking at was maybe putting the Z between the 2 I's in Nitrate and Frilled, and maybe hitting the double word. Something ending in IZING. I don't see anything that does that right off the bat. Almost has like itemizing.
Oh, he does. He's one. So yeah, what's he needs? He needs an A and needs an E instead of an A. Can you just fish off the fish off the A and go for itemizing? Probably not your highest equity play.
Probably not, but I guess you can dream, right?
I was looking at that spot though. I was trying to see if when he drew the Z, if there was some sort of way that, like, he's kind of, if that was an A, like he would be very close to magazine, just something really cool like that. But yeah, itemizing is a very nice spot.
But yeah, it looks like he has Zig, which I don't know, is probably don't need to make it more complicated than that. Scores 38, keeps a pretty good lead of AMNT. Yeah, looks like a good play from Greg here.
Yeah, looks pretty standard, taking away probably the spot that Jared would have wanted to play his QI to set up bingos. But now we'll see that QI come in on top of Frilled. With the very nice opens leave. QI is, when he plays that, there's any number of leaves that he could have, and this is one of the better ones.
For sure.
All right, 142 to 107, back over to Greg, who, with all the eyes on the board, somehow does not have Train Man through one of those eyes. That MANT leave went south when he drew another N and another A.
Yeah, one theme we've been seeing here today is that duplicates and triplicates are not good. They don't help pretty much anything.
Yeah, and given this board configuration, he really doesn't have much. Looks like his
sorry, go ahead.
Highest scoring play is 18, and that's playing Tamarin to the IN, which throws the T in the triple lane. So since you're not scoring on this turn, David, what are you doing?
Yeah, well, I think I really wouldn't want to play Tamarin because, that just leaves me with NN. It opens the triple word for, only 18 points. I be really looking to play something else. maybe Rant and Rex. That scores 16, so about the highest can possibly score. On doubles, the A and the N. But also, those are like the exact 4 tiles that I would want to keep on my rack is A, R, N, T. So if it does, give me some pause as to that option.
Yeah, it seems really sad just playing Ran and Rex for 15, but that is seemingly one of the best options here.
Yeah, just on a board where like all the options are not that great, just one of them has to be the best.
That is true. Yeah, I think you said Rant. You could also play Ran and then kind of keep the T hook, try to draw into AMNT again. There are still a bunch of vowels out there. Still early, but we've played, I think, even proportionally more consonants than vowels. So you could play Ran or Rant. Interesting. You could play AN. You could play AN on top of the RA in nitrate, but that scoring 14 and leaving 4 vowels or 4 consonants and a vowel does not exactly thrill me.
Yeah, I think it's comparable to like some of the other top options. I wouldn't mind that too much, I suppose. And it looks like Greg is picking up the ARNT. Maybe he's going to play Rant. Oh, Larnt instead.
Okay.
I don't know. I mean, he gives up 6 points and what is he getting in return for giving up 6 points, though? Is, I guess, the downside to that.
That is a good point. Now, if he played Larn wanting to set up the T, but then again, it's the same thing. You could play Ran and Rex to set up the T. So it certainly does seem like he's sacrificing points, without a real benefit to it.
Yeah, I think. I think either way. I think either way, Jared was gonna bingo.
Yeah, he had Epineos hooking to make nitrate. He had Sinopia hooking to make Sex or Tads. But now, as you can see set up, he has Saponine, and I think that is going to be what hits the board here shortly. Only 1 point less than Epineos, and it doesn't throw the E in the triple lane. So he's got it set up back in alphagram order. Maybe wanted to look at that T again, but that only makes Saponite, which doesn't fit. So here comes Saponine.
Yep. Yeah, I like this play for sure. It doesn't float anything really. I can't. There's not enough space to bingo through the S or the E or any of what he put out there. In fact, blocks the R and the N and the T and Lart. It does make for a pretty good lane for 7-letter bingos off of the E and Saponine. But there was already pretty good lane for 7s anyway off of the EX in nitrate and pack. So I don't think this really does anything to open the board any more than it already was. In fact, probably closing it more than anything. So all around good play from Jared.
Yeah, but continuing the tour of high probability bingos, Greg drawing very well into man there. He has a bunch of options, all 7s, Marines, Seminar, or Remains. Either one of the 10 playable stand out to you?
I think this might be one of I might have chosen this, honestly. Cause either I think like anything or no, I think I would probably play Seminar and Tads because it's the least likely to I think just give back a lot in terms of like triple word scores. Yeah, Seminar, yeah, could hook it, but it doesn't necessarily. Jared isn't necessarily going to be able to hook that, and but if you play something like Marines, then it's much easier to UCM to reach a triple than if you play something like Seminar. Yeah, I think I probably would have played Seminar and TADS.
I kind of liked Seminar and TADS as well, although just playing Marines underneath Saponine also scores 74. That was the highest scoring one. I also don't know if I like throwing the M in the triple N when the opponent has just bingoed, because I think a lot of times they're going to draw a tile with a crooked number on it, like Jared has with the W. And you're just kind of setting yourself up for, with both V's and all four U's out, like, you're giving him, ovum, you're giving him a chance to dump. So, I like the aggression. I don't know if that's, I'm a little surprised to hear you say this would be the placement that you like. Because I'm not sure how I feel about this.
Yeah, on second thought, I think I would go with Marines off of the Eaton Saponine instead. For a second, I was thinking like that would put the S in the triple word score, but I was just miscounting where that S was going to end up. So that was a miscalculation on my part.
All right. So meanwhile, Jared, pretty good post bingo draw, very close. I just figured that he would play WAME up top, take out the triple lane, score 27, and leave tree, which is quite a good leave. But he could just leave it alone, play wheat, WEET down below. It scores 2 more points. The rate leave is probably a little bit better than the tree leave. What do you think about this?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm thinking about like blocking the M in Marines. Yeah, it just seems like a pretty easy place to score. I might play like WAME there, WAME. So like getting rid of the W and one of the 3 E's. And it looks like that's what Jared's gonna go ahead and do. Seems like a good option to me.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised that Weed is winning the sim and winning it somewhat decisively. I kind of prefer this play a little bit better myself, but Greg is going to clean up a nasty post bingo draw with vowing. That seems pretty standard.
Yeah, by far the best option, I think. Turns over 5 tiles, get him out of the pretty garbage rack that he otherwise had. And gets a on turn, so Greg.
So meanwhile, that was not the draw you wanted when you leave tree, to find another E and another R.
Yep, or some triplicates and duplicates. Really not what you want. I'd be looking to get rid of REE or maybe REEO somewhere if possible. O's aren't they're not terrible for bingoing, but they're also not that great. It looks like according to Quackle, Reno was looking pretty good underneath vowing. Seems like a pretty standard option. I think I would play it. What about you?
Yep, I tend to agree. Sometimes when you've kept tree and you've drawn really badly, it's sometimes you kind of have to get over the PTSD of keeping the same leave again. But in this case, really not much better. You could play or down below Saponine, kind of blunt that S to the triple, but I don't know if it's worth sacrificing the 1 point or not.
Yeah, and especially there's only so many points that Greg can get if he plays from the S to the triple. Probably worst case scenario is maybe he has a couple of scoring tiles and gets 30 or something. It's not that big a deal. yeah, I'm not sure it's worth sacrificing. Really worth sacrificing anything over. I think I would just go ahead and play Reno.
Yeah, that is a good point. We did see the Q, X, and Z hit the board pretty early in this game. And it's not like I guess you could put like something like a J, a 6 starting with J, third letter S, but probably not something to worry about that much. And he had the REO set up. Now he's back to it, and I think we will see Reno or Reno as the city in Nevada that was home to many a Scrabble Players Championship. So that's always it's always how I pronounce it. I always pronounce it Reno, even though it is Reno short for renovation.
I guess I just always kind of assumed it was Reno because I don't know what words mean. I'm not a definitions guy.
Well, let's see. If it'll come across the bottom of the screen any second here. So if I'm wrong, then okay, renovated house specifically. Yeah.
Oh, Jared drew the erudite.
Yes, and it's going to stay. In fact, now he's going to get another spot for it with Greg playing Divot on top of Saponine. So now he can play it off of Wame or off of the DE that is now on the board.
Yeah, he could play it off of the DE and trying to set up a fake hook because it doesn't take any hooks, but easy enough to think that it might take an S. Yeah, erudite is just an adjective. It does take an S in Collins, but yeah, only Collins.
Yeah. So which placement is better? The one on top of the board scores 75. The one underneath scores 72. I feel I like taking the points at the top of the board because it's without the X and the Q. It's very hard for that spot to get hit. Do you agree, or are you playing down below?
I think taking the points, I mean, it seems like standard, but I might be tempted to play down below. Just as like DE, I feel like it's pretty easy to hit if you have a 7-letter word. And like Jared's going to be going up like 100 points after he plays erudite, so maybe it'd be helpful for blocking any counter bingos. Yeah, I think just taking the points also makes a lot of sense. Yeah, playing in the other spot, maybe it's like trying too hard to be defensive. I'm not sure that playing in the bottom of the board would be the right play, but yeah, taking the points makes sense, I think.
Yeah, with 2 S's and a blank out, it does kind of blunt that S hook. Greg, now that he has the S and the blank, he gets something with the S in the middle. That might score a bunch. So after playing erudite, Jared is going to go up by exactly 100, 337 to 237. Again, Greg has found the S and the blank, but no bingos. But he does have ways to score here.
Yeah, I see Fogey set up on his rack right now. I think it's going to score well for sure, but the thing I don't like about it is that it makes his S not nearly as helpful because then there's no word on the board that you can actually hook with an S. Vowing and large both do not take S's, so that that S is not going to be as helpful as it would be if he did something else here.
And this is a good.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, that's right. This is kind of a good lesson for beginner and intermediate players because I feel like a lot would play Fogey, and then they leave blank OS, and then you draw the bingo, but it just doesn't play, and then you're in this where you have to fish and open the board and fall further and further behind. So Greg doing a nice job here. This is actually the play leading the sim of Youth. So similar theme, but now he's set up another S here for himself. Defog from the DE at the bottom of the board would have been a really nice way to score and keep the board open as well.
Oh, that forks the board too. Yeah. Yeah, it kind of opens the board up in a way that like you open up 2 spots and like your opponent really can't deal with both of them at the same time. Unfortunately, this setup is going to backfire because Jared did have an S and he had some pretty powerful scoring stuff to go along with it. This is going to score, like 50 points or so.
57, and so Youth is going to win the bad timing award of the day.
And then it really gives absolutely nothing back to Greg because he can't put any 2-letter words. OJ is not a valid word, so can't play OJ or any 2-letter word ending in J, so can't do any overlaps. Can't hook vowing. Can't hook larnt. Greg is looking kind of dead in the water at this point, being down a couple of bingos, and really nowhere he can possibly bingo unless he has can put an S on divot and then have an 8-letter word containing SO, which is that's going to be a pretty hard fit.
Yeah, this is looking pretty rough. Not seeing how he's making up a 128 point deficit on this board. Do you ever? I was just looking at like dumping the K off of Youths to make OK, setting up your E. But I feel like that, you're just getting into this, I open, you close pattern, but I'm not really seeing anything else.
Yeah, I think one thing you could do is he has the last S in blank, so he could try to set himself up in a way that is difficult for Jared to do anything about. If he plays like, if he plays like SEG down from like the S in sappening or something, but I don't know, it's probably still going to be blocked pretty easily. I can't really think of a way to do any creative setups like that on this board. I think Skeg makes a lot of sense. It opens up a new line for bingoing on the bottom row, and G's not like the greatest tile to have to bingo from, but it's more than nothing. It's kind of thing that Greg needs to do.
Yeah, that is a good point though. If push comes to shove, maybe he can make some sort of like play like DEKE. Again, in that case, you just play through the E and it's easily blocked. But especially if Jared has an unbalanced rack at some point, always good to notice that you have the last blank and the last S if you want to make like a desperation setup like that.
For sure. Yeah, you gotta kind of think like, I guess, less conventionally when you're down a lot and you need to find like some kind of Hail Mary.
That's a good way to put it, to think less conventionally. Because sometimes I always say that, when you're behind, like in a situation like Greg is, you have to ask yourself how you're going to win. And sometimes you have to really think outside of the box in those situations. I think the really good players are really good at that. Thought we might see something like Gulch to kill the spot and take some air out of the bag. But instead, Jared is going to go with AAH, which looks pretty nice as well.
Yeah, Gulch and AAH are, they're both like good closing plays for sure. I think, Gulch is better that it turns over a couple more tiles. Higher turnover is better when you're ahead, because that means you can get to the end of the game more quickly, and then your opponent has less time, fewer turns to stage a comeback. But then AAH, it's also a good blocking play, and it scores quite a bit more. There's a little bit of a trade-off here.
Yeah, now what do you do with your Greg? Nothing plays. Your opening just got blocked.
Yeah, down by a couple bingos.
Yeah, I don't even see like good ways to open the board other than playing like something like a delay. So we talked about defog and Deke's last turn and stuff like that. So now he's going to go with delay. But then after Jared just plays through the A, he played AH and drew AH. That's funny. He plays like launch or something, and there's just no place to fit a bingo on this board. It's looking like.
yeah, that's the really tricky thing is like when the board's completely closed down, and yeah, you can only the best you can do is make it so that there's one bingo lane, and then your opponent just immediately closes it, and you're just playing this kind of cat and mouse game that really only ends one way. But yeah, I'm not
Yes.
sure what else you do.
Been there many times. Like I said, I open, you close, I open, you close, and then each time you're getting 10, 15, 20 points further behind. So I've been on the wrong end of, I feel like more of those than I've been on the right end of. So especially lately. So Jared, just checking the bag, there is 6 left. So, I feel like a play like Landau is pretty nice. That will set up his H pretty well. I saw Launch Caudle also works, but there's some good plays through that A that will leave 1 in the bag and basically kill the board for bingos again. Is there a play here that you saw right off that you like, um, or is there ever a situation in which you don't play at the bottom of the board?
I think there was never any situation that I don't play at the bottom of the board. I mean, honestly, like if you really feel like just being a troll, you could like leave it open and just know that you're ahead enough to withstand a bingo. Be like, all right, I'm feeling nice today. How about I let you have this one? But
the thing is,
Greg still matters. You probably don't want to do that.
Yeah, I believe Brian Levitt was the one in chat who pointed out that he does have boresome through the O making divots if it stays open.
Oh wow!
So you do have to, yeah. So I mean, it's easy to just kind of plunk down anything through the A and block the A and the Y, but that was the reason I saw Launch right away, and like Landau is because it moves far enough to the right that you've killed any potential for Bingo's hooking divot as well. So, and it looks like he's got Launch set up and ready to launch.
Yeah, easy to forget about the divot hook, especially because there's an O right next to it. But yeah, if you want to be super sure that Greg's not going to bingo, then yeah, best to just take out all the spots that are even remotely possible. So yeah, this is good play from Jared.
Yeah, and Greg's in that spot of there's going to be 1 in the bag, but you can't even really fish off one tile to open the board. So I do wonder if he's going to maybe try some sort of desperation vowings hook.
Yeah, like try just some kind of phony or something. Might as well, maybe. I don't know.
So what do you think in a situation like Greg, where you're 2 games ahead, you have a good spread, but so do the people who are 2 games behind you? Like at what point in this game are you only playing for spread, or are you making some 1-tile fish, trying to bingo here? Like at what point are you giving up on this game and just saving spread?
I think it's pretty much at this point where like after, like I always like fighting right till the end, but even now, like yeah, after Jared played Launch, like there's no way that any bingos are like there are just no winning chances. I think at this point you just gotta play something like Obes under Launch and just go for points. Yeah, because this board is like truly dead to anything.
Yeah, you have the cool extension of Launcher, but what are you said play OBES, and I was like, oh, do you want to burn the S? But then on this board, where is an S going?
Yeah, exactly. And then if you play 4 tiles instead of 2, then I guess that just helps you to have it out in 1.
Yeah, ER blank and the 1 tile from the bag is probably going to go out just about every time. Especially with those 2 spots at the top of the board. We know he's going to draw the M, which is actually going to be a pretty good tile for playing on top of that U and Erudite.
Yeah, it could get like 30, 40 points off of that.
And even if you don't, it plays underneath, so So yeah, if he plays OBES, ME, or blank is not just going to go out. It's probably going to score decently. He's going to have a mirror or
Right,
amber or something like that up top.
Yep, it's got arrows set up, but yeah, there's nowhere to play any bingos. Sad but true.
Yeah. See, he's got sobered. I don't want to make fun of Greg here, to be clear, because I've seen very, very good players do this too, but I just don't understand the point of setting up your bingos on a board that's dead. It's like, yeah, you have Arobes, you have Bedsore and Sobered, you have, et cetera, and Robes and Warreens, but it's like the board is dead. Like, who cares? Like, you could have Retains on this board, and I don't think it's going down anywhere.
Yeah. You have 2
But
points.
maybe just practice, maybe just kind of wanting to find all the bingos in this rack. He does have plenty of time too, so I just never understood why players do that.
Yeah, I guess it's kind of pointless to me too. But in this case, I don't know. Maybe there's some 6-tile underlap under like Erudite or something. I guess
that's true. It would have to end. I joked about it. Even Retains wouldn't fit, but Retsina comes very, very close to fitting there.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if he's got the time to, like, I don't know, there's no, like, don't get any additional points for time left on your clock, so there's something to be said for that. But it looks like he is going with Obes. And, yeah, he'll just be able to go out next turn, so that's probably for the best.
Yeah, good on him for making that play, too. I might have been tempted to try to figure out a way to fish one, maybe try Vowings, even though it might not be good. So nice job by Greg. He's going to save a lot of spread, and again, given his start, that may come in handy in the end. So good on him for not trying Sobered and Vowings there.
Yeah.
So kind of like I think the second game that we had today. Between Steve Bush and Hank Keys. Hank had a nice end game to get within 100, and this feels like it's going to be kind of very similar, where Greg's play of OBES there is going to keep this within 100.
Yeah, I think Jared must be like seeing, I assume that he tracked where I play and he knows that Greg has EMR blank, and he's probably looking at that top left corner right now trying to figure out the best way to block his outplay, but because I think it's by far the best that Greg can do. So yeah, if I were Jared, I'd be thinking about some way to block that best I can.
Yeah, because Trem is going to score 35. I think I'm counting it as.
Yeah.
So it looks like he's just going to play Duct. It is going to leave the 4 vowels. So then you're like, all right, is he going to slow play me then? Is he gonna set something up? Is he gonna play like ME underneath Youths and leave R blank for next turn? But I think Duct is right. Seems like Duct is right. Duct or Crud, right next to it.
Yeah. And now that Greg doesn't have his outplay of Trem, trying to see what he does now.
So it actually looks like that thing I mentioned is best. He can play ME underneath Youths, and then he sets up R using his blank as an E next turn. So he can score 21 this turn, and then RE next turn is going to score 20, 19 maybe. So yeah, nice job here. It looks like this is his best endgame.
Yeah, it's good sequence, good find.
Now back to Jared,
I suppose Jared can block this. He can play any of his vowels on top of the S and just prevent Greg from going out. But I guess he just opting for some more points, which also makes sense.
Yeah, this is one of those words I still feel like I sometimes miss sometimes. I'm getting better at seeing it, the ARO, relatively new addition to the dictionary. So I guess
Yeah,
with
it's
two
like-
U's, you could just play the R and then save the blank for next turn, which is actually a little bit better.
That's true, actually. Yeah, it looks like that's what Quackle's saying there. Just like play only the R and just.
Yeah, because then you can plunk your blank. Yeah, you can plunk your blank off the KA, making PE and KAE for 18. So 14 and 18 when he has two U's, and is only going to get a couple out of them.
Yeah, that would have been a little bit better.
But he'll play shoot, put the wrong one in there, sorry. So instead of just playing the R, he will play RE to go out. Score is 17. Going to make a final score of 467 to 389. And the handshake, and let's cut to overhead mic.
This is the
Yeah, I mean, it was a good time to take a chance. You're behind.
Yeah, I was just hoping.
Maybe I think youth doesn't take an S for some reason.
Right.
It's a ridiculous word, like just a mispronunciation of youth.
Yeah, I could have played full A there and
Okay.
been less risky.
I had some pretty good stuff there. I think I had CH maybe or HM. Like I was going to score somewhere.
Yeah.
My big decision in this game was, did I play erudite here or here? And I thought the E here just gave you more opportunities. And I thought if I play here, then later in the game I just have to obstruct here instead of, this is going to be a lot harder to obstruct without really sacrificing.
Right.
So like, I just could obstruct, leave one in the bag. And
Yeah.
the only potential lane I saw was if there was something with divots, SO, but like, even then I was ahead over 100, so I thought it was...
Yeah. I had to bingo out pretty much and catch
Yeah.
you with something.
Well,
But
I
I
mean-
didn't know you weren't going to let that happen.
No. No, I wasn't. It's like a lot of baby bingos both ways in this game, right? Like, and then there wasn't really the tiles for you to come back with, like, I guess that, but you
Yeah.
needed two bingos. And
Yeah.
on this board, I don't know how you were going to open a new.
Yeah, I was just hoping you were
Yeah.
keep this
no,
up.
no, this was a good idea. Like,
yeah.
I just
Hopefully
happened to have a very conducive rack to block it. And then I drew AH again. Like,
Right.
I played it and drew it.
Yeah, that wasn't gonna go very
Yeah,
far.
the Y is tough
Yeah, it's
there,
tough,
but I don't know what you had, so I don't know what else you could have done. The first rack I left tart TART. I didn't know tax, taxa, apart. I kind of thought tart bingos pretty often, and tax I didn't like just because of the hooks, and taxa then I leave no vowels, so I mean it worked out.
I play tax just because T
Yeah,
has
you're not
scoring
duplicating.
potential.
Yeah, that's
to
true too.
Next turn.
But like tax, then like, I guess you're more likely probably to overlap or underlap than you are to hook it anyways. So maybe I overthought it. I'm not sure. And then with this one, it's Epinaus and Sinopia, right? And I was a bit concerned about which of the Sinopias don't take an S. There's like that. I think it's Sinopi doesn't take an S. This one I think does if I had played it.
Yeah.
And then Epinaus, I got scared if it was Epinoas, but I think it's Epinaus. And I just didn't like putting the E here. So when this came available, I thought it looked pretty good.
Yeah. Good game.
Yeah. Sorry, your streak had's come to an end, but you're probably still in first place.
I haven't looked.
It doesn't matter. You got, I think, 6 games tomorrow. And
6 games, yeah. That's the time. That's
okay.
the games. So.
Josh, do you want us to square the tiles or leave them or square them? Okay.
All right, so yes, we know that that Greg is still in first place. He had a 2-game lead, so not just in first place, but still in first place by a game, and so a very nice day for him, and I like what he's doing. The standings don't really matter, especially this early in a tournament. Just try to win the game in front of you because that's all you can control.
Yeah, exactly. I think probably a lot of players get caught up in where they are in the standings and who's where, but it's really like not where you want to focus on, unless it's like the last game of the tournament and like you're in contention and you need to win by like a specific score, like not lose by a specific score, like some scenario like that, you're definitely better off just like focusing on the game at hand, and like that's just where your concentration is going to serve you the best.
Yeah, that's very well said. So yeah, just to look at the standings again, not quite up to date. We do have Hank's round 8 game in, but this is after 7 for most players. So again, we know that Greg is 7-1. We know that Jared won to move to 5-3. We do have some fun stats to show, so I look forward to seeing those. Scoring leaders here. Michael Fagan, wow, averaging 468.9. That is a very, very high average indeed. And his spread is not that good, so he's been in a bunch of shootouts like the one we saw on stream with Jackson this afternoon. Ari averaging shade under 446. Greg makes sense, tournament leader. He's 3rd in scoring, averaging 429. There's a name I don't know, and I believe that so good for her.
Yeah, that's impressive. Going up against players like we've been seeing and averaging 429. That's.
And then looking at the high games in the division, I guess that explains it, since Joan had a 573, Greg with a 576, Michael with a 572, and Ari with a 544. Yeah, so looking at the ratings game leaders so far, if we can keep this up, we'll 1700s, and starting at 1605, that would be quite an achievement. Caleb Seed in the top division, doing quite well. He's up 39. Joan up 30. Marcela Kadenka is up 23, and it's really hard for an 1870 player to find himself gained leaders. But Ari is the 5th highest rating gainer in the division so far at up 17. Caleb and Joan both 4 and 3. Our producer Josh Greenway is saying, so appreciate that info. All right, yeah, I was always kind of one of those that I hated to look at the standings in a multi-day tournament. Like, I didn't want to know who I was playing first the next morning if I could avoid it, because if it was somebody I was higher rated then I would put too much pressure on myself. Like, oh, you got to win this first game. If it was somebody who was better than me, it's like, oh, why do I have to play this person out of the gate? It's just I would always find the negative way of viewing whoever it was. So once in New Orleans, somebody came and said, oh, you have so and so in the morning, and I was like, in the future, don't tell me. But yeah, anything.
It's easy to psych yourself out when.
Yes, and I was very guilty of that. So I was always just kind of straight ahead. I don't want to look at the standings. I don't want to know who I'm playing. Just tell me who I'm playing right before, and then I'll sit down and try to win the game. Anything you want to add or to plug before we get into to thank yous and farewells?
Nothing comes to mind. Just want to say that it's been great being on the stream, and love watching these guys duke it out. I've got some great players here. Thanks to the players for just like playing Scrabble, giving us something to stream, and Josh Greenway for producing this whole thing, and ASPA for sponsoring this, and it's a real team effort. So just thanks to everyone for doing their part. So.
Yeah, thanks especially to the viewers, the hardy people spending a Saturday afternoon watching us commentate on a Scrabble tournament. Always very appreciative, especially the people like Brian Levitt and those who have given pronunciation advice and sometimes spot stuff that we miss in the commentary. So always thank you so much to the viewers for making this possible. Also Seth Lipkin for Cross Tables and the Ulu Clock, John Chu for DSH, Josh Castellano and Matthew O'Connor for Cop Pairings, Art Moore for WordJudge.me, which we did see a couple times on this stream, Steve Sagan of Video Ninja for the streaming technology that powers these streams, Sarah Rosenbaum of Cozy Tiles for the Let's Play Scrabble tile bag, and George Bissonette for the custom Let's Play Scrabble board. Also remember, if you're still here and have not done so yet, to subscribe to the channel. You'll get notified when we go live tomorrow. I will be with you tomorrow afternoon for the final 3-4 rounds of this tournament. bringing it home. I look forward to doing that. And David, I really enjoyed working with you today. You're very good. You're a very good commentator, and hopefully we get an opportunity to work together again in the future.
Likewise, yeah, it's been a pleasure working with you as well, Jason. And yeah, you're very well spoken. Now talk about Scrabble, and yeah, it's been fun talking, fun watching these guys play, and yeah, it's been a pleasure being on.
Yeah, I'm good at playing Scrabble and talking about Scrabble when I got Quackle in front of me telling me what the good plays are. It was always that word knowledge was always a bit of a challenge, but I appreciate the compliments, David. Thank you so much. All right, everybody have a good night, and we will see you on Let's Play Scrabble in the morning.